Whoa, welcome back, everyone, to Microsoft Build the Vibe Coder booth. Day two.
Day two.
We did it. Day two. How about that keynote?
That was a fun keynote. Some interesting things there.
Yeah, I love the deep dives into what we kind of saw in some of the highlights yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Did you know that Copilot's open source?
I have heard about that. That's pretty cool. Going open source, I guess technically, is an ongoing process here, James.
It's going open source.
We're headed that direction.
MIT license. That's pretty right.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're here live in the Vibe Coder booth. We are live actually happening here at Build. We are looking at theater sessions. We're vibing with people. People are coming in, asking questions. We're streaming live on the VS Code YouTube and the Microsoft Developer YouTube as well. I'm James Montemagno. I'm one of our leads in our developer community. With me is Mr. Pierce Boggan. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. Day two, day one, you're always in a high, right? Like you have the keynote, you have, I had 4 sessions yesterday, classic, but I actually prefer it that way because then you get it all over with, right? You're done with your talks. Then I can come hop on the stream, build some cool stuff, right? No pressure. Just build something cool with my friends. So I'm excited.
We saw some really awesome apps from day one, 3 different apps. Sam tried to build a mobile app, and then he actually got it in the last 2 seconds.
The windsurfing app, right?
The windsurfing app.
Okay.
Yeah. It actually happened. Like he got it all working in the last 3 minutes.
I love that.
And Claude was just grinding on errors, package issues for a while in Flutter, and then it just kind of happened. And then we got an awesome app from Shane for this recipe application that he built with OpenAI and AI services and Azure AI to do recipe generation. And then the last application Den made, which was a Halo leaderboard.
Oh, all right.
And it was awesome because we added floating emojis and like a bunch of like cool things. It was like really awesome.
What was the tech stack for that one? You remember?
That one was a React Vite app.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're getting a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. What you got for us today? Because we started building, you started building, well, Copilot started building an application. Let me bring up your screen here on our show on the VS Code YouTube. So if you're not a subscriber there, Yusuf, we love Pierce's energy too. Every day we started building Copilot started building an app called Dropped, and we did this live on the VS Code YouTube. Like, subscribe, ring that notification bell so you stay up to date with all the things we put out. But we have a show on Fridays called Let It Cook.
Let it cook.
Let it cook in the rice cooker. We're there. I'll check this out. You can actually show comments on stage. I don't even know what that means. Oh, there's a new beta feature. That's cool.
Oh, we got some beta features on the StreamYard. Always good to try out right now.
Not putting that on. There we go. Feel free to jam on the codes. Well, what we got going on, Pierce? What are we vibing today?
Okay, so yeah, I guess maybe to start, I can kind of show what we've been building. So the idea is like, I got limited time. Turns out I have a job.
What?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Unfortunately / fortunately, I love it to death, but I have less time to train than I used to these days.
Yes.
And so I was like, what if I could build like a training plan app? And there, to be clear, there's some awesome AI training plan app things out there in the world. But I like building things for myself, as a developer does. You have to spend, I'm going to spend 40 hours building this application that I could have just paid $9.99 to someone else for a month to use.
No, you need it to be your own.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that was kind of the basic idea for this. Is like, I have limited time. I want to do an AI training app. So this is like just the onboarding screen. We vibed out on this last time.
Nice.
We got the imperial and metric units. I didn't know that's what we call the freedom units, right? And apparently there's a thing. If I go back to imperial, look at that. Stones. We got stones. That was a feature request from chat last time. Nice. Chat, let us know what we should be building into this application. So we got metric, imperial, and then I say how much time I have to train, like kind of basic metrics about, my current power output, what my goals are. I'm just trying to have some fun, James.
Gotta have some fun.
So then I go generate training plan. This is all mock data right now. That's what we're going to maybe try to fix.
Oh, cool. Nice.
And so like at the top, it's just kind of like stats. And then this is kind of like the idea is like I get my weekly plan. So I can dive in. I did this yesterday, actually, in my session. We added this feature.
In your vibe session.
In my vibe session. So we had, I think all these are recorded. Are the recordings up? I don't know.
Most of them are up. Yeah, if you go to build.microsoft.com, I think you have to register to see them. But they'll put them out on like Microsoft Developer.
Yeah, eventually I'll be on YouTube and everything, right?
I think the sessions, but not the demo sessions. But I'm not sure. They also recording them. So
mine was in one of those biggish rooms, so I think it should be recorded.
Big deal.
I'm kind of a big deal. Well, we were at 6. This is a little inside baseball. We were at 6 p.m. for my session,
that's the
competing with an open bar. So, the fact that I had anybody in my session, I was excited about.
Packed room.
Packed. We should have actually had the open bar in the room. right?
Bonus.
But it is a corporate event, so I'm sure they would have frowned on that. But
I went to the open bar and then got a non-alcoholic seltzer.
Wait, we probably can't say which brand you got, but
Topo Chico, sponsored by Topo Chico.
So if we're just gonna name drop, then the Heineken Zero, also really solid zero. I had one of those last night. Went out to dinner with Matt Pocock, Jason Langsdorff last night. So it's
just name
dropping.
Mine was actually just a fizzy water. It's not even non-alcoholic. It's just fizzy water with flavor.
You know what I don't like though? We're really off track on the stream, but
already
I don't. This is what happened when you hang out with your friends and write some code. What I don't like,
nothing's even cooking.
No, we literally haven't cooked yet. We're just heating up the stove right now. We're preheating. We're turning the knobs. We got the preheat going.
While we put up this, why don't we put up this banner called "Get Up Copilot"? @get.ms/Copilot.
There you go.
Free.
Look at that little work promo.
Doing our job.
So yesterday in the session, we kind of added this detail view, and it says, okay, here's all my intervals, and like here's this nice visualization. This isn't even a charting library. This is all just like drawing, right?
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah,
Frank
old school. Frank Krueger. I love Frank. Shout out to Frank. Dude, if he can build that, is that Circuits app? But he probably did all that. That's all custom drawing, right?
Yeah, it's all custom drawing.
All right. So this is like all mock data, right? And I'm thinking maybe we actually make it generate real stuff.
If you want
question
to,
mark, question mark.
Let's do it.
Oh, we got an interview going on out here. I don't technically have ADD, but I get very distracted, and
I'll keep you on pace.
We're in like a fish tank situation here, and there's people walking by, and I see my friends, and there's Shane Boyer over there.
Shane,
we're just waving at people. We're live on the stream, so I'm gonna get very distracted as I build this, but I need to let it cook. To your point. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this app. Hey, Shane. So this is an iOS app. This is written with Swift, so pretty straightforward. We use this approach that I talked about in my session. Shout out to my session. Go watch it. I'm really, really promoting my session, which happened in the past. Go pull it up. Thank you. And basically, like, I think the session was basically like, when you think vibe coding, when you think prompt first, you think, I'm just throwing stuff into this prompt box and hoping for the best, right?
Yeah.
And you're throwing it over the wall and really hoping for the best results. And that can work, right, for new things, prototyping, that sort of stuff. But that's not really how you get the best results out of agent mode, right? So Harold on the VS Code team and I talked about this kind of a spectrum of approaches you can partner with agent mode on. Like there's the YOLO approach on the far end of just throwing things into the prompt box and iterating. But then also like maybe a little bit more. Okay, we got some custom instructions. We have a little bit more structure to our project. And then I wouldn't be a PM, James, if I didn't say, hey, you know what we could do? Turn vibes into specs, right?
Yeah,
the classic PM move, but it actually works. So like here, let me show you kind of my general structure here. So like to generate this thing, this is actually the spec that I did in the session.
Oh, wow.
We'll walk through this flow for this next feature I'm going to do. I just kind of generate this high level doc and it says, okay, I want to add a detail view. Like here is the basic user journey, right? Here's the different requirements I have. Here's the different acceptance criteria. This is super useful because if you're writing like unit tests or UI tests, you basically just say, make my acceptance criteria like an integration test of some sort. So then we generate that. You iterate with the model, right, on that. Does this look good? And then once you have the basic, like there's no implementation details, right? That's just all talking about what the user can do. High level.
Yeah.
Then we come over here, we got a plan, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I'll show this off, but I basically have custom instructions set up so that after we generate this plan, I basically ask agent mode to implement step by step, and it marks off in the markdown file, as you can see as I go through this. Like, let me open the shout out to the preview. You can preview markdown with that little button over there. I know you love a button, James. I specifically did not use a keyboard shortcut.
I love a UI. I appreciate that.
But yeah, you can see like, okay, like here is kind of what I want. Maybe there's a little bit of kind of here's how I want it to be done. Sometimes I have pseudocode in these. And so I spend a lot of time on the plans, whether it's the spec or the implementation plan. And then the cool thing is like you can pass it into agent mode. And like normally I would use something like maybe Claude 3.5, Claude 3.7 Sonnet, Gemini 2.5 Pro. Those are great models.
Name dropping the models.
Name dropping all those models you can use. But GPT-4.1's really fast, right? And the interesting thing is if you spend a lot of time with the upfront planning, it doesn't feel like you're making progress, but then you throw it into something like 4.1. 4.1's super fast and super capable. It actually like you'll end up ahead almost. And you avoid a lot of those mistakes that happen when you start building something and it's like, oh no, the model's going in the wrong direction. I need to go back another way. You backtrack, you have an error, right? the nice thing about the plan is you're at least paving a little bit of structure, right?
Yeah.
So that if things go wrong, I can intervene. So let's go ahead and what do we want to do? I think we want to make this real. It is an AI cycling plan app. Let's go to my README and double confirm that that's how I've claimed. It's my favorite iOS app, apparently.
Oh. It's your next.
It's my next favorite. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't promise anything in terms of being AI driven, but that's fine because it's not AI driven right now. We need to make it AI driven. So I'm going to show you my workflow. So big fan of prompt files. Do you know what prompt files are?
No idea. I've never heard of them.
All right. So let's open this .github directory. I'm going to bump up my font to like an absurd level.
Love it.
And I have this .github prompts directory. And so if I pop in here, I have a spec.prompt.md. And I have several prompts in here. And basically think of like prompts as like, do you ever find yourself like in agent mode, you keep typing like a similar version of the same thing over and over again?
Yeah.
It's like almost like refactoring a prompt out into a dedicated file. And I don't show it in this one, but like here, let me go to my research prompt, which I sometimes use.
Like a good idea would be like, oh, this is how I build APIs. Like here's how I build an endpoint.
Exactly.
And it can follow the steps. So like if I take a look at your code, you take a look at your code, someone else takes a look at your code, you could implement basically an endpoint in a very similar fashion based on your best practices.
Exactly. Yeah. Like stuff like that. Like you have kind of like stuff like what I'm doing here, of like planning, and that's a prompt. You have like refactorings. Like here's how you might refactor something in this project, right? Like here's where different stuff can be found.
Yep.
And so like I actually find like it's pretty useful because once you have these are living in the repo, but you can also actually use setting sync in VS Code. I don't even know if you knew this. This is a new thing. So like I could, in theory, just sync these across all of my VS Code workspaces with my account. And so like I could have them on the workspace level, or I could say like, this is something like probably these planning prompts, right? I want everywhere. So the cool thing is like at the top of these files, it's just a markdown file. It's nothing fancy here. But you can see here I have mode. So I can say, I want you to run this prompt in agent mode. Makes sense. Here are the different tools you can use. So like when you click on this and you click this tools thing, we have tools from VS Code. Mm-hmm. We also got tools contributed by extensions. So that's web search for Copilot, and then MCP servers as well.
All of them.
Got 112 tools here, James.
That's a lot of tools.
That's a lot of tools.
Wow.
And so you can specify like, oh, I want you to use these specific tools when you run this prompt. And then description is kind of like mostly just a user thing right now, but you can imagine in the future, like say I type something into the prompt box. I'm like, actually, before I do this, I need like agent mode needs to go research something, right?
Yeah.
So in the future, what we really want to do is have this description be also something we give the model. So the model can say, actually, BT dubs,
you should use this.
You should use this thing. So it'll auto dynamically pull in.
Nice.
Whereas right now it's all kind of a manual process to run these things and attach them.
And this is great for like teams best practices and building out like after you get out of, your prototype phase or in real production application, you want to kind of streamline this stuff.
Exactly. Yep. Cool. And like I always tell people, like if you find yourself doing things more than once, make it a prompt file. And if you see the model doing something wrong and you have to correct it multiple times, it's like tries to put a file in a certain place, or it's generating code in a certain way you don't like, immediately your first reflection should be, boom, that should go in a custom instruction, right? So like a lot of these things, people are like, well, do I need to spend a ton of time writing these things up front? No, right? Like there's some structure that I like with these things when I get started on a project, but a lot of the things that end up in these files kind of happen as a result of things I notice as I'm building out the project. And then I'm just refining and tweaking it over time, right?
Yep, totally. Yep. Yeah, every time like it does something I like or something I don't like, then I put it into a custom instruction.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are we building?
Okay, so this is my spec prompt. And so I could just kind of like run this prompt and provide context. Like you can pop over here. I could go spec, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
But like I kind of, and also I want us to have like input parameters so I can like have like this prompt file takes in an idea, right? But like we don't have that right now. So like basically what I do is I come in here, and so this is the one I had yesterday. Like, okay, your goal is to generate a spec. We're going to start with the spec, right? For implementing this feature. Here's my idea. This was the idea I had yesterday, detail page. We're not doing that today, right? So we need to replace that. Before you get started on that, look at this idea file, which describes my project at a high level. I generated this at the very beginning. This describes the app at a high level, right? Go back to my spec file. Here's the rules I have for you, right? Define the user journeys, number the functional requirements, have acceptance criteria. So the things you actually saw in that spec that this is a big one. Like the model is very smart, but sometimes it like tries to do too much, right? You're making this way too complicated for the user. So like
Claude.
These feel like kind of silly. Exactly. These feel like silly things to say, like keep the UI simple and easy to digest. But like they do make a meaningful difference in kind of the quality of the outputs you get.
Because you can always iterate on the UI later. That's the thing too. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. And like I think the other thing is like the more depth your UI has, right? It introduces more problems, right? It's more for the model to wrangle. Like if you have a ton of components and things like, it's got to go look to different files every single time it reads that component, right?
Yeah.
So it introduces complexity for the model. And then also like just normal, UI performance engineering stuff. When you start getting these super nested trees, right? The view just takes so long to build and re-render, right? For if you're doing data binding or whatever. So I also just like in general to have that rule.
Keep it, yeah.
So I have like, here's my rules. After you do that, hey, let's make sure I'm happy. I gotta keep Pierce happy.
You gotta keep Pierce happy.
And give me some things to think about that I may not be thinking about.
Come
right?
up with ideas. Come up with ideas. Like,
help brainstorm with me, right?
I thought about this, but then I wasn't 100% sure.
So it's not like I'm not just throwing this over the wall and saying, generate this back. All right, move on. Now I'm going to move to the plan. Like generally there is some back and forth. We'll show that. And then when satisfied, finally, output your plan. So put it in that specs folder. This is a Claude 3.7 special right here. Do not, under any circumstances, write any code unless I tell you to.
It wants to.
It really, I appreciate the bias for action. That's always a quality I like in people. Like, I want to have a bias for action about my day.
I agree.
All right, so let's pop over. So I'm going to go ahead. If I just hit play, by the way, I'll just do that real quick. It'll start running.
You can hit play on a prompt?
Yeah, I just killed it because I don't want to actually show you that because right now, so the other thing, we're talking about features we're thinking about delivering on the stream. I'm not just telling you what we're doing today, but what we will do. I want to have like model, Claude, 3.7 Sonnet, but not just 3.7 Sonnet. I want the thinking variant, right? For planning, reasoning models are really good.
Yeah.
Right. And so I don't want mode. I wanted like model. And of course this doesn't work, but like, I think this is like also something I want because by default right now, if I just ran this prompt and click this button, it's just going to use the model that I have here. Yeah. And so that's why I popped open chat and said, and by the way, you can also do Command-Shift-P, little keyboard shortcut action here.
Gotta have it.
And then we can do run prompt. There's also a keyboard shortcut for that. The keyboard shortcuts on Mac are so scary looking. Like the option key, like that's the option key, the second one.
Yeah, I can never figure it out.
It kind of hurts my brain sometimes. All right, so I can go run prompt. You can run it there. So you got the play button for people like James. You got the shortcuts, or you can come over in here, little / command action.
Love that.
Okay, so I'm gonna select 3.7 Sonnet thinking, and let's see here. I'm gonna just run. Oh, I need to have my idea. What am I doing? We were gonna run just my old idea. All right. So, what do we want to do? Let's actually. I'm gonna not do this as like super stream of consciousness. That's how I prompt, right? And so sometimes when I go to these prompt files, I do try to be a little bit more structured. Okay. So let's say generate and a training plan for cyclists with AI. Then let's say
there you go.
It should be, I'm getting some ghost text completions here. It should take in the user's FTP.
Wow,
not
it knows.
It does know.
Functional threshold power. Wow.
Actually, I probably will keep that. It should take in the user's FTP based on the workout type, like, endurance.
It already knows what you want to build.
It does.
It knows.
It's already threshold, right?
And I should say this while you're typing that out is like the model you have selected in the chat is not the model that's running ghost text, right? Ghost text is a custom model that the team builds.
Correct.
And it is always updating too. You can select the model in the picker. There's a change that we have internal previews. I don't know. Do people have external previews?
I think April candidate may be flighted externally. So yeah, like if you come in here, you'll see like GPT-4o Copilot, to your point. This is like a model we built internally, 36 languages.
Bam.
Like we obviously have evals for a ton of different languages. Like .NET, it does way better on than just like an off-the-shelf model.
So much better.
And the latency is better as well. So there's like things like that were really. It's not just the quality of suggestions, right? You want them to be snappy,
Fast.
right?
Yeah, and it's quick. Yeah, it's really good.
So we're constantly iterating on that, and so like this got a big upgrade. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 3 versions of VS Code ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Something like that. But so we're also same thing with next edit suggestions, right? We're constantly evolving the model based off the feedback you get and flighting new stuff. And so appreciate all your feedback on what we can do better there. So generate a training plan for cyclists with AI. We're going to use OpenAI to generate the plan. And then I'm going to say, let's actually, I'm going to show you something cool. Always scary. I should open incognito, shouldn't I? On the stream.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So then let's like OpenAI API. We're going to have to hide my screen here at some point, by the way, James.
You tell me when. I have the power to do that. So you just let me know when
I will say the nice thing about like a lot of these AI providers is I actually prefer the credit-based thing of you got to load money on like a gift card.
Yeah.
Right. Because then I'm like, if I make a terrible mistake and push my key, it's like, most of the time when I'm like debugging, right, $10, $15, you're like, okay, that I can live with that, right? Yeah. It's not like an $80,000 bill, right? So let's actually come in here. No, I'm gonna have to log in at some point as well. So let's go to docs. Right now I don't care about that. I just want. Let's see what models we got. So there's a lot of models now. So I don't think I need a reasoning model. I think that's probably OP for this task.
Yeah.
Right. I might want a chat model. These are all reasonably priced, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe a little OP and right because they're doing a lot more. They're larger models. They will take longer time to return a response. That's good and bad, right? I might get a better training plan.
Yeah.
But it might also take longer to give you the plan in the first place.
I'm a big GPT-4.1 Nano.
Oh, you're nanoing?
Dude, it's literally the fastest, most cost-efficient 4.1 model. And I've been building this app, which I'll build out tomorrow on the stream, the feedback flow. And I switched from a 4.0 mini to 4.1 Nano. Definitely different results, but at the same time, super powerful and really good. It's like way faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get somebody from like the Azure OpenAI. What are we calling that service now? Sorry, Foundry.
Azure AI Foundry.
Azure AI Foundry team to come in. Because like I'm always interested, like how do I actually like say we build this app, right?
Yeah.
And we have the AI stuff. I want to know what's the thing I'm supposed to use from our team to like kind of evaluate the results of these different things.
There's now this new AI Foundry router, so it'll automatically route. It'll figure it out what.
It's like kind of all these different parameters like cost, performance, right? It's kind of like, can you dial it to how you want, or it just kind of does the thing? All right.
I imagine it routes.
If it doesn't, I'm sure that's a feature they'll add.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Nano looks. I didn't even know Nano.
Dude,
right?
It's new. It's hot. It's in AI Foundry as well. That's where I use it.
Oh, these real-time models. That's too complicated for what I need. But yeah. Okay. So like, let's look at the 4.1 Nano.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Look at that. I think these are per million tokens.
It's basically free.
Yeah, I mean 10 cents for a million input tokens, 4 cents for a million output tokens.
Million
we got vision, right?
What doesn't it have?
Pricing.
Oh, so cheap.
Everybody loves looking at pricing. That's exactly why we're doing this stream, right? To review the pricing details of products. The modalities are interesting, right? Like I don't really imagine myself ever giving images, but it's nice to know it supports that, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No embeddings.
Okay, I don't really care too much about some of this other stuff. Like I'm not doing any of that. Streaming is important because like
yes.
In my case, actually, maybe not, because I probably want like a structured JSON back of the plan, right? And then basically, yeah, because then I'm not gonna like return the plan before it's not like chat, right? Like it's not where I want the tokens to stream in. So maybe it doesn't actually matter. Structured outputs matters though.
Yes.
Because I want to make sure that like we're conforming to the schema that I have for the plans that I expect. Because basically, I imagine the way we'll do this is API call to the service, get something back, deserialize the JSON, map it to our data model, right, and then show it in the UI, something like that. Wait, what's this? Snapshots let you lock in a specific version of the model. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, so how do I get to like docs on like how to even call this, right? So here's actually, before I do that, I'm going to pop over to agent mode and have I actually configured this tool or not? So let's go. I want to go to my MCP server, MCP JSON, and I'm not scared to show this file, even though it has, in theory, API keys, because you can't actually see my keys when I put them in here. Hashtag security.
Security.
All right, let's see. I'm worried when I boot up my Perplexity that's going to ask me for a key. All right, take me off the stream.
All right. What am I taking?
Take me off the stream.
It's just going to be a blank page. Ready? Here you go.
All right. That's fine. All right.
It's gone.
Can they see us at least?
Yeah, they can see a little tiny.
Okay. I'm also going to log into OpenAI. I'm going to take this opportunity to log into OpenAI at this moment as well.
Right, we're logging into OpenAI.
Logging in.
It's intentional. We're hiding his API keys.
Yeah, Shane is like we can't see anything, and that's the whole. Well, can they put us on the screen over here? We have a monitor like in the conference center.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I'll do this. Let me do this. Hiding API's keys.
Oh, okay. Now I'm touch IDing to get my password for the people at home. Riveting. Okay, now I got to check my email inbox for the verification code. 2-factor auth, y'all.
There you go. There you go. I put a big look at it. Look at what it says.
I have a get off my lawn moment, which is why'd we make things so complicated, James? I like a text for a 2-factor auth.
Get the API key.
Okay, fine. Let me do it. Let me figure this out. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and we're logged in there. What was the other thing? Oh, I wanted my Perplexity key. That's right.
You don't have the Perplexity? It should save it.
Well, so this is the workspace versus user thing. I configured it as a workspace level setting. So actually, no, right?
Wow.
So let's see. Riveting content. I should have hashtag preparation. Should have prepared this in advance. Okay. Hold on. We're almost back, folks. Okay, my profile. Okay, let's go to my API keys. Okay. So I'm going to start my Perplexity server, copy pasta. No, I don't want to use Siri to copy pasta. Is Docker running? No, Docker's never running. I had to go through. Does this ever happen to you? Like, you have to. I'm sorry. Do you ever have to, like, you can share my screen again, by the way.
Do you got your keys?
Yeah, the keys have been gotten. I'm going to have to go back to OpenAI at some point here soon, but that's okay.
Okay.
Transitioning back. Do you ever have this thing where you're like, it sounds good in theory, like you're like, yeah, boot up Olama, boot up Docker, boot up everything.
Yep.
When you boot up your machine, you're like, yeah, sure. When you're installing it, you're like, go for it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, like you're booting up your machine, you're like, why is it taking so long? But then I hit this problem, like, oh, now I need Docker.
Every time. Docker's never running.
I have like different stuff I'm using here. Like I'm using Docker for some of these, right?
Shout out to Cam.
Shout out to Cam. For the Xcode Build MCP.
Xcode Build MCP.
It's a nice one, yeah.
Sponsored. Pierce and I sponsor that part.
Personally with our own money. That's how much we believe in it. Not like a corporate thing.
You have an awesome MCP. My LLC will sponsor you.
So what I wanted to show is if I come over here now, I think I booted up that tool appropriately. Let's see. Also, I should have just searched. So you can come over here and watch this. Hashtag Perplexity Ask if I really want to use a tool.
I like that.
And I want to say, hey, Brew, how can I call the OpenAI APIs in Swift? No SDKs, please.
Yeah, no SDKs.
I think when I'm deeply integrating with something, like I might consider it, but I also like for things like this where I'm just, throw in HTTP calls over the wire, right? And getting back some JSON and deserializing. It's like, I feel like it's kind of overkill. Okay, so we got back a response here. So this was using Perplexity. So this went out and did a web search for me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to like copy pasta. I'll save this for later. Because I think we're going to need that when we generate our plan.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But let's go back to the spec. What's going on in chat? Do we have any questions so far?
Chat's looking good. People are getting ready to watch some developer conference stuff. Sensor asks, what are we making? Pierce is writing. He's typing code, which is weird. And typing words. He's working on a fitness cycling application. We're adding a feature to it to add some OpenAI stuff into it right now. Some people are saying that there's a cloak for VS Code, although it already cloaks at 100%. So the thing is, there is a cloak extension for Edge and Chrome and other browsers,
right,
that you can get. So if you're in GitHub or in Azure, it will mask those things for you. I'm not sure if that works in OpenAI or obviously Perplexity. I'm not sure if it's doing a regex or something like that in general. But I was very surprised. I set up a Perplexity account and dropped $10 in, And when you create an API key, it's just like there. It's like not hidden ever. Like there's not like an exposed. Like here's the key.
Yeah, I
And
did
was like,
notice that. That was interesting.
Perplexity.
Well, that's why I was extra scared when I needed to fetch my key.
No, it is.
All
right, what are you doing?
All right, so let's see. I'm gonna come in here and we're just gonna basically run this spec. The idea is in the idea tags in the spec file. Nice. So we were talking about models earlier. I'm using Sonnet 3.7 thinking. It is a thinking model, so it's a reasoning model. So it's actually like going and being like, okay, this is what the person asked me. Let me do like chain of thought. Let me think about what I need to do. And so typically you get better results like when you use a thinking model. So O3 is another example. Like if I didn't want to use Claude, I wanted to use something else, right?
Yeah.
And I do a lot of model tourism. I don't know about you. I like to tour around, try different things, figure out what all these models are good at. So, all right.
Cool.
So we got our training plan generator. Okay. We need to go to a workout generator screen, select my desired workout type, get the FTP, generate the workout plan, review the plan. I kind of like that. And then save the workout. And so...
And this has no implementation details, kind of like
right, exactly.
Like high level.
I'm actually almost wondering, like, should I just start with like generate me a single workout, right, and then like scale it, right? Like, because basically in the UX, like, it's just an array of workouts, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about the way that like I would want this as a user. Like sometimes like some of these platforms are like, I got 30 minutes, I need to train now, right? Yeah. Like, give me a workout based off like what I've been doing. But then I'm like, also like for the model, this is simpler, right? Because I'm not, I can kind of play with the prompts and there's no real reason to scale the complexity quite yet, right? So I think I'm going to say like, actually, let's just have it generate a single workout and not one from the weekly plan view to keep it simple. Let me review that workout before accepting. Let's see. And that adds it to the top of the schedule for the week. Okay, so then I'm kind of just going to keep scrolling, stream of consciousness into the prompt box here, right? Yeah. Workout type selection. So I can pick kind of like what I want to do. So these are like the training zones, right? You got endurance, threshold, VO2 max, sprint, recovery. Lately been a lot of recovery workouts for me. Yeah. I haven't been working out, but I don't have the energy to do much more than that.
Yeah. And this is what we're viewing right now. Sean was asking, did Copilot generate the plan to build the app? And it just did. It just did. It just generated this markdown file.
Well, and so what's happening if I just like go build this, right? And I just prompt this in agent mode. Like these same types of things are kind of happening behind the scenes in a way with the way the model is predicting the next token and things like that. But the problem with that is like, say we've already seen details I'm correcting, right? Yep. And it would just go do something, right? Yeah. And it's like, actually the point at which is better to intervene is now versus when it's actually doing those things.
Exactly.
Okay, so we got FTP integration. So I could just say like, FTP info is always available from the profile. So I can see there's like, if it's not available, you need to enter it. Okay, we don't worry about that. AI workout generation. Okay, it should include warm up, main set, cooldown, duration, and target power. That's a good one. I didn't specify that. Like it should actually generate a workout that matches like what I said.
Yeah.
The workout duration is reasonable, 30 to 90 minutes. I like this. This is kind of an implementation detail, but that's fine. Like consistent outputs, error handling, sure. Workout review, review the workout before saving or starting. So for functional requirement 4, already got a detail screen that does this, BT dubs. Workout management, save or start. So I'm gonna actually say like let's kill FR5. I think that's out of scope. Like right now, I just want to generate it. I'm not actually doing the like play workout and like because that's gonna get complicated when we get to that on the stream, because then we'll have to think about a lot of stuff, because that's gonna use Bluetooth and a whole bunch of other craziness. That's gonna be a multi-day stream. We're not gonna get that done in one day. Agent mode's amazing, but not quite that amazing, right? Okay, so there's some other stuff here. Security, usability, performance. Okay, technical consideration. Sure. All right, so let's just kind of like.
Is this going to use Copilot did generate this along with Perplexity originally. Is it going to use Perplexity again?
No.
I iterate.
Yeah. No, I'm not using because I did
the thinking model. It's going to use the thinking.
It's using
model.
the thinking model, right? So, and that's actually fine because I don't need it to go to Perplexity to research something, right?
Yeah.
Like I just basically want you to do stuff. And actually, like for this second iteration, I find you cannot use the thinking model, right? You can go to 4.1 because like basically I'm just asking you to delete stuff, right?
Yeah.
I don't really actually. It's OP.
You're massaging it,
right? And so like I often see this sometimes as well, where people are like, oh. They're in like a thinking model, and it's like I need you to change the markdown to do this, and it's like, well. Yes, that will work, but it's not actually necessary. Got folks saying hi in person over here.
I like that.
Sessions are starting. Lunch is cleared out. I think people are starting to take their naps.
Yeah.
All right, so we got our plan. Let's make sure that all looks good to me. It looks like we updated it, deleted 15 lines, or added 15 lines, deleted 24, updated some of our requirements.
Oh,
See,
nice.
deleted FR5. Yeah. So, all right, so this looks good to me. So now let's move over to the next stage. So this is the planning stage. So I'll actually go ahead and open my plan prompt just to show y'all. So we're basically going to take this spec, and then we're going to say, hey, also like take that spec and generate a plan based off of that. And I'll actually go ahead and add in as context that idea file I mentioned earlier. I haven't shown this yet, but I have this memory file. Look at this. I'll show it later when we're implementing. Basically, I have a custom instruction. Anytime you create or modify a file, make sure, or delete, make sure it's reflected in this. And this is kind of like a high level architecture summary. So you can see like, okay, these are the, it's describing the docs. It's describing this. So you know how agent mode will use the code based search tool, right?
Yeah.
So it can go like search for things and find stuff, but this is like even more hints. Like you're basically saying like, if you need to find something that's roughly this, like I've already kind of summarized that information for you here, right? So the search works even better when you do this, right?
Nice.
So I'm going to go ahead and add in the memory as context, drag and drop, always a classic.
Got it.
Here's the research like I had earlier. I don't think that's relevant here. The plan's already attached because it's in the spec's already attached because it's in context. Let's go back to the plan. And so what are we doing here? Generate an implementation plan for the spec doc. Do not over architect.
Don't do it.
Miguel is rejoicing. Like we used to work for this guy, Miguel, and he hated interfaces and like over architecture and thought it was all, and I was like, but that's like what you're supposed to do. And then like, I've kind of come around.
Yeah.
I'm like, why, especially like .NET and certain stacks, like the pattern is like, I need to like create like 80 interface. And you're like, well, I'm only using this interface literally one time. Why did I create an interface for this,
That's true. It's true. You don't need an interface until you need an interface, and then have it generate an interface for you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. If you're using it multiple times, that's the right way to use the design pattern, but you don't need to just like constantly be like, I need an I something for everything, right? Then like DI, I was just like, oh, we made software engineering so complicated, I feel sometimes. So keep it simple, right?
Keep it simple.
Always good advice. I'm not trying to get you to generate the app. Just give me some pseudocode, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to guide things along. For each step, include the objective, the steps to achieve the objective, and any pseudocode. And so this is nice because then when the model gets that, it's kind of like, you're not just telling it like, do this. You're saying, well, this is kind of what we're trying to achieve, which is, again, more context for the model to do a good job. If I need to do anything, please let me know. Sometimes you do need to do things.
Sometimes.
Like there's certain stacks that like they haven't like totally it's not all accessible from like terminal or things. You got to go do stuff by hand. Accessibility, like I also have this in my custom instructions, but like sometimes the model will be like accessibility is a separate step, and I'm like, I just want you to like think about that when you're jittering code in the first place.
Yeah, no, I this is an important step too. Like one thing that specifically happened to me, we're doing this Visual Studio Wallpapers website, and we ran through the accessibility checker, and it like just failed everything. So I was like, hey, go make this way more accessible, and just like baseline accessibility. Here's the criteria, and it's like, cool, I got you. And it like went through everything and like added all sorts of good stuff. And it's really rad. Yeah.
Well, and I think when you're actually like. Always, it's better to think about these things up front, because even though in your case you were successful going and adding it after the fact, right? Mm-hmm. Like if you have like a massive real world application, you're like, I got like 100,000 lines of code, right? And now I need you to make this accessible. Like that might work, right? But it also then basically has to traverse the entire tree of your app, right? To make everything accessible, which could be kind of unwieldy. Okay, so kind of similar. I start like my formatting for these prompts. I start with rules, right? I say your goal. I say, what rules do you have? And then I say like the steps, right?
Yeah.
So first, look at that idea file I gave you.
Yep.
And if I didn't attach this, I'm in edit mode, so it won't go find it.
Oh,
but if I was in agent mode, it would find it. Review the attached spec. Okay, it's already attached, right? So I just basically calling out. It's already attached in the context, but please like look at this thing before you do something. Then let's generate a plan. Structure your plan like this. So basically spit out a markdown doc. I want you to have different steps. I want you to say, this is what you're trying to do, right? Here's the files you touch. Here's any dependencies. There's really good like open source prompts. And I got this from like someone, I think it was Takeoff AI. They have really cool like open source prompts, and like in the community, there's a lot of websites and stuff. And so like you can kind of go and look at these things and you find like interesting things and you kind of pick up on it and pull it and make it your own. So it's cool to see like, not just like for code, like how like open source is a thing, but also these prompts like are becoming open source as well, right?
Totally, yeah.
All right. Explicit callouts tests, right? Like this is a good way, like as your code base scales, especially in this case, I'm literally writing this all with agent mode. I haven't gone to the editor once, right? Like you want to make sure you're not regressing functionality. It's not so much the new stuff you're building that you're worried about. It's like, did I break something else, you know?
Yeah.
Same thing, explicitly iterate with me. Until I'm satisfied. And then similar as last time, like, I love that all my prompts have that. That's like, it's a classic. All right, so let's come in here. Okay. I can hit play, or I can go /plan. And so we're going to go ahead and start doing that. And
yeah, and someone was asking, like, is coding just markdown files? And I think, like, the fun part about this is everyone kind of vibes a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
So, like, how you are doing it is, like, you know, if you had a PM that was PMing this project, or you took the time, you might create a bunch of GitHub issues that have these implementation details and the thought behind it and all this stuff, but you are actively doing that. So part of your vibe coding is also the construction of the application or the features and how you want to build it.
Exactly.
And then guiding the AI towards this. And everyone kind of codes a little bit different.
But you would do this in, like, you may not do it in this exact way, but my challenge to you would be, you would probably do this similarly when you build things mentally, right? You're like, this is what I need to build. Okay, let me break that down. Like, that's how your mind works, right? As an engineer, when you build new functionality, right? And you write code. The other cool thing is, like, to your point that everyone does it differently. Say you're like, I don't want to use agent mode. I want to go write the code for this myself. Use agent mode to generate your plans, like exactly like we're doing here. Like you could do the opposite, right? Like
the opposite,
Like I still like writing code. I want to go write the actual code for this myself by hand in the editor. Old school, right? Like great. Like use AI to help you with the plans. That also works. Okay, so let's just quickly review this plan. Make sure there's nothing crazy going on here. So we need to create a workout type model. All right, and an AI generator workout service. Okay, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Okay, so there's 2 new files we're dropping. Create a workout generator view model. What does that mean, James? A little MVVM action?
I like how
James taught me MVVM back in the day, right?
I like that it implemented it in this application. I don't know if that's a common Swift practice or not.
It is. Yeah. MVVM is super popular. There's not like, it's not like how it was like or maybe still is in .NET MAUI. Like it's frameworkless for the most part, right? It's kind of just like roll your own. Now when you start getting in a DI and things, you might need to pull in stuff, but like the basic bare bones implementation, a lot of times like it's frameworkless. And that's actually something I try to do. I'm trying to use as few frameworks as possible, right?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Like, because then you can always, add more context to the model about your stuff. Like I use context 7 MCP and stuff like that, but it's just like more places for it to trip up, right?
Totally.
And so I try to like explicitly not bring in frameworks if I don't have to.
Yeah. We saw this yesterday with Sam, which was like, he was building this app with Flutter and it was like just grinding and having such a hard time with different dependency versions of different graphing frameworks, where I'm like, I bet you could just ask it to self-draw it itself instead of actually like using some graphing library.
Which is what the graphing library is doing anyways, right? It's just an abstraction over the drawing layer. And it's like, well, if I can just prompt you to draw, then maybe I should just do that, right? Yeah. And of course, like maybe like real world, if I'm drawing all over the place, like then it's worth the effort to like bootstrap your project and have all that. But like if you're just showing a graph here or there, it's like, is it really worth it? Then you got to worry about like the dependency and the security of the dependent, it becomes a whole thing, right? All right, so we need a view for this. We need to be able to review the workout.
Good names.
I like this. Remember how I said like I already have a view for that? it says, okay, well, basically I'm going to take that view and I'm just going to add accept reject.
Oh, nice.
So that's interesting. So I'm wondering if that maybe it will be like if I reject it, if it'll just regenerate it. Update content view, update the user data model. That makes sense. That's like where I store like the like FTP, functional threshold power data, and like your weight and all that stuff. Loading state and error handling. That makes sense. Build and run the app. This is like the last instructions I had in that implementation file. Like, okay, I need you to add, so it's adding unit tests for the view model, the service, and the feature. And then it's saying, okay, like we actually want to run these tests, make sure they pass, right?
Yeah.
And I like down here, it's kind of like, this is the thing I was saying about some pseudocode to some extent. Like you can see,
oh, cool.
Like it is generating Swift, right? And
yeah.
it's pretty explicit that it does that. But you see, you get like these nice comments of like, if you're actually going to build this out, this is how you should do that.
Yeah.
And like for my like meal planning app, like or if I wasn't on the stream, I might spend like a little bit more time going through this and like really making sure I'm happy with it. But I think for now it's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna hit keep
it.
All right, so now we're ready for implementation. So we spent 45 minutes in the markdown file, to someone's point in the chat. But like, I really do think it will make everything go way smoother that we did this. I'm gonna say that, and it's like gonna not work.
Yeah, we'll
right?
find out.
We're gonna find out together. So then I'm gonna come over here, and I am also gonna go, and I'm gonna go over to agent mode, and I'm gonna and then I'm gonna come back to my history. Where is that perplexity thing? And I'm gonna copy. I'm just gonna like copy all this output, right? And this is basically, oh no.
There's a copy button at the top.
Where's the copy button?
Oh, you know what? I ran, it says, you can't copy it.
Okay,
no,
feature request.
Just tell it to put it in a markdown file.
Oh, yeah, put it in, put
into
this reply into a markdown in docs called OpenAI.
.md.
Okay,
let's see,
so I mean, that's a good feature request, but like I like the idea of persisting this in the workspace, right?
Yeah.
Because then this is an AI training cycling app. I'm gonna have to hit the AI endpoint again, right? And if you keep things in the workspace, right? Like, of course, we already saw how OpenAI can go in, how agent mode can go and like you could use perplexity or stuff to grab data or context 7, but like the cool thing is like if I have it in the workspace, then it's like already synthesized. I don't have to worry about that. It doesn't have to go do it, right? All right, so then next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to we got my OpenAI MD file. That's in context. Let's just make sure we have like everything I want in context. So we want our AI training plan. I like it says plan, right?
Super plan
in that plan. All right, and so I'm just going to close out of this, close out of my windows. When I'm on my home machine, you can actually pop this out into a new window.
That's nice.
And I'll have like one monitor, like all agent mode, one monitor, all code, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like my command center.
It's a good question. So Gamer was asking like multiple tabs for Copilot. You can actually have multiple Copilot windows. You can actually go into that triple dot and then boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it matters a little bit less for Swift, but I showed this, another shout out to my session yesterday with Harold. When you're really if you're on a web stack, this works really well because you can basically pop it out. We have an always on top thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then you pin it, right? And then you can still interact with the browser. Your chat doesn't go away. And you can just basically get that hot reload loop where you're just like constantly iterating. So certain stacks are way better at that. Like web obviously is really good at that. Okay, so let's implement. Let's just make sure like there's nothing crazy going on with my tools or anything like that.
They're using 4.1, or what's your model selection?
So I'm going to use 4.1. Like, so I got different models here. So we got, the Claudes, we got the Geminis, we got the OpenAI models here. Little bring your own key model here at the bottom. So if you click manage models, go to Open Router, for example, like I could use, I can use my own Claude 3.7 if I wanted, but I have DeepSeek, Gemini 2.5 Flash, Llama 4. You notice you didn't see my Perplexity R1 one there, and that's because I'm in agent mode. And we actually checked, does this model support tool calling?
Got it. Yeah, and it has to support tool calling.
Exactly, because that's like how agent mode works. So,
yeah.
But that's cool because then that way we know like if you're picking the model, it works and all that. But it also causes problems because sometimes people are like, I just want the model to show up, and you're like, all right. Well. Because some of the publishers don't have the right tags attached to every model, and so then it like has the wrong information where filtering does have tools and they're not publishing that information, right? Anyways, we're inside the weeds here. All right, agent mode GPT-4.1 / implement. Let's just go ahead and kick this puppy off. And actually, what I'm going to do is I like to basically go ahead and open this plan. Shout out to the clicking buttons over here. So I want this over here. So this is just gonna. This is like my
cooking.
This is where I like to stay. Like, okay, what should be happening? And I'm kind of reviewing. Okay, I need a workout type model and I need an AI generator workout service. So what are these things? Okay, we need an enum for workout types. Let's go over here. And my custom instructions are adding a ton of docs, right? And this helps me because I'm kind of scanning this code, right? And I'm not a Swift expert. Like, I think if you gave me a like old school coding interview, like I would fail with like very basic things on Swift. But I think it's cool that I can, like, as a developer, you still like, I know C#, I know TypeScript, right? Yeah. I know Python. You can read this code. Like you're like, okay, cases, like, okay, like this is an enum, right? Like you can read this code and understand largely what's happening. All right, so this looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and hit continue over here. Remind me to talk about the continue button in a second. So we got some cases. Okay, yeah, this all looks right to me. We got our AI generator service that we're kind of scaffolding out. You can see like it's using somewhat dated stuff because the training data, right?
Yeah.
We need to bring in an API key, generate the workout, kind of general HTTP logic, it looks like. And then we're constructing the prompt. So yeah, like, look, it's doing like a structured JSON. I want title, summary, intervals. I probably should be even more explicit with how I want this structured. Like I should give example JSON.
Yeah. You should, or you could have have it create the data set, or like this is the data type that I want. Like here's the format, and then you figure out how like the JSON's returned from it. There. The question we got a question is 2.5 Flash. That's just not is that not a tool calling model? I think it's like a.
We don't support 2.5 Flash, I don't think, in any mode right now. We have 2.5 Pro, but not 2.5 Flash. Yeah. So that's why I have bring your own key.
Bring your own key.
Yeah. So it does support it. I'm just in. But like I will say, like the smaller models sometimes do struggle in agent mode. Agent mode's doing a lot, right? Yeah. And if it's lacking context, you're demanding a lot from the model, right?
Yeah.
So the model, like basically the reason we have continue and the reason I shouldn't have blindly clicked this is there's a behavior, like the way agent mode works is we're sending the thread history back to the model, right?
Yeah.
Generally, this is a very positive behavior because say I read X file, the next thing I want to do is write to X file, right? So it biases towards the recent action. But this is also why when you notice it start going down a bad path, it's really important. You can hit the stop button. You can intervene. That's why we have continue, right? Because it's like, are you sure this is the right path, right? We've noticed like a lot of things. You can see it kind of got in a little bit of a loop here. It created the files, started reading stuff. It updated that memory file I was talking about, right? And then it's like, okay, like it starts going down this path where it's just reading the file. And it's like, so this bias for recency is generally a good thing in agent mode because it's like the next thing you do is built on the last thing you do. But it's also bad. Because if it starts going the wrong direction, you really need to intervene, right?
It's all the thing.
Commit and finish step 1.
Yeah, there's a new model. Yeah, I guess in Open Router, you would just go ahead and you would select the Open Router stuff, gamer. Like if you're in Open Router of 4.2 version, I don't know that stuff.
Yep.
The models are always updating all the time. Someone's asking why you're on Mac OS, or you're doing iOS development, so you're there. And yeah, you can use VS Code everywhere. Anywhere you want to use VS Code. Did you know you can use VS Code on Windows, Mac, or Linux? Did you know that, Pierce?
I did know that. And the web. All right. So
nice. Yeah. Someone said the new 4.2 Flash is better. I bet they're all getting better.
Well, so an important call out for bring your own key. There is a lot of like crafting of prompts and stuff because you probably noticed this. Like when you prompt one model, you go to a different one. It's like good and bad, right? Like it's totally different behavior.
Totally different.
Same. So like we try to get it as close as we can so that like. The behavior is generally consistent across models, but that is one thing when you bring your own key, you're like, whoa, the guardrails are off, right?
Yeah, totally.
And like, you're not getting the same level of guardrails, which it doesn't mean the model is bad or good. It just means sometimes it needs a little bit of taming and guidance and things like that. And so you can actually do custom instructions for like, if you bring your own key model, sometimes I'll do a custom instruction. Like if I do OLLAMA with Quinn, for example, the thing I noticed is like it does like 2 tool calls and it's like I'm done, and I really have to kind of prod it to like use this tool, keep going, right? And that's very normal. I mean, that's even with the big models. That's not like a unique thing for that integration.
Like that.
All right. So the other thing we noticed, okay, so it didn't actually update my thing because probably I killed the step before it actually ended. But it should update my markdown file, right? So that happened. We updated our memory file, and then James, how much do commits cost?
They're free.
They're free.
They're completely
so
100%
look at this.
free.
I have a custom instruction. Like when you finish a step, stage
Commit.
all, right? And then commit. And we're going to add I should have branched. We're in main. This is why you add branch protections, bots. You don't do it in main. This is a personal project, right? Caveat. But yeah, you can see I have like a mess, like in my custom instruction, I'm like, hey, use this format. So then like when I come over here, like I just merged this other feature I did in the session, like you can see step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, step 5, fix, step 6, 7, right?
It should be the custom instruction to be updated, which is like, before I commit, make sure I'm not on main.
Yeah. So that's actually good learning. Like I'm like, crap, like I should have changed it.
Should have changed it.
But when you have those realizations, go to the custom instruction. Let's actually go now. Where do I have this? Well, actually, no, I don't want to add it now because then it's going to annoy me the rest of this session.
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Now I'm in too deep. Okay. So step 1's done. All right. So now I'm going to say like, cools. Let's move forward with step 2. And so this is kind of my process. Like like maybe if I just throw all into agent mode just goes, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I can kind of jump in and be like, that's not really what I want.
Yeah.
Like change that, do this. I haven't given any like things in terms of like changes I want yet, but I definitely could see that happening.
Yeah.
So here's my view model. I'm just kind of quickly scanning this. Classic James Montemagno view model thing is loading.
Is loading.
Error message. Got some nullable types here. Generate workout. So that looks like that's just calling our service, right? Accept workout. I like the to-do we've added here.
Like a good to-do.
User-friendly error message. Nothing says user-friendly. Like I'm going to return you the raw string from the API that may or may not be user-readable. Okay, so again, we created a new file. Memory file was updated. Step 2. So I need to make sure what was supposed to happen here. Was there... so like I'm trying to see like, okay, I noticed it didn't implement that method that I wanted to implement. So I'm like, is that a later step that I actually need to see if it was like planning on not doing that? So I'm going to say, I'm actually going to come in and you can kind of like, whoops, we don't want the dictionary. I know what this does. So I'm going to just like highlight this code. And this actually updates. I'm really zoomed in so you can't see, but it's like referencing explicitly those files.
Yeah, and Sean, was that's in all this app was built with Copilot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All GitHub Copilot inside of VS Code, all prompts. Let's see what it says.
What did you do?
It's saying I haven't gone and done this other stuff yet. It's calling me out, James.
It's like, hey,
it's like, don't gaslight me into saying you were supposed to do that. So that's also another good thing. Like I wonder if actually I should add something like, is there a dependency on something you've yet to, like I kind of call that out here, like dependencies, but it doesn't really say like what the dependency is. Like maybe I should update my custom instruction so that when we generate the plan, it does that.
Maybe.
And I'll say, okay, fam, let's move to step 3 then. And this is where it is actually helpful that it's kind of, I'm staying in the same conversation thread, right? Because I'm getting all the history, right, of this thing. It's building on, each step is building on each other. So like I try if I can, like sometimes it goes way off the rails. I got to start a new thread. But when I'm implementing one of these plans, as long as it's not massive, right? Yeah. I do try to kind of stay in the same thread because it has all the stuff it needs in context already, right? Which you would find that if I started a new thread, but then it's got to do code-based search, the whole thing, right? So just opportunity for more things to go wrong. Okay, so we got our workout generator. Well, what was supposed to happen? Step 3. Let's go back. Implement workout generator view. All right.
Okay, that's easy enough. It's right there.
Yep. I was just kind of reviewing what's actually happening over here. So we got our workout generator view. I do like how all the stacks have kind of landed on this kind of similar-ish format for declarative UI. So we got like our text, got a workout type.
It's a lot of nesting though.
It is a lot of nesting. Look at this though. Accessibility label being added, right? That. And the thing I actually like about, I don't know how this works in other stacks, but in Swift, an interesting thing, I think it works similarly for a lot of stacks. The accessibility stuff it's like also you get it. It's awesome because you get like the accessibility features and you're kind of accessible and inclusive by default. But it's also cool because in Swift, a lot of the tests, the UI tests are driven from the accessibility labels, right?
Exactly.
It's like I need to click the generate workout accessibility label. And so it's also driving your tests as well. So it's kind of like a double nice thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like that was one of the things that Debbie was telling me for Playwright, like use ARIA tags and ARIA labels and all this stuff, like all these and these accessibility features, because that also helps drive basically Playwright when it's generating an end test as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So and we got some bunch of if. Are you really coding if you don't have a bunch of conditionals and loops? Generating workout preview, raw JSON for now. Okay, so like I think another custom instruction I added is like I'm not an Xcode, so I'm not using like their preview thing. I forget what it's called, and like it biases towards generating that. Like I don't care about that. I love how it generates it, but comments it out. It's like, all right, well, I mean that works. But this is also like I have my memory file, but say like I ever needed to come back to this workout generator view, you see like how it's like documenting, like even if the model, you notice how in some of these it's biasing reading the first like 60 lines rather than reading the whole file. Well, first of all, in some cases, I think it should read the whole file. Like I think that's a bug. Like if it's small enough, it should just read it. But like that being said, like if it does do like a read and it's just the first 50 files or something, having those first 50 files be the docs basically is useful.
Nice, super useful.
Okay. All right. So I'm kind of mad, by the way, because it's not updating my markdown file.
I noticed that. I noticed that the markdown is not getting updated at all. Which
I think it's not in the context. No, it is.
That's definitely.
Yeah. Why aren't you updating my markdown file with the plan and checkboxes?
Yeah, do that.
And this is where like it's an LLM, right? And so like sometimes even when you have instructions, even when you have these things, it's still kind of clunky.
Maybe GPT-4.1 doesn't like to check checkboxes.
Maybe. It's saying formatting inconsistency.
Oh, fix formatting.
Okay. Well, then fix the. I told someone yesterday. I was like, I always say please, and now you notice me getting increasingly agitated. Like, it already called me out for calling it out. Right? We have a bad relationship at the moment, and now it's just getting more antagonistic, and so am I. I'm a big like I'm gonna match your energy thing. Like I love your energy, so we're matching each other's energy right now. But if someone starts giving me sass, right, I'm just gonna match you.
Don't give me sass, GPT-4.1.
All right. There's a formatting or encoding issue in this file. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy pasta. I don't know what it's mad about. AI training plan.md. Copy pasta. Let's get rid of the file. If it thinks there's a problem with it, that's fine. But it's good to know that like it's maybe was thinking about trying to do it, but it didn't work.
Which is fascinating. And maybe it even told us that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's hard to say.
Well, and to be fair, also I'm not like being super attentive to what's streaming in chat, like in chat and VS Code. So I'm not super surprised. So I'm just gonna manually come in and make sure that we have. All right, so I think we're on step 4, right? Let's keep it positive.
Let's keep it positive. Let's keep the vibes
and
high.
do step 4.
Let's keep the
by the way, I'm on a live stream, so don't fail me. Have you seen those things?
You can tell it and show off a little bit. So maybe show off a little bit.
Okay. Have you seen those things that's like the I'll tip you 20% if you do it better? Like, and it's hilarious because it does increase the like likelihood of success. I wonder if I should add that to my custom instructions.
But then you're always tipping at 20%, then maybe 20%.
Maybe that's not good enough. Increase the tip percentage by 1% per every turn. But then I think it would start biasing towards giving you short responses so that you have to prompt more so it gets more tips. That's amazing. All right.
Do you know if there's input and output limits? Someone was asking for like the chat stuff, or is that per model? Or
yeah, so we do try to standardize for input tokens on 128K. So people are like, some of these models are like 1 million context window input. We're not using that full context right now. That actually is something we're working on. So we will get there, which I think you'll see even better results, right, with the larger token windows. But I will also say, you're passing in more stuff. First of all, you're passing more over the wire, so that's one thing. And second, it's more tokens, right? So just more context doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better.
I always say context is everything, right? But also the right context is what's important.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So we did our step 4. This is the generator review view.
Yeah.
Review view. So this is like kind of like you can see observed object. That's kind of like how I forget what are we calling those in .NET? The thing where you like add the attributes and you're like listen to this thing.
Observable object.
Observable object. It's literally called observable object in .NET too.
Yeah. This one's observed.
Observed.
This one's observable. It's observable. You don't have to observe it.
This is kind of interesting syntax. I should have asked Copilot what this does.
Ask it. Here's what I like to do. Right click on that, and then do Copilot, and then ask it in line. What is this?
Do I say explain or what should I say?
You can do explain. Sure. Yeah.
All right.
No. Just that and now put it over.
We went to ask.
See, yeah. I like a good inline. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do like the inline. Well, I think if I go Command I on Mac and I say what is this syntax, I think it's supposed to do it like inline here.
Yeah.
No results. Please refine your input. All right. Good.
Oh, weird.
Okay, so it looks like these are callback handlers. Basically, they were registering.
So
that makes sense.
I wonder what the question mark is. Maybe it's
nullables, I guess.
It's got to be because there's like a try question mark. Man.
Well, and Swift is a fairly new language, so like a lot of the things you see in .NET, right? I'm a .NET developer. Like, you'll see like similar syntax across all. It does trip me up sometimes when the language like doesn't mean the same thing, and you're like, I thought that meant something that it didn't mean. All right, so let's pop back over to agent mode. Agent mode. All right, and we still got all these files here. By the way, I'm going to do a keep. Then
always be keeping.
But you notice like I didn't have to. Like I was on step 4. Let's see. Did it actually do what I wanted with the with updating? No. Did it update the plan? No, it thought about it. It read the file.
It tried to.
So I don't know what's going on with that. That's kind of frustrating to me because that's a big part of my planning workflow. All right, so now let's say step 5.
I like how you just say just step 5, and it's like let's do this.
Yep. And I think like
someone was asking if Copilot was simulating the iPhone that popped up. No, it's the iPhone simulator.
Yeah, this is just the iPhone simulator over here.
We use an MCP tool called Xcode build MCP or whatever.
So if I go to my MCP JSON, just
figure it out.
Xcode build MCP.
Yep.
And then like if I come down here, I don't know why I keep scrolling. I guess it's just learned behavior. You can see a lot of things you can do in the Xcode, like CLI. You can do like clean the project, build the project, list the schemes, right? Boot the simulator, deploy the app. So like we said earlier in the stream, like James and I believe in this project so much. Like we're personally using our own money.
Yeah, it's great.
I think it's amazing. Like, and I love staying. Like VS Code is obviously my chosen place that I want to write code, and so I like that I can stay there and still do iOS. Like. That's the really cool thing about VS Code. Pretty much any stack, right? Like you can stay inside of VS Code and do your thing. All right. So what's happening? So we're reading some stuff to make sure we have the right context. I'm just gonna keep an eye on this, and if it starts going down a bad path again, maybe we'll try a different model. Okay. No. Now we're back. We're back in action.
We're back in action.
So we went back and updated this content view. I think is the entry view. Yeah. This is like the logic for like what screen do we boot first. So like if we've completed onboarding. Now we're wrapping. It looks like we were just booting a plan summary. Now we have a list. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this UX, but
you did say to keep the UX simple though. I mean, I
want to point maybe out too simple.
I will point this out that you told it not to go, ridiculous on the UI. We haven't even seen the UI yet, but we assume that it's there. So
and so that's it's also kind of the interesting thing about custom instructions is sometimes you're like, why are you doing this? And like, well. I made this own problem. Hey, dude, can you give me a drink, like some water or something? All right, thanks.
I got Topo Chico, the Topo Chico water.
I'm getting thirsty.
2 Topo Chicos, sponsored by Topo Chico.
Yep. All right, so we finished step 5. We made our commit.
It's not on. It's really quiet.
Oh, interesting. People in the room can't really hear so good.
Better? Oh, okay.
All right.
Well. Thanks, anybody in the room watching.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Don't clap for yourselves.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I wish we should have had a camera also going out, but I can understand how that's like a privacy thing of like we're streaming and people don't know. But all right, that's step 5. Step 6 time. And so like, I think like another thing like that I think is difficult about this stack compared to like a web stack. With a web stack, my instructions are slightly different. Every single step I'm building, right? And I'm actually running it. But I think the problem with the mobile stacks in general is just like compiling to native code, booting the emulators deploying to your, it just takes too long. And if you're doing that that's kind of the thing. Like there's more I would like to do in my planning based instructions every turn. But you have to think it's a trade-off, right? Because then that's another thing that you're doing. And if you're doing it literally every turn, right, then it adds up over time.
Yeah, let's see. Someone was Robert's asking, Xcode MCP only works on a Mac. That is correct because it's calling the CLI tools. From Windows, if you're building with like .NET MAUI or with .NET, you can, from Visual Studio, you can connect to your Mac remotely and you can deploy to those there. I don't know about with Swift or the other programming languages. I'm pretty sure you got to be on a Mac.
Yeah.
The .NET MAUI stuff and the .NET team are like some awesome sauce that kind of happens at the end of the day. So,
well, and I do wonder, like, I was just thinking about that question, and I was like, it would have to, like, for example, on my home machine, if I was like on my Windows box, but I have my Mac Mini right there, right? Like, if I want to use Windows as my daily driver, I could do like remote with VS Code. Now, the thing is, I'm not going to get the simulator spun back, but like in theory, when you do a VS Code like remote setup, say remote over SSH, or you're just using tunnels or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm actually like all the things are happening on your Mac, right?
Oh, that's cool.
The main challenge is that you don't have the simulator device. So if it's like in the cloud, you would struggle with that. I know there's some like third-party stuff to see the simulator, but like if you had your device, you just had like a Mac Mini on your
little desk
on your desk, then you could just plug it in, right? It's not a big deal.
Let's see. Yeah. So Milad, yes, there's a Copilot free that you can sign up for. Whoa, perfect. That's great. Oh, perfect. That's great.
Thank you so much.
One carb. I like it. Oh, I got peach. Do you want peach or do you want?
I'm kind of a grapefruit guy.
Okay, well, good. I'm a peach guy.
All right.
Cool. Alisto says, what are you developing? Well, Pierce is about developing a new AI feature for his workout application. Dropped. There's a cycling application. He is pretty far along building this new AI feature to generate a workout specifically for it. And he's generated this spec. You can keep going. Pierce, don't wait for me. I'm going to talk through what you're doing over here for the stream. Everyone's stopping by. So we're working this out, and he's generating a new plan that's going to use OpenAI backend services to do this.
Yeah. So basically, like this is all mock data right now. Like this 4x4 minutes at threshold. Like this is all mock. I've kind of just built out the UX. I haven't really done like the actual really making this a for real thing. And obviously, I don't have like a database of workouts, right? So I'm using I want to use the OpenAI APIs to kind of generate essentially this view. And so we kind of built a plan. We built a spec, right? Then we built a plan, and now we're kind of working through that step by step. There has been quite a lot of changes, so it'll be interesting when we actually build and run this app. Like I expect there's going to be some iteration back and forth that's required.
We got 30 minutes, Pierce. So
is that how much longer I have?
Yeah.
All right, that's okay.
Yeah. No Flare was asking when's the open sourcing happening. It's going to be happening. The open sourcing of
yeah. So I mean,
happening.
I think. So we
said it earlier, but yeah, it's on its way. It's
an ongoing thing, right? Like
subscribe, follow.
Well, there it is. There's our first build failure, by the way.
Oh no.
But that's good. Like it's going to take the feedback from this Xcode build MCP and go do it. But yeah, like on open sourcing, yeah. So it's just like syntax related things. I don't know why. It should be looking at problems, and the Swift language service should be reporting those problems back to the language service. So we should have been getting that build fix loop when we were writing the code, but that's okay. This works too. Like it can also take the build output failures and go fix it. LSPs, man. But the Swift team is actually amazing. They recently took over ownership of the Swift extension in VS Code.
Wow, I saw there was like a hackathon that they were doing to improve it and things like that as well.
It was just like
I've never had a Fresca. Have you ever had a Fresca?
No,
really
cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers. I feel like we're all over the place. I never answered the open sourcing thing. Yeah, so it's like we have our plan up on the VS Code repo. We're going to work like we always have in VS Code to make the open sourcing happen. There's going to be a lot of things. There's a lot of things to figure out is the honest truth, right?
Yeah.
And
so the blog,
and so the blog talks about this. We talk about this in the issue. And so there's things to figure out. And like it's not even just the code, right? Like we want the community to also be able to help us make meaningful contributions, right? And I think the problem is if we just threw the code out there, there's a whole bunch of things like we have like a simulation workbench and all these other things. Like how do you actually make sure that these things work well in practice, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, in terms of testing and all of that stuff. And so to basically like open source stuff, we also need to think about how do we open source all of our tooling around the product, right?
Yeah.
To make people successful.
Ooh, it fixed it.
No, it didn't.
Oh.
We still have five failures.
Oh,
that's
okay.
not too. That's less than we had.
That's good.
So now it's fix the missing imports.
Okay.
All right. Let's build and run it then. And I'm gonna swap over to 3.7 now.
Okay.
And like, this is where like, so we're using 4.1, which is fast and pretty capable. I like 3.7 for like complex problem solving, right? And so this is where like it. Even mid conversation, right? I didn't have to start a new thread. I'll swap over to another model and say, maybe GPT 4.1 struggling a little bit with getting itself out of this loop. Let's try a different model that may approach this problem in a new way, right? And if this really doesn't work, what I'll actually do is I'll just start a new thread. Because again, the thing about it, biasing your history, and we'll just say start fresh, figure out how to solve this problem, right?
Yeah. It doesn't need to know about the rest of the implementation details that are already done. It just needs to know there's a problem,
right?
To fix, yeah.
And so this is like where I think it's the good and bad of like prompt first is like, you really have to, it is behavior change, right? Like the custom instructions, this planning thing, the spec files, how I'm actually prompting the model, how I'm thinking about the context as we go through this conversation. I'm changing models, right? It is not something that comes naturally, right? You do kind of have to like build your way into it a little bit. And I think that is kind of good and bad, right? Versus like when you think about like more traditional AI aided development, you think about like ghost text. Well, I'm still in the editor. I'm still writing code like I always have, right? Nothing else has really changed. And so from that perspective, like it's good and bad, right? Like it means I don't have to change anything about how I work and I just get kind of the benefit of AI helping me.
Yeah.
It's also bad because you don't get the power of something like agent mode. And I think everybody's kind of on a different spectrum, like from like, I want to stay in the editor. I don't want any AI, right? Just, I want to build apps how I build apps to like, maybe I'm closer to the other extreme now, and it's been kind of a journey for me where I find myself doing a lot more prompt first.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying like yesterday, and like I'll drop it again in the chat. We got these beautiful Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code wallpapers from our design team for celebrating the 50 million developers. And Hanselman called me up, and Galloway and I were there, and he's like, "We need to build a website." And he's like, "Go build a website in the next like hour."
Yeah.
And then I just built the website, and like this is a GitHub page Jekyll website that's on there. And I was like, I'm just gonna build it. And I don't know anything about anything, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, boom, here I am, and it's 100% vibe coded. Like, is it exactly what I want it to be right now? No, but it's like beautiful to be able to download. And then Hanselman did a code review of it, and by code review, he opened it up and told me all the things he wanted me to implement on it. And then I was just like, cool, let me feed this into Copilot, and then it implemented all the features. And then Myra's like, oh, you need a bunch of accessibility stuff, so I just fed it in. I was like, boom, done, right? So that's how I've been working with it. Although I will say, like, I'm really thinking about tomorrow on the stream when I do my stream for the Feedback Flow app is doing the spec driven in GitHub issues, because I like live and breathe in GitHub often.
Yeah.
So instead of putting it into my thing, I want to like maybe like figure out exactly like what feature I want, put that in GitHub, and then have the MCP server pull that down and implement it specifically, or even create a plan. Like I think it's like, here's the spec, create a plan for it, and then implement the plan. What's going on now? Well,
I was just, while you were talking, it reminded me of the session I did yesterday.
Oh.
And I was just gonna quickly pull that up. It's kind of similar thing. You can see.
Tiny. Can't see anything.
I know. I don't. Why is it not just retaining my zoom? I don't know the answer to that. But yeah, like close this, close this, close this. So like I did that yet. Whoa. So I did this yesterday, and this was during the keynote or after the keynote. I said, okay, let's build an app. Same thing, build and run in the simulator. And then I kind of did the same thing. I was like, okay, let's add support for milliliters, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so then GitHub MCP server created it. But the cool thing is like using the coding agent that was announced by the GitHub team yesterday. So I can come over here, GitHub issues and PRs extension, pro tip, right? So if I come over here, I like to, first of all, the funny thing is I said add support for ML. And instead of ounces, like the unit, and it said machine learning. So I had to like be like, hey, never mind about that. But it created this issue, right? This is created with the GitHub MCP server. But then actually what I did is I assigned that to Copilot. So you see this, I clicked this and assigned it to Copilot, right? Yeah. And then it opened up a PR. And so like in the keynote, I don't remember, I think we showed like the github.com driven flow, but you can also stay in VS Code, right? And you can even do like over here, you can do at GitHub and ask mode. where we have chat participants. I could do like at GitHub, like blah, 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 blah. Please create a PR that does this.
Oh, nice.
And it actually is using the same skills behind the scenes that,
cool.
that powers this whole flow. So you can actually
nice.
also, if you're like, I just want to stay in chat and that's how I want to work, you can do it. This is pretty cool. Like, this is my new meetings flow, right? Like, I have like, you're a manager. I'm a manager. Hashtag manager life. You're always in meetings. It's good and bad, right? And so I spend a lot of time, like, I'm thinking, like, unfortunately, my brain's always racing. In between meetings, I'm like, I need to go do this thing, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, my new thing is, like, I'll kick off an issue and assign it to GitHub Copilot. And then in like 3 or 4 minutes I have in between meetings, right? Hey, sorry I'm running late. Last call running over, right? I'm pulling down that PR, running it, giving feedback, right? Kicking off the next task. So that's super fun. So yeah, you got me excited about that and kind of talking a little bit about it.
I like it.
All right, so
what's happening?
So I kind of while you were talking a second ago, I said, okay, we're going down a loop I don't like here in terms of failures. So I started, we started a new thread, right? So interestingly, I was using that Xcode build MCP, but now I'm just saying, hey, use the terminal to actually build the app, because then we're just pulling stuff. It's faster to just pull it directly from the terminal and put it back into chat, because there's that terminal execution and terminal get the output tool. So that's basically what I did. So I started a new thread. Because it didn't have any context, right? We had to start with reading the context from the project. We looked at some of the code. We ran the thing. We tried to boot the simulator and run it. It failed. This is where it is sometimes challenging. Like, I gave it an instruction that conflicts with my custom instruction to not use the Xcode build MCP server. It did it anyways, right? And so no such content view is importing things that don't exist. So I'm gonna open up my content view, and I just want to see what's going on here. Something doesn't seem quite right, because I'm pretty sure,
even if it's importing it, you'd think it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It should work. So I wonder if it's like also.
Oh, now I understand the issue. Now it understands the issue.
It says that sometimes. You don't. Do you? For better or worse, like, a lot of the models are very agreeable, right? Yeah. And it's like, like, you're totally right about that. And you're like, I just told you something that was totally wrong, right? Yeah. And so also, like, interestingly, like, sometimes, like, you'll see weird behaviors. Like, if you look here, it's saying I'll use the replace string and file instead. And so what it's actually talking about there is probably the tools that we're giving it.
The tools, yeah.
And it's like, the tool I tried to use failed, so now I'm going to use this other one. So sometimes you'll also notice things like that. A do catch block. I guess that's like the try catch block, but version in Swift.
Yep.
So this is also this is the problem with, I think this is a thing I need to improve in my plan. I was saying I don't want to build every step, but now I built, how many files do you think I added? Maybe 5 to 10. So now it's like, now I've almost added too much, and it's having to really go back and be like, I may have messed up 8 steps ago, but now I have to go and fix all that. So now we're like continuing to get the build issues. Okay. All right. So now we have an error here. This is where the language service not working for me right now is really causing me a problem, because we would have been getting these every single step, right?
And it would probably have been checking it.
It would have been checking it. Yeah. Like, after it writes to a file, I think we pretty explicitly were prompting the models in the implementation for GitHub Copilot to, like, check the LSP, make sure there's nothing wrong.
Everything inside of it.
Yeah, exactly. Did we just cat something to the terminal?
We did. Yeah, because it really wants to know what it was reading.
Yeah, we catted. I love that.
Why not?
Why not?
Not simplifying it.
It's simplifying it. So I'll give this maybe another minute, and then if it keeps kind of going down this loop I don't like. Yeah, I don't like when we start using terminal to remove files and read files. I don't like where we're headed with this. I'm going to let it recreate it, because otherwise we're really going to be out of whack here. But once we get this file back, I'm going to kill this, and then we're going to go back to a different. Okay, so we have the file. All right. So now we're gonna restart. Keep it. And I don't know. Now I actually wonder.
I think that file's gone.
Like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna come back. What did these commits do? I'm almost wondering, like, should I just actually roll back to a previous? Commits are free.
Commits are free. Rolling back.
I'm almost.
Is not my fun. It's not the most. I would say commits are free until you have to roll back.
You're like. I would just kick the glass down from this, by the way, in the fish tank. I forgot that's how that worked. Okay. I also want to add a custom instruction in the future. So don't say you fixed something if you didn't fix it, please. All right. So I kind of want to go back to maybe step 5 and see if things worked there. So like something cool you can do if you're like, I don't remember any of the Git things that I'm supposed to remember. You can literally be like, so if I like copy pasta, like, so let's copy this commit ID. Does that work? No. I think we need to implement that.
Next.
So I'm just going to say, like, how do I roll back to this commit ID on main? See, we were right about the main branch. Now my main branch, we're going to have to squash some commits here after we're done with this. That's one of my favorite things. Like, hey, never mind. I one-shotted this, actually. This was only one commit. It wasn't 40 commits that fixed my CI. It was one. The test now passes. So yeah, like, okay.
It did it.
It did it. Boom. We checked out main. We rolled back to that commit. We did a hard reset, which is fine. So, okay. Now let's build and run this app.
Let's build it.
Let's build this app. Building this app.
It really wants to boot your simulator. It's already booted.
I know. I think I have an explicit instruction because sometimes it had a bias towards just immediately running something in it. So then I like added it, but now of course it's adding that tool call every time. Who else is coming on the stream?
I got Brendan Burns up next.
So we're going from my app that doesn't build to Brendan Burns.
Yeah, that's correct. And then I think we got Burke
we're building up. We're building up throughout the day. We had to start at a low point.
Yep. And I think Burke is coding, I believe. I think Burke's doing like some light thing. He's going to continue his MCP server.
Oh, yeah. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Are you emceeing all day?
Am I emceeing? I don't know.
You don't know what's happening?
I don't know. Let's see. No. Christopher Harris is next with Brendan Burns. Let me look at my loop. A loop for days. I love a loop.
Big loop guy.
No, because I have a podcast recording. Brendan, and then Burke is up, and I'm emceeing with Burke. Oh no, fun with TypeScript. That's what it says. And then tomorrow morning, Bridget, I'm doing some coding. Woodward, Anthony Shaw. So we have all the programming languages tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Because
Burke's gonna be TypeScripting. I wonder what Brendan's gonna be doing.
Who knows? Who knows? Yes. And also, I think Olivia's in the chat responding to people. So shout out to Olivia.
Shout out to Olivia. We love you, Olivia. We miss you.
The best. Wish you were here. Could have been doing some. How did the Vibe Code Challenge go yesterday in the thing?
Yeah, so those that weren't paying attention to everything that's going on in our day, the Vibe Code Challenge, basically we kicked off this stream yesterday. James and the team had a cool idea, which is like, we should like take 4 of us from the team, 4 of my best friends. Let's get us all on stage and let's do like, basically to your point, everyone kind of builds these things different with Agent Mode. Let's all build like something fun, like a game.
Yep.
And so it was kind of like we kept calling it Mario Kart internally, which was confusing to people because they were like, you're building Mario Kart. It's like, no, like it's Mario Kart style in that like you got the 4 people and we're all kind of racing, right? 4 player. We could have just said multiplayer, but we kept calling it Mario Kart and then everyone got confused, right?
Yes. Yeah, run it.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, please. And you know what? I might try. This doesn't work. We could try Coding Agent. Please fix this. I've never done that before, but we could try that. All right, let's try it. What were we just talking about? Oh, the Vibe Coding Challenge. Really quick. I can't talk about multiple things at once. So I did a little Babylon JS action, 3D Frogger.
Wow.
I built a game called Corporate Nightmare.
You built it again.
Yeah. So I built a Snake version of it at MVP Summit this year, and so I built. This one was Frogger. We all had to build Frogger, right? And so I think Bridget built something dev containers related because that's the feature she works on. Chris, what did Chris do? Chris was building. He was using actually Coding Agent and got it running on GitHub pages.
Wow.
And then Harold, classic Harold, had the like best game. I'm not accusing Harold of cheating, but like he was pretty far along very quickly. And I was like, dude, this is a no prep thing, right? Like we just showed up and went on stage, right?
Wow. What are you doing now? What's happening here?
All right.
Did it run?
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Did it build?
No, I killed. Well, it failed. So that's I said if it fails again, I'm gonna try the coding agent. So let's actually just too many windows. My VS Code becomes just like my browser. It just has way too much stuff on it.
So now do you need to push your code basically out?
I think I probably should sync.
So now you're gonna put so what you've done is you've committed all this code to main that doesn't work. It mostly works.
This is how you do software engineering.
So now you're saying like you're gonna create an issue
right
on GitHub.
Right. And if I go like if I go to my this is how this is software engineering, folks. Here, I'm sure I'm gonna have a lot of people in chat who can relate to this.
It's beautiful.
Hold on. Let's wait for it to roll in. 0 of 1, 0 of 1. You look at that. Let's keep going back. Oh, enhance. Like this is where I was saying I need to squash some commits. Look at this. I've been trying to get my CI to pass for weeks over here. Like this is it's just cracking me up because I was failing over and over again. All right.
So now what do you need to do?
We're gonna create a GitHub issue. So I'm gonna say, hey, this build doesn't work and the stream is wrapping up soon.
Yep.
I need you to fix this.
We did tell it to dazzle us, but it hasn't dazzled us yet.
No, it hasn't dazzled us, but maybe that's why we got in this predicament. We asked too much.
Your markdown files were beautiful though.
They were so, best markdown files that have ever been created in the history of markdown. And the markdown preview, love that.
Love that.
All right, so can we create a GitHub issue? I believe this is Pierce Boggan dropped.
You know what I like to do
please fix.
I like to put in my custom instructions where the GitHub is at, and then it always knows.
Okay, we're gonna have to go off. I got to get my pat. Actually, I'm just gonna create it. Actually, I don't need to do this. I'm not gonna do GitHub MCP server. We're gonna show a different thing. I'm not gonna do a pat. So I can come over here and say, fix the build failures for this app, and I can say something like, this build will fail right now. Please fix.
Perfect.
Classic.
Now what?
And so then I click this check button.
Oh, that's crazy.
And if I come back over here and I refresh, I should see it right here.
Yep.
So we'll just pop that puppy open. No, don't run. I don't know what just happened. Just open it. All right. Let's close out of all my windows. All right. So like that was a markdown thing. I hit create. It hits the GitHub API and basically you saw like I added this.
That's cool.
So then, so that's my issue, right? I can come over here, assignees. I think I should be able to go Copilot. Oh, I don't have coding agent enabled on this repo yet.
Oh, do you need to go do that?
Yeah, I need to do that. I'm going to have to, I don't remember if I show my settings for this. So we're going to quickly go off stream.
Okay. Let me,
hold on.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, and you're good again.
All right. So, so I need to look at the docs.
I think you go into, I think it's just settings.
Settings, Copilot, yeah. So this is also like, I'm like for my personal thing, it's like I don't want this, but I do like that we have that control. It's not just like on everywhere where like you need to go and actually enable it, right? And it's on a per repo basis because there's probably places that make sense for this and places that don't. So there it is.
Coding agent.
Only selected repos, so I need to select dropped. So there's nothing too scary on this, but you never know. I'm like feature flagged into things, it's always a scary thing. All right, so now let's see. We can come back, James.
We're back.
We're back. So now if I come back over to assignees, it's gonna work. I can open it in web, worst case, because I did just literally do this. So I'm not surprised that it's like open issue on GitHub. There we go. Now if I come over here, there we go.
There we go.
So you should be able to do this in VS Code, but I'm guessing because I just enable it, there's some like weird edge case we haven't considered.
Close it, reopen it.
Yeah. So if I I'm just gonna close other tabs.
Just looking at it. It's really quick to look at it.
I do like the eyes emoji. Like it's not corporate right there. I like the way that works. And we got a PR that I'm gonna bump up the font over here. So we got a PR that's gonna be spun up. It's a draft PR, right? And so you can kind of come over. If there was like a real plan that like needed to happen, like for the milliliters one, let's see if it actually is laying around. Like if you come over here, you can see it's like, here's the actual changes you need to make, right? And this is a simple app, right? But in a more complex app, it would do something more intense. And you can see like it like submits the PR. It says, okay, here's like my water consumption. Got to do a view model. Always be view modeling. Always be view modeling. Rolls right off the tongue.
James, best practice.
Oh, I didn't know it does this. Screenshots.
Oh, that's cool.
Tests. And so yeah, like it submits this PR. So that's pretty nice. So I'm expecting something similar for this. Now I think I will say one thing is like I do wonder because my CI is not properly configured. Like I wonder, like I assume it's just gonna know that this is an iOS app, right? And
try to
be able to build it in Xcode on a Mac build machine. I forget what they call them, but you know what I'm saying.
macOS, build.
Yeah, build machine. So you can't just use pull any VM and go work on this PR, right? It has to actually be the right one.
I think it's gonna do it.
I think it's gonna do it. Now we may have a similar issue where it thinks it does it and it doesn't do it. Because to be fair, this was like a lot of failures. Look at this code with Copilot agent mode. So this opens up a code space. I'm pretty sure
it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's there.
Which is like Copilot's enabled in code spaces.
Yeah, Copilot's enabled in code spaces, and it's kind of doing a similar thing as coding agent, but like, I wonder. I guess it
updated the PR.
Oh, it did.
It updated.
All right.
It says like.
We got to commit.
Oh no, yeah. Look, it's if you go to the conversation, it knows what it's doing now. Remove duplicate sweat files. Verify that workout graph.
Is it done?
I don't know.
It says started work. Oh, so
view session.
View session. Come over here.
Beautiful. That's cool.
All right, so we're still in progress. That's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really cool. So this is kind of like the equivalent of chat and agent mode, right?
Yeah.
I can come in. Okay, it's gonna help me fix the build failures.
It knows.
I
see Xcode build is not available in this environment. Let's look at Xcode. Graph. For duplicate files.
Oh, that actually I don't think is a problem because in my I ran this app, like this is the workout detail graph right here, right? That's this thing. Yeah. So that's this component. I don't think it's actually invalid Swift, right? So this is where also like the stack you use, like you do definitely get better results if you use a well-known stack, well-known language. Not saying Swift isn't well-known, but it's just relative to like
JavaScript.
JavaScript, right? Like it's definitely a less known stack, right?
Well, especially if you have like JavaScript that's like newer stacks, newer frameworks, things like that, right?
I mean, and Swift is like when was Swift introduced? Last couple years
ago,
here.
Yeah.
So
it's been changing for a bit, yeah.
Okay, so we had some duplicate files. So now it's like, okay, progress report.
Just checking. This one's checking it off. This one is checking off.
They've implemented their own planning.
Yeah, their planning is good.
They said we don't need your markdown files, Pierce. We got what, 7 minutes here?
Well, what would have been fascinating too is like because this is all like now available, like we could have made vibe coding just you creating an issue and then it implementing. And that was
maybe I don't know what session you went through it, but like for one of the sessions we're emceeing maybe tomorrow, like someone could maybe do that, like a coach. Do you have anybody from the GitHub team coming on or no?
Yeah.
Who's coming on tomorrow?
Martin, Bridget.
Oh yeah, maybe Martin should do that.
Someone else is coming on too. Oh, Anthony Shaw. Probably do some
Anthony
Python.
Shaw. Okay.
Yeah.
What is he gonna do? You know,
Python.
What stack? Python. It's nice. The cool thing about this stream is everybody's kind of bringing their own personal stuff.
I'm coding tomorrow.
What are you coding? Are you doing feedback tool?
Yeah. I'm doing that custom thing where you can do multiple things. I have all my secret environments all set up and good to go. So everyone's looking at you.
I'm getting uncomfortable. Like I cannot imagine being.
Brennan's looking at you.
Yeah, he's looking. Now I feel the real pressure. He's like, why isn't the build failure fixed?
Yeah. Brennan's like, come on, dude.
All right, so let's go back over here and see like what's happening. Oh, look at that! It updated the memory. So that is actually a cool thing about Coding Agent that I forgot to mention is the same custom instructions that we write. If you're in the GitHub Copilot world, right?
Yeah.
Whether you go to like VS Code or JetBrains or something else, right?
Yep.
Coding Agent, like that same instruction file works everywhere, which is pretty cool. So like it's actually using this memory file. It's updating the file, right? Reporting final progress. All right.
Da-da-da.
Completed 4 minutes and 51 seconds. So let's check it out. It'd be amazing if this works, but I'm not expecting. I had a lot of failures. So
did you merge the PR?
That would help.
That would help.
Or I could I'm just going to check out the PR. You don't even have to merge it, right? Wow. Come over here. Wait, let's go to GitHub issues and PRs. Rolls right off the tongue as an extension name. All right. So if I go pull request, boom, right? So I think if I right click, check out, or I can click this checkout button for the button people out there.
That's me. I love a good button.
Check that out.
It's checked out. Whoa.
Whoa, we've deleted
wow.
It's like I fixed your whole thing. All right, so let's see. Did it literally just decide to delete all this?
I don't know.
Well, so like I'll give it some grace because it did work in an environment that like it said it didn't have access right to the Xcode build environment. So it wasn't actually really iterating off the errors that I had. So let's say okay.
I'm interested to see what it did.
I'm very interested to see what's about to happen. We're gonna find out together.
I wonder if it builds. It should.
I'm not so sure. We're about to find out together. Yeah. So let's see what it says.
No problems found.
No problems found. So it's doing some code searches.
Well, it says that your workout generator stuff is still there. So I wonder if something
no, it removed the content though.
Oh.
See. That's okay. We're pushing the limits of stuff here. We're trying out the latest stuff, right? And that's how you know we're not. This is all kind of like
putting it back.
Yeah, we're putting it back. So that is our commits are free. Commits are free. That's gonna be my new phrase. I want a shirt that says that, dude. Well, because yeah, like, all right. So yeah. That's seems roughly correct. So I do wonder, like, if it's looking at like, my commit history to figure out, okay, like, let me just add that stuff back. I also, like, I will say sometimes it does get confusing. Like, okay, we got origin Copilot fix, origin main, right? Got a lot of things going on in this view.
You got a lot of commits happening.
A lot of commits happening. Commits are free. So, yeah. But I mean, I think this is where also, to be fair, like, this is the limitation of me using this stack and not being a Swift developer. Like, you still have to be a developer, right? And you still have to be able to work in the stack that you're actually using. And in this case, like, I'm not using this. I'm not reading with the Swift code really, right? Oh, build succeeded.
Oh my God, what?
Did I just see that?
Did it do it? Is it running in the app?
It said build succeeded. So let's see. No, it didn't boot. So let's say use Xcode build to boot and run in the simulator. That would be amazing. Like, it came together the last 5 minutes here.
That's been the vibe of a lot of the vibe code.
It knows how long these sessions are, and like
it does. You did say it was ending.
I got to show out. Oh, it just brought that to the foreground, which means that the build is likely to succeed.
Oh, no way.
There's no way this works.
There's no way this works.
Well, it won't actually work because I didn't put in my OpenAI API key, right?
It shouldn't. If it was smart, yeah.
But interestingly, it'll be interesting to see what happens when we run this. Like. We may have to run a minute or two over on this, by the way.
Does it take a while to build?
Yeah, it might take a second because it's basically. Yeah, it was just there. It is. It's installing the payload, right?
You should have Claude 3.7 created.
Boom. For you. All right, so let's see. All right, so let's get started. All right, so 154 pounds, training plan. All right, so have fun. Yep. Okay, so then here's my weekly plan view, right? So that's that.
Untouched.
So this is where I can come in and actually view my plans.
Double
This double nav right here. They don't teach you that in UX school. All right, so we got AI workout generator.
Oh, hey, you made something.
And so then let's go VO2 max. Okay, invalid response from AI service, but I need to have my OpenAI API key. Yeah. I'm happy we got this UX. It doesn't look terrible.
No, it looks good.
It looks pretty good. I like the colors.
It looks similar to the rest of the app.
Well, so that's actually, I think I have a custom instruction, like have the UX look similar across the app. Yeah. But that's pretty nice. Like, okay, so we fixed that. So maybe what I need to go do after this is I have some time before I have to go to the VS Code booth. I might wire this up with my OpenAI API key, and then we're off to the races.
Yeah, and we put if you're in the VS Code YouTube live stream, there's a link to it. Actually, I'll drop it.
You'll dropped the drop link. Dropped.
Pierce Boggan /dropped. I'll drop a link in the chat. Check this out. I know how to use StreamYard. Bam. Wow, you got it.
Boom.
It compiles. That was a dual. Yeah. we have an audience of people clapping. The cool part about these streams is that literally 60% of the time
it works every time.
And it ends quote in style. Okay, Pierce, go off, put your OpenAI key in it now that it's generated. We're gonna be back. We got Brendan Burns coming up next to code. Who knows what Brendan is
Kubernetes
do.
Action?
Some Kubernetes thing, I'm sure. Brendan might have been the most excited person in the
Brendan. He can't hear us. I was going to ask him to come over here and tell. We got to tease the audience what's coming up.
He's got to tease something. He was honestly the most excited person in our sync up coming into this. I don't think I've ever seen Brendan as excited as in this chat.
Oh, he was dialed in.
He was super dialed in.
Yeah, I love that.
Brendan was like, let's do this.
I love when some of the most influential people at the company are like, live coding, I'm in. I'm not scared. I'm going to show up. I'm going to build something with y'all.
Brendan's in. All right. Yep. Thanks, everyone in the chat. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. We'll be back in 15 minutes right at top of the hour, 3 o'clock.
All right. Well, let's just go live on the camera and let's see what happens.
Let's go live.
Beautiful. All right. Welcome to Build 2025.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
this is our vibe coding session.
That's
I am
right.
joined by Brendan Burns. Why don't you take like 30 seconds and introduce yourself to anybody who might not
Sure.
know who you are?
Sure. So I'm Brendan Burns. I've been in open source for about 25 years now. It's a long time. I installed Linux from floppies. That's how old I am. I guess most recently, I've been involved in creating the Kubernetes open source project. I was one of the first 3 people and wrote the bulk of the initial code. Still, I think number 3 or 4 on the list.
Okay.
And I maintain the Kubernetes clients these days in Java and JavaScript and a number of other languages. I'm also in my part-time job is to run an engineering organization in Azure, where we have the Azure Kubernetes service. We have the Azure Resource Manager, generally focused on DevOps, modern application development in Azure. So
beautiful.
That's what we're doing, but we're not doing that today.
We're not doing that today.
We're not doing that
today. Okay.
No.
Well, then what are we doing today?
Today, so I was going through the vibes, and I thought that I would, assess the vibes back home. And so I said, I was talking to my wife last night about this, and I said, hey, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to build? And she said, hey, I would love if I could have something that you and the kids, maybe the cat, I don't know, could look at a set of reminders, and I can just like get it out of my head and onto something that you check in on, and you go through in your day and you can check off, and I know at the end of the day that you did all the things that you were supposed to do.
There you go.
I think she framed it like it was aimed at the kids, but honestly, I think it was aimed. It was aimed at me.
Yeah. Well, it clearly wasn't aimed at the cat.
No. Well, I don't know. The cat needs, she needs some better habits. So I'm gonna start from scratch.
Okay.
This is all the vibe. So we're gonna start from scratch.
We're gonna start from scratch.
I'm here on GitHub, and I'm gonna create a new repository. You can see that old picture of me. And I'm gonna we'll call this the reminder app.
Very clever name.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna go public. We'll add a README. No template. What do we got in here? Gonna go Golang.
Do you have a preferred language of choice?
I'm actually super polyglot, honestly.
Oh, seriously? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I do a lot of different. I'm gonna do Go for the back end, and I think TypeScript on the front end.
Okay.
But no, I don't really have a preference.
Okay.
Like people actually who like the old days, like people gave me a lot of grief because I wrote the first Kubernetes in Java, actually, and I was a Java programmer, actually, Java and C++. And they were like, no, you kind of need to rewrite it in Go. Like everything else is being written in Go. And I was like, it's gonna take a long time. I totally sandbagged it, and then I sat down, and they're like, no, you really have to do it. And so I sat down, and it took me like 3 days.
Oh wow. Okay.
And that included really I'd done a little bit of Go, but it included a lot of learning Go. So
okay.
We're gonna go code spaces on this one because that's how I roll.
Absolutely. Codespace is probably one of and I'm gonna say R because I work for GitHub, but it's one of the most underrated products that I think we should.
I'm a huge Codespaces fan. I do a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm a pointy-haired boss now, so I how much code do I actually write? But you can look at my GitHub history. I do okay.
Yeah.
And it's almost all done in Codespaces.
Yeah.
I just because I don't want to install all the tools and everything.
No.
I'm just just make it work.
Yeah.
Just
click and voila.
Although I don't think is Go in here by default. I'm thinking Go is not in here by default. Oh no, it is.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. All right. Nice.
And that was spun up in 5 seconds.
All right. So now let's get on over to my my handy dandy Copilot. Set up Copilot. Am I logged in enough to Copilot? That looks good.
Yeah.
Why do I not have it up here? Oh no, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Moving the button up there confused me for days.
Yeah. I don't mind it, but I guess I was just looking in the wrong spot.
Yep.
So I think I'm going to blame the resolution change.
There you go.
For you folks back home, because we knew you needed more pixels. We had to change my laptop resolution, and so I'm still adjusting. All right, so let's do this. Can you generate me a JSON schema or Golang application?
So you're just punching out a whole prompt there.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. The JSON schema for family reminders.
Do you want to hit Control Plus a couple of times just to make the text a little bit bigger?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Let's take up even more.
No, this is good actually because like I mean, no lie, I'm like almost 50, so like the eyes are not what they used to be. So I'm down with old person type. I shouldn't say old person type. I'm down with nearly gonna have bifocals type.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Here, sure. It's a purpose structure reminder. Looks good. Let's create that workspace. Yeah, that looks good.
I love that feature. Just describe what it is that you want. Let it create the initial structure. It should, I believe, it should also even add in some code.
Oh yeah, no, that's got code in there. We'll see what it does when we'll see what it does when I run it. But like, so far so good.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Oops. Escape.
I think it created a subfolder.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might work. Oh no.
Just in case there was any doubt that we are, in fact,
like,
live.
oh, it didn't actually install my stuff. I guess that makes sense. Okay.
And by the way, for anybody who is,
by the way, do you do like the GitHub product stuff?
I'm in DevRel.
All right.
So I talk an awful lot about it.
All right. Well, I mean, I know it's hard, but like, why do I have to approve cut and paste every single time I'm in code spaces?
I think that's a browser.
No, I mean, I know it's a browser because the URL keeps changing. I get it. But like, I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's just not cool.
I feel you. And for anybody who's watching on the live stream, we, again, are live. So feel free to ask questions. Make this interactive.
All right.
If you want to see something in particular, let us know.
I'm installing all my dependencies now. It would be nice, actually, if the Copilot, maybe I should just ask it. All right.
There you go. Yeah. Don't do anything by hand. Start by asking Copilot.
All right. There we go. It doesn't offer to run it for me. Oh, no, I can run it. Here we go. Nice. All right. There we go. Unknown revision dialects MySQL. Uh-oh. Did it hallucinate a version here? Let's see this. I guess I'm not vibing well enough, actually. Here we go. I'm going to say, yeah. This is actually, for me, this is actually something that I have to, I'm constantly going through, right? Like, something happens and I just fall back on my old instincts.
Right. Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Hard agree. Yeah, I still to this day use console log whenever I'm debugging. I understand VS Code has wonderful debugging.
Oh
tools.
no, that's the
log. Yeah.
What else? Print logging forever, right?
Absolutely. Kevin Johnson asked.
Oh, great.
What's
the
that?
GitHub Jinzu Gorm package is no longer maintained, and its dialects are no version separately. All right.
Uh-oh.
So you gave me Copilot gave me an no longer maintained dependency. Nice.
It looks like you can just go with version 2.
Oh, well, here we go. All right. Can you update this to version 2?
While you're typing away, Kevin Johnson asked how come you chose GPT-4.1 over Claude.
Oh, I'm not picky enough is the thing.
Okay.
Like,
I get it.
I just defaults is where it's at, right? Like,
yep.
All right. Let us do this. All right. Copy that.
And then just, yeah.
I think, I would love it if it did a little bit of better job doing that kind of stuff too.
You can, there is, when you mouse over it, there is an insert mode, and it should be able to then detect what changes need to be made.
All right, there we go. Maybe we can build this down. So, but getting back to that, because I feel like there's this like replace at the place where you're selected mode, right? That's okay. That's not terrible. I can do that. But I feel like oftentimes it suggests the whole damn file. And I'm like, just this little edit.
Yeah. If you
and then it goes through and it takes forever.
Well, it does take a little bit. They've improved the performance on it quite a bit, but there is the insert. So when you mouse back over, like if you just mouse back over the code section, it's the one on the left there. The apply changes.
Okay.
And so it will do a full file scan, but it will only update the individual spots, and then effectively it will give you a diff.
Yeah. And it's okay, but I feel like it could be just a little bit. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's good, go.
Yeah, okay.
But just to do this one thing, I don't need to go through the diff. Like I already saw it, I read it. Like, just go. Anyway,
just go. Pun intended.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I actually talked to the people who develop Go. I have a mixed relationship with the folks who develop Go, and I talked to them about variable naming at one point, and they were like, single letter variable names in your methods, and I was like, no, I don't think so. And they're like, no, but it's faster. And I was like, all right, there's levels. Go is good, but like there's levels.
Oh no.
It was funny.
Yeah.
There's a very specific philosophy around reducing the number of characters you had to type. Like it's in the language. Like you can tell it's in the. That's why there's no parentheses around like if conditions and stuff like that, and no curly braces. And
single letter variables hurt my soul.
No, and it was definitely one of these like, no, code needs to be maintainable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we built it, so let's see what it does.
Okay.
I didn't even look at the code, by the way. It's like stealing my secrets as we speak.
True vibe coding.
All right, here we go. Open in the browser. I love this too, by the way.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, now I'm gonna have to actually look at it to see like, okay, like,
see
what are the routes?
A couple of people are already saying switch to agent mode. There will be agent mode. Of that I am confident.
Yeah. I don't know, like probably, but again, this is like probably one of these like Brendan is too old kind of situations.
Don't look out on your lawn.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the JSON schema. All right, let's see. What do we do here? New router.
I should probably install the Go extension.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's the other thing. Like, is there a way for me to set up? Yes, I trust it. Is there a way for me to set up just like always put these extensions in my code spaces?
Yeah.
Is that
so? It will sync to your account. So if you have the settings saved, it should automatically install when you use a code space. But if you also create a dev container,
but that's only like per repo if I have the VS Code settings in that repo, right?
No, if it should automatically do it if you are logged in as you and you have sync settings turned on. That should include your extensions as well.
Oh, all right. All right. So I think I see the problem, which is that it wrote some code, but it didn't actually use any of the code. So.
Okay. So we got part of the way there.
We got some of the way there. So we have the family data structure. We've got a family data structure. We've got a remind data structure, but we don't have any APIs. So we need APIs.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to ask agent. We're going to ask.
You can do agent?
We can do agent.
There we go.
Again, like the defaults. Like if you made agent the default, I'd just do agent all the time. No joke. All right. Here we go. Let's add API.
I honestly,
do you think I have to say RESTful? Or do you think it's just going to assume RESTful? I'm going to say RESTful.
I say RESTful. Yeah.
APIs for the family.
I appreciate a little bit of laziness and just whatever the defaults are. Like, I don't care. Just do the thing.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't actually really care as long as it gets the job done.
Right. Yeah, I personally started using CLUD 3.5 when it dropped, and I don't know that I've stopped to look at it again. Everybody just has their own thing.
I haven't run into like major problems, I guess is what I would say.
Yeah.
Also, have you noticed, by the way, I feel like it does like endless commits.
How do you mean?
I like vibe for like an hour and I was like, I had like 10,000 commits. Like no joke. I was like, are you like committing every character? Like, I don't even know what's going on here. Yeah, that looks good. We'll do that. Keep.
I don't know anything about Go, so it looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, there we go. This because you made me look at all big and stuff. Like now, there's no room for the code. The code is the code. You have to read it in very small.
What is it? Control tilde will toggle your command window down below.
All right, so there we go. It added a bunch of routes.
Yep.
So let's try this again. See how much faster it was that time. That was all the dependencies. Go likes to build stuff, especially the first time.
Honestly, we got our first request for dark mode. I'm kind of surprised it took 14 minutes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which it is that you go with. If you do light mode or you do dark mode, you will always have people asking for the opposite.
No doubt. And so here's the thing, like, it's default. VS Code, I'm dark mode. Ghost Code Spaces, light mode. I don't care. Dude, I started programming on like dark mode meant green on black. It's the first code I did was green on black. Actually, I really like the Commodore 64 when I switched from an Apple to a Commodore 64 because you could actually change the colors.
Yes.
That was cool.
Yeah. Although I love the, although my eyes can't take it anymore, but like the dark blue, light blue default that Commodore 64 had, I love that.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah.
And then actually, I went to an IBM PC and it was black with yellow.
Yes. Yep.
So, and then a Mac. Then I went Mac and it was all black and white from there on. All right. Well, now so here we go. Let's say, all right. Well, now I got to go back to ask because I don't need agent mode for this. We're gonna say, give me a curl clan to create a new family member.
Kevin says, I feel like most people's choices are model largely because of bad experience they had with one, not positives of another. I had a bad time with GPT, so went with something different. And I think that there's certainly a kernel of truth there. I know for me, it's just like this is what worked, and I just stopped thinking about it at that point.
Gonna get myself a new tab. I actually have to say, like, have you ever had like a really bad experience? I've never had like a really bad experience. I mean, I've been like, okay, like you don't really get it, like okay, but like now I'm like, I'm gonna close this because like.
Yeah, usually if I'm having like a really bad experience, it's when I am programming on something like relatively esoteric, or that Copilot just hasn't necessarily seen a whole lot of. And like, it's kind of expected.
Yeah, I just sort of give up. I mean, I guess what I would say is I'm just sort of like, oh, okay, like you don't get this. I'm gonna either refine my prompt or I'm just gonna go back to normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And like, I don't really judge. I guess I don't really judge the model. Maybe I should do more judging of the model, but like, I don't really judge the model.
Yeah.
All right. Can I do this again? This will be cool. Oh yeah, I can. Nice.
Oh, nice.
All right. So now let's go over here and let's see if this actually.
Oh, so you just asked it to create a curl command for you. That's clever.
There we go. All right, cool. So I'm actually, I'm actually putting stuff. It's in memory only, but there we go. And let's go see about a reminder. So, oops, we're gonna get to the refactoring in just a second. But all right, create me a curl. Because I always forget like the exact curl things for like how do I do the JSON?
Nobody knows. Nobody else, and nobody knows how to write a regular expression either.
No, and that's beautiful actually.
Yes.
That like I don't want to deal with. I'm always like, so the funny thing about regular expressions is whenever I have to write a regular expression, I was like, I got this. No, I unplugged myself. I'm like, I got this. I'm gonna write the regular expression. I write the regular expression and I write a unit test for it because you have to. And then I run the unit test. It doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I go back to like some regular expression, creator website,
right?
And I just go character by character. I'm like, all right, let's start with the first one. I know what the first character needs to be, and like build it from scratch every time, right? Whew. Yeah. All right, let's run this. All right, so let's see.
Oh, you're actually post creating reminders. There you go.
All right.
Look at that.
All right, cool. All right, so now I think we want to refactor because, like, if you see what Copilot did, it like put all of this code in the main, and I don't want that. So let's go back to agent mode, and we'll say, hey, can you refactor the main?
I like how you're being polite to it.
I mean, I've actually heard that it's better if you're polite to it.
So it's really funny. I was talking with somebody who said that, and that their theory was when you think about the training data that the LLMs and so forth would have seen, if it's anything from like a message board or otherwise, the good information is typically going to be on threads that were all very positive and people going thank you and being nice to one another. We should all be nice to one another. Conversation for a different time. And so they were convinced that really did help drive for.
I mean, it does respond to intent, right? Like, so if you said like, give me something happy, it's going to give you something happy. If you say, give me something like you're a jerk, it's going to give you something like it's a jerk. I figure if you're nice to it, it's going to put it in a place where it is going to come up with better answers because it's going to want to come up with better answers. By the way, speaking of this, because you do the GitHub thing and I do the GitHub thing, someone filed an issue on one of my repos today, and then like pinged back 3 hours later and was like, are you going to address this? And I was like, okay, yeah, you just put yourself in the penalty box for 48 hours. I didn't write that. Right? I didn't like put it in there. And I was like, I could have responded, but sorry, dude.
Sort of like sending an email, then walking over to the person's desk. Hey, did you get my email?
Yeah. No, it's just like, I don't understand. I mean, like, I understand at some level, but like, I'm always shocked at people who are like, I guess it makes sense because if like, you called, the telephone company or whatever, like, they'd respond quickly.
Yeah.
Open source is not that way.
No.
All right. We kept that, and we're going to keep handlers.go. Although it didn't. Oh no, it moved it to handlers.go. Okay, let's check out our main.
Oh, we got whoever's running the Visual Studio account in the chat as well. That's good to see.
Nice. All right. We'll cancel that. Let's rebuild.
And we got another request for dark mode.
Yeah.
Again, doesn't matter.
Actually, what'd be super cool, actually, is like, because this is a web page, right?
Sure.
If you could live stream it and they could be in dark mode.
Yeah.
While I'm in light mode, I'd be like, okay, you go dark mode yourself. Have fun.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, are they in a cave somewhere, do you think? Is that what the issue is? Like, I guess European time zones. It could be could be dark where they are.
Honestly, for me, I will openly admit I am very much team dark mode.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, like whenever I'm streaming, it does not matter which I use. I will always get requests for the other.
I mean, as I said, the funny thing is, like, if I were in VS Code, it'd be dark mode.
Yeah.
Don't care. All right. Let's see if this still works. All right. All right.
There you go.
Nice.
Alice and Bob.
And now I'm getting a little tired of like doing this to figure out if it works. So we're going to ask agent mode to add some unit tests.
Honestly, getting Copilot to write tests is one of my favorite things. I always like to highlight as well, because people will sometimes ask this, is about getting AI to write tests. Well, can I write the tests and have AI then go back and create the corresponding code? And the answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah.
So if you're a test-driven development person, you want to write your test first and have AI then write the code. Do it.
Well, I actually think that this is, and I'm not practicing it very well here, but I think that's actually where we're going.
Yeah.
Right. I think we're going to spec and TDD.
Yep.
And we were having this discussion with some of the folks who I work with around, because Kevin said something like 30% of all code is machine generated. I can't remember exactly what he said, but like this, and I was like, actually, 100% of all code is machine generated because we use compilers. But the thing is, those artifacts are transient. Right. Mm-hmm. Every single time you recompile, you don't care. It could write totally different code. It probably does write totally different code. I think what's interesting with these copilots is to think about where are we pushing towards where you don't actually ever look at the code that it generates, right? Because I think that's where we're headed, or that's where we need to be headed, right? I had one of my engineering managers was like, we need to hire more senior SWEs and beyond so that they can have better code reviewers because we're producing more code. We need to review the code more. And I actually was like, I think we need to review the code less, right? Like, because if we're doing our jobs right, like, do you review the code that the compiler generated? No.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Because like you have an intent and you have somewhere along the line, someone wrote a test suite for the compiler that said like, when I say 1 + 1, it actually turns out code that actually does 1 + 1.
Right.
Right. And so like, I think if you combine that specification with TDD, you get to a place where you could say, actually, I don't care what as long as it is adhering to the spec and my tests pass, I kind of don't care what the code does. And in fact, I kind of expect you to throw it away and regenerate it every time I change the spec and I change the tests. Right. That is a mind shift that I don't think people have really fully gotten to yet, but I don't see any world in which we succeed at this AI generated code and we don't get there.
Interesting. Okay, so basically sort of like up leveling then one more level, because like when we think about like Java or C#, like that's going to compile down to bytecode or missile code, and then eventually that's going to find its way potentially down to assembly. So basically they're saying, well, let's move then up one more level, that I'm writing my spec, I'm writing my unit test, and then I don't care what that code is, that as long as I know that my tests are passing, I know that the code is doing what it's supposed to do, then the rest of it works. Because again, like you were highlighting, when I'm writing my C# and eventually that runs, I don't know what my code is doing it on the bare metal.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, you don't even know what it's doing on the processor.
True.
Right? The processor's breaking it up. And I mean, you admitted some machine code. The processor's like, well, speculative execution and all that, right? Like, so yeah, I think that's exactly right. Like we are trying to push towards the level of abstraction. I feel a little bit like we're in a world right now where it's as if we decided to build self-driving cars by first building a robot to hang onto the steering wheel. Right? It's not a great idea, but that's where we are, and that's cool. And I mean, it's certainly fun and very useful. But if we don't go beyond, if we don't lift the abstraction, we're just building fancy tab complete, I think.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay.
And why would you expect that an AI model, the right thing to do is to have it target a language that was written for humans? It just doesn't make sense in my mind, anyway.
Right.
So we'll see.
Yeah. No,
all right. We got tests.
I like that.
We got tests. So let's try go test. Is it in?
Going back to that light.
Oh,
mode,
I'm in there.
Dart mode. Adrian says it's almost midnight there, and he actually digs the light mode because doesn't mind looking at it.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Good. Internal handlers. So handlers test.
Yeah.
What?
While you're doing your thing, Kevin actually said, "Here's food for thought." When Copilot gets good enough, and this I think directly speaks to the point that you were making at the end. When Copilot gets good enough, should it be just writing machine code directly?
I mean, possibly. I think it's hard, right? I think at different levels of abstraction, it's hard to build the right model, right? And so I think it may very well be that it's better to have the reasoning model focus on higher level things. And then we can implement either we or potentially other models could then implement, okay, how do I take this and turn it into machine code, just like a compiler does, right? I mean, I guess what another way of saying this is I was talking to someone else about this the other day. I was like, I'm sure that AI could like implement my thermostat, but like we already know how to implement thermostats, right? And there's an optimal algorithm and it's mathematically proven, and like we don't need AI to do that, right? Like, so like don't try and do everything there. Right. But it might be interesting for the AI to decide what's the optimal temperature for me to sleep at. Right. And adjust it over time or whatever. Like there's interesting things it can do, but it probably does a better job if it can just turn a knob. That digitally, obviously. And do it that way, and then let the algorithm actually control my furnace to like do heat. And you don't necessarily need to plug it straight down to the thing that like lights the furnace on fire. In fact, I'd really rather my AI didn't. Oh, Teams decided to relaunch. That's sweet. Let's shut that down.
Teams is determined to be on your screen right now.
Quit Teams. We're gonna live stream Teams. Where's that? Where's the like
the dump button?
The dump button. Yeah. All right, let's run this. Let's run our tests.
Sergey Brin was apparently on Tame Craziness says this, talking about threatening to beat up Gemini if it didn't produce quality work. I think that's the exact opposite of going, please, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying like these are our new workers, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure.
Let's be nice to everybody.
Yeah, I'm not. Actually, it's really interesting. I at one point had somebody early in my career say, this is less about Copilot, more about life. I said something, oh God, I really hate those guys. And like somebody in my career pulled me aside and said, like I know you don't mean that, but like don't say that.
Yeah.
And it really struck me. So anyway, I am trying
words have power.
Yeah. All right. Let's try this. I'm trying to get my test to run. Cannot find main module, but I don't think I've ever seen this error before. Oh, go mod init github.com. Oops.
Do you want to ask Copilot?
I'm going to ask Copilot. There you go. I already asked it. It didn't. You can tell it's been too long since I've done this. Modules, like I stopped programming in Go before modules really became a thing, and now I'm like,
You can use /explain at terminal and let it read the terminal.
Oh, there we go.
terminal. You have yeah. So go back. There you go. Okay, that's nice that it told you it couldn't find it. That's good.
This is one of the issues I do have with the model. Sometimes it's like, yes, it said could not find because you could not find it, and you're like, yeah. Checks out. Checks out. Thanks, Copilot.
It does not exist because it does not exist.
Yes. Still, I'm in there. Okay, let's try. Oh, God. Go test / All right. Why am I typing? It's not type. It's command.
Do you need to go down to the sublevel that is your reminder app?
No, this is where my module file is. I think I think it's actually this. Let's try this. Gutros reminder app. Come on, Copilot. I think that is actually the folder structure that it decided to.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. No, here we go. There's 2 Go mods. Oh, right. Now I have to edit this back. I should have just trusted. Imports must appear. Okay, now it screwed up my test. 91. It's got some stray import in there. Should I just tell it to remove this? Why did it do that? I'm just going to erase everything after that. I don't even know what it's doing there. All right, let's try this.
Just giving you something to have your test fail.
Undefined. Okay, this stuff I can fix.
Okay.
All right. This we know how to fix. What do I do at terminal? Can I just say fix my... Does that add the context of the terminal?
It does.
Oh, and now it wants that function that I just erased. All right, there we go. Did it do it? Oh, I'm not quite sure how to do that. Fine, whatever. Right.
Curious what it's not quite sure how to do.
That's okay. We don't need it. Is this the one? This is the one, and it takes freaking forever. That's better. It was okay. I mean, why does it even need to animate? Does it need to animate over on the right hand side?
Okay.
I don't like. I just showing off. All right, we're gonna go here, and we're gonna say internal handler. Oh no.
Somebody said, Nitish says, light attracts bugs, go to dark mode. That's funny.
All right. All right, maybe that'll do it. There we go. See, it auto imported. That's just VS Code being nice to me. Where's the remind? See, this is one of these things. Here's the question. So here's what I know. It should have put the package name in front of family.
Right.
Right. What I would do normally is I would just do find replace.
Mm-hmm.
Do I ask Copilot to do the find and replace for me, or do I just do the find and replace? I think I'm just going to do the find and replace.
Yeah.
But
every now and then you can just write manually. Make sure it doesn't accidentally do.
No, it's going to double up on one of them, but that's okay. I'm going to go back.
Okay.
I'm going to go back and fix that.
All right.
I'm not that. I've done this. It's not my first rodeo. Oh, it did it here too. That's pretty sweet. Oops, let's see. No. Oh, it did it 3 times. Oh, man, that's cool. Unanticipated. All right, let's see if we got it everywhere else. I should maybe have been a little bit more specific here.
Maybe we should have had the AI do it after all.
Yeah, I know. This is a lesson. I think this is actually a lesson in like, probably should have let the AI do it for you.
Yeah. And I'm going to answer Mao's question: is GPT-4.1 better than Claude 3.7? I honestly, for me personally, personal preference, I don't necessarily, go with.
All right, let's see where my
one better
compilers
than
are.
another.
9. Oh, did it on the input. Nice. It's hot. All right. 5576. And this is like coding with Brendan. Non-AI coding with Brendan. Coding do you feel? I actually feel the vibes. I actually have to say that I like coding.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little bit. I mean, I hope I will enjoy vibe coding as well. But like, actually, I do kind of enjoy vibe coding because like I get stuff done a lot faster.
Yeah.
And you know. And I find like it actually. So I've said before. Okay. Let me say. My tests are failing because they are returning 404s. Can you fix that? Because it gets me started faster.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
you know, like you get into that moment and you're like, I could have built that, but maybe, you know, there's some more YouTube or, you know, whatever it is. And then, but it actually gets you started and you're like, oh, okay, wow. All right. Now I want to put a UX on this thing and all this kind of stuff. All right. I said replace. Is it replacing?
You might have to close out the little find and replace window.
UX bug right there. That feels like a UX bug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's a UX bug. I'm going to go with that being a UX bug. Sure. Let's keep it. All right. Let's try it again. Woo!
There we go.
Test pass.
Love it.
Ship it. All right. So I think now we have our handlers. Now I think we're going to add our UX.
Are you going to do that in
I'm going to use TypeScript, I think.
TypeScript? Are you going to choose a particular
oops.
framework?
Should I go React? Like, I don't know React hardly at all. I think I'm going to go React, and because I hardly know React.
I am hashtag Team Svelte.
I'm actually hashtag Team jQuery.
You know what? Do it in jQuery. Just for the memes. Do it in jQuery.
That just shows I am old. All right. Well, let's switch to agent mode. I should say you have implemented the API.
We are going to go with React.
Yeah, we're going to go with React. Well, all right, I'll say jQuery. We'll go jQuery. And what is the latest? Like, what should is Bower? No, there's all the like JavaScript like package manager-y things.
Vite.
Is that the new hotness?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How do I spell that?
VITE.
VITE.
It's the French word for fast.
Fast. Yeah. All right.
I like that we're going with an old tech and a new tech.
I barely understand what all of this JavaScript package manager things are supposed to be doing. Like, I'm such like a back end person. Like,
if I'm being honest, because I am like a web developer at heart, I kind of barely understand it. I just know when it works, and that makes me happy, and when it doesn't work, it makes me sad.
Please. All right. Well, it's going to exist in a second. All right, there we go. Wait. Code spaces? Why did you just reload?
We did get a
Oh, see, all right, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Just, you know, I'm going to do it.
Choose dark mode.
There we go.
There we go.
I hope you're happy now. Wait, no. Yes. Something bad happened here.
That's weird.
Where did my code go? I didn't push any of it. Oh, it reinitialized it. Oh, I got it. I get you what it did. It's all here.
Oh,
it just reinitialized it for some reason.
Maybe you do a real quick push.
Yeah, it's probably not an idea. Not a bad idea.
And there's now rejoicing because you want dark mode.
Good.
And we know exactly what's going to happen. Within the next 5 minutes, somebody's going to go, where's light mode?
Should have tuned in earlier. That's the lesson. Okay, we're going to go reopen the folder because I think actually...
That is so wild.
Somehow it like decided when I asked it to do the UX, it decided to open. No, stop. Okay. Why are you? Oh, it's because I have to erase the slash, don't I? That's a UX bug too.
Yeah.
All right. So why did it decide? But it decided to create me a new workspace. I don't think I want that.
No.
I'm going to try a different prompt. I'll say, please create me a UX for this API using TypeScript and jQuery and Vite in the www directory. Agent mode, GPT-4. All right, good.
Curious.net did give us jQuery for the win. So we've got one plug for jQuery.
I'm all about the dollar signs.
jQuery, like, it doesn't get the love that it deserves these days. Like, I understand, yes, you know, it's all outdated and so forth, but like, it was revolutionary for its time. Like the amount of JavaScript that it saved you from writing.
Oh yeah. Well, and I find actually, so like, I have to say, that why won't you let me run this? All right,
hit continue.
You think you can hit continue?
Yeah.
All right, continue. Oh, it's actually going to run it. That's why.
Yep.
The amount of time that I want to spend learning these fancy package managers is like zero.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
And so I'm like, I can put a minified jQuery in my browser or in my HTML file, start doing Ajax, and I don't have to worry about it. And I can use a CSS only material design, blah, blah, blah. And it just works. And like,
there is something powerful about it just works.
Yeah. It doesn't like the material components.
Oh, yeah, it figured that out.
Oh, it already was there. It expects to be, that's interesting actually, because like it expects to be in the root directory, but it already moved me into the...
Yeah, although it picked up on that.
Did
it? Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, because it gave you a new command. Yeah, so if you because it's going to go back to workspaces reminder app www.
No, but it was already in that directory. That's actually what the problem was. Like it should just do the npm install, not the anyway.
That is something. Admittedly, agent mode it doesn't always keep track of the directory that you're in when it goes to run a command.
Yeah. Well, npm is doing its thing right now.
Yep.
So you need npm to install Vite?
Yes. Or pnpm or yarn or choose your package manager.
Well then what? Anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe the internet. Can the comment thread explain to me why I need npm and Vite? Like why can't I just use npm?
Because npm will just give you your packages. Vite will do other things like being able to run everything. So yeah.
All right, we're gonna continue.
Yeah. It's gonna rerun that command again. And then it'll pick up from there.
All right, now I can do npx Vite. npx Vite.
There you go.
All right, open in browser.
Let's see.
See what we got. All right.
We have an app.
We've got an app. Although something happened.
Kind of ugly.
Something happened up above, and also like, what even happened there? All right, let's try add family though. Please fill out this field.
What field?
Family.
It's a field. We don't know what field it is.
Are there actual fields there? All right.
There's no.
There are.
labels.
There's no tables. All right. Well, let's go back here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And this will be the one advantage to Vite is that you'll be able to just tell it to make the updates, and it will just auto refresh.
Yeah, I do like that. I have to say, I love that. Like, I got very used to that. Oh, did it keep all this? I need to keep all this stuff. Keep.
And now make it look pretty.
All right. Now, well, actually, I think we need to. You want to just try make it look pretty?
Just make it look pretty.
This. I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize to it first. I'm sorry, but though you are a talent. I'm not a talented speller. Talented AI agent. The UX you built does not meet my expectations. You need to add scroll.
Somebody called out Flash and Silverlight. There's a name I haven't heard.
Oh yeah, Silverlight. You know the second Azure portal was written in Silverlight.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I know. Actually, so interestingly enough, this is. I don't know what I'm supposed to reveal and not reveal. The roots of .NET Core actually are in Silverlight.
Huh.
Because to make Silverlight work, they rewrote the CLR, and that CLR, because it had to be cross-platform, was way lighter and easier to port than the very Windows-specific CLR that they'd written for .NET Framework. And so they took that code base and evolved it into what became .NET Core.
Huh. I did not know that.
Yeah, today, TIL.
That's cool.
All right, let's keep it. I'm all about blind keep, by the way. Like this is again. I'm like, why? Like,
YOLO.
You're supposed to be like helping. You're supposed to be helping me. Like, why do I have to look at the code if you're? All right. So now we'll go back over here and we'll see. Oh, they added titles.
Yeah, we got title. Okay, we're getting there.
Here's
the thing: is that like that UX looks very, very jQuery era-esque.
Well, but it's got the square material design. It's not like it's what is
like Bootstrap.
Bootstrap. That's what I was thinking of.
Yes.
I was like, we could do that though. We could like change the UX to Bootstrap. I'm going to do that now. Actually, I want to do that. Can you change the UX design to use the Bootstrap? Full on retro.
Yep. Pohan did call out. It was kind of funny watching the original error message that it was giving you. They have a field. They're just not going to tell you what field it is. Fill out this field.
There we go. All right. I still want auto keep.
And again, like things that have kind of fallen out of favor. I still really like Bootstrap. It's it's just like you're saying here, just like import in the JavaScript, import in the CSS, add some classes, go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I mean, I actually predate the dynamic web. So
yeah,
my career in the software industry predates the dynamic web. That's pretty nice, actually. That doesn't look very bootstrappy, I have to say. Like, I need a little bit more. I mean, it's rounded, but I feel like I need a little more maybe shadow.
Yeah.
Like shadow on the buttons, or
and maybe like the green buttons there.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's okay. It looks prettier, and we're gonna keep it. And now I wanted to auto generate the family ID because I'm not gonna enter the family ID or the reminder ID. So let's go back over.
Yeah, we are looking better. And just because I'd be remiss if I didn't at least teach just highlight something from a teaching perspective for the audience. Up towards the very top on the chat, the back and forward buttons are so incredibly powerful. So that way, as you're going in your vibe coding, you give it a prompt and go, you know what? It didn't give me what I wanted. Let me go back. You've got those back and forward buttons.
That must be why it puts so many commits into the commit
Maybe
history.
That's it. Yeah.
It actually broke. Oh, see, like, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Look, I'm over here on the get thing. 2K commits.
Well, that's because that's your npm packages because you don't have a git ignore.
But why is it 2K commits? Because like that's a bunch of files.
Yeah,
sure. But why is every one of them or changes, not commits, I guess.
Yeah.
But, all right, I'm gonna put in a git ignore. Did it already do it?
It did.
All right, let's go back over here. No.
No. Oh, I think it said it did it in the back end, but it didn't do it in the front. Or is it still...
Increment counters in your backend. Okay. So, all right. So now I need to ask it, if you need the same logic in your handlers package, you want to, all right, let me know. All right. Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yes, please update my UX to
It is always funny is every now and then it will make that assumption of like, oh, this must be what you want me to do next, and just automatically do it. And so the times when it doesn't, it's like,
yeah. I'm always hard to. It's always hard for me to tell when I'm like, because sometimes it pauses, and I'm like, am I supposed to like tell you to keep going, or do I just wait?
Right.
And I don't know. All right, yeah, keep it. Keep. All right, I think we're good. Oh, I have to rebuild now. I'm gonna rebuild.
Oh, right.
Go does not do the fancy auto load stuff. Escape. No, stop.
The drop shadows Kevin highlighted, that was more of a Bootstrap version 1 thing. They were kind of toned down in more recent versions. So, we'd have to tell it to go back to,
like go back in
Bootstrap,
time.
yeah.
Right. All right.
Yeah. We could also have it like style and like Commodore Amiga or something. And then Mao asked the question, and we've sort of talked about this before, that we don't have strong enough opinions. There are several LLM models. Could you comment on when to choose the appropriate model? Play, explore, try different ones.
Yeah. I don't have strong opinions. I'm gonna go back and hide this.
I have strong opinions.
Oops,
I just don't have strong opinions on that.
Yeah, there you go. There we go. There, and I got my terminal back. I was so vibing to the like auto rebuild part of the. Why is it? What happened here? Something got. That's weird. Something got truncated there. I was blaming the AI. Oh, they're not even there anymore. No, they are there.
REM is not in standard. Michael Stipe will be very disappointed.
The vars, it doesn't need these vars anymore. I don't know why it's keeping them. You don't need those.
Any jokes referencing 80s alternative music are purely for my own entertainment.
Wow, man! It brought back the family. It brought back these family handlers into the main.
Oh, weird.
Like, I don't know what you're doing there, but you did not do it right. All right, let's go back. Let's see. I bet it did it. Does that mean it did not put them into the into here? Maybe I'd need to be in here. Yeah, it did not put it into here. All right. Oops, the handler didn't. Yeah, it did not. All right. Well, I'll just do it in here. All right. By the way, can I clear this? Is there a way that
if you just go
remove file?
Yeah, you could do that. You could also just go up top and start a new chat thread if you wanted to.
All right, let's go with this. Add auto ID update to handlers for
Kevin says it's strange watching vibe coding web stuff while he's vibe coding C++ and OpenGL. I'm very glad that you decided not to do C++ and OpenGL because I would be totally lost.
I've done OpenGL, actually, C++.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I still code in C++ because I actually do robotics, and a lot of it's in C++.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I still do that. And actually, it's interesting. Actually, I use Copilot really well. I was integrating a new device that I had built that it was a microcontroller, and you talk to it over serial. SERIAL, not CEREAL. And I couldn't remember exactly how to do serial in Linux, like the exact calls. And I was just like, here's what I want. And it just did it. And it was fantastic. And I was like, this is what it's here for. It's so that I can forget stuff and still get stuff done.
Yep.
So that's good. So let's take a look here. Yep. All right. Looks good. All right. Let's build it. Let's run it. Let's go over here and connect. Hit remind. All right. Say family name is Brendan. Brendan. Pause.
I'm assuming Miss Pause is the cat.
Child 2.
Interesting naming strategy you chose for your children.
Well, you know.
Yep.
Try and keep a little bit of privacy.
I absolutely. Like I knew what you were doing, but I just wasn't going to let the joke pass.
No, it's cool. That's cool. All right. I don't know if I actually did anything though, because well, you know, I think this adds something to that I want to add, which is let's add some logging.
Yeah,
let's add some logging.
Maybe a dialogue at some point for the front end.
Yeah, but I'm gonna add the logging first so I can see if it works, and then we'll add the UX.
There you go.
Can you add logging to? I'm all about the backends. Can you add logging to these request handlers? Include the path, the user agent, and the response code.
One of the things I do find funny is that as technology and computers have gotten better and better and faster, we've gotten more and more impatient.
Yeah.
You know, like if something takes more than 5 seconds, we're like all freaking out. Like, think about what that is doing behind the scenes and how long that would have taken in the past.
Did you see the the XKCD cartoon update? So if you've seen the like quit goofing off, my code's compiling XKCD. So there was that one. And then there was one that was like quit goofing off, and it was like my MapReduce is running. Once compilers got too fast, and like it didn't really take that long. But the latest one that I saw was like agent mode is running.
I love it.
All right,
that guy is so clever.
No, I don't need to open it in the browser, but let's try this again. Add family. And post to families, get families. Seems to be working. All right.
Go.
Now we're going to say, all right, I'm going to go back over, because I learned my lesson. I'm going to be in the file that I care about editing, which is probably not this file, because this is my HTML file. Where's my TypeScript file? There's my main.typescript. There's a lot of red there, but it all works. So I'm going to assume it's all okay.
Yep. It's probably grousing about types and interfaces and things like that.
I don't even know why I'm using TypeScript if I'm vibe coding. TypeScript seems like the antithesis of vibing. Like all the types just rigid and holding you in. I actually love TypeScript. So
yeah,
same
here.
Say.
I'm a fan.
Can you add a confirmation dialog in a family or is
By the way, so far we've gotten the back end, the front end, you know, somewhat written, and I think you've manually typed out like 2 lines of code.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Really not a lot of code. Which is good because like, especially this UX stuff, like I can always remember it.
Right.
But I don't do it. I mean, I've never done it professionally.
Okay.
Right. So I've never been a front-end developer professionally.
Okay.
I've done a lot of like hacky front-end work, but I've never done it professionally. And so like I can always do it, but I'm always like, wait a minute, what am I doing here again? So especially for this kind of stuff, I really love the fact that like I can like just I know enough that I can look at it and I can be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's approximately right, or I can tell you what you need to do. But like if you asked me, I'd be like all over a bunch of pages, like being like, wait a minute, what's the DOM again? Like, oh, all right, fine. I guess I was actually a full stack developer before full stack developer was the thing.
Right.
I wrote some applets.
Okay.
Way back in the day. It means you can't really call it's unclear to me if you can call yourself a front end developer if you were actually generating the HTML on the back end.
Right.
This is like seriously, this is pre-dynamic web, right? So once it got to the browser wouldn't do anything with it except for rendering it. So anything you wanted to change, you had to change on the back end. So yep. I guess that makes me a front-end developer.
Via the back end.
Via the back end. All right, let's go back over here. Let's try this again. Let's try adding the Jetsons. This is going to be a quiz for you. Do you know
I'm old enough.
Do you know who the Jetsons are?
So it's George,
Rosie,
Jane, Rosie. Astro was the dog.
Jane, Astro, and there
Judy.
were kids. Judy.
Judy was the wife. Jane was
Or
one of the
no.
kids. And then
I said James.
what was the name of the boy?
See this? I don't know. This is actually.
Oh, this is going to bother me. I'm going to wake up at like 2 a.m. and
And you'd
it's
be like,
gonna hit me.
it was that.
And we're on like a 2-minute delay, so nobody in chat's going to be able to help us before you hit submit.
That's
here.
too bad. That's okay.
Yeah,
I want to go
run with it.
Ooh, see, now that is throwback. That's a prompt. I used to do that a lot. In fact, actually, when I was back generating HTML on the back end and writing some JavaScript code, this is how we debugged.
Absolutely.
Like prompt, whatever.
Yeah.
Prompt,
Prompt, alert. Yeah.
Alert. It's not prompt. It's
Yep.
alert. It's
Yeah.
alert. That's right.
Yep. Elroy was the name of the boy.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All
Well
right.
done. Well done, Ryan. You get a cookie.
All right. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna say, "Hey, Copilot, using HTML alert is pretty 1998.
Not that there's anything wrong with 1998.
Can we?"
And 1998 was 15 years ago, and I refused to.
25, 26. No, 27.
No, 15 tops.
It's when I graduated college.
15 tops.
Can we use a more modern dialogue? Is that passive aggressive? Is it gonna be mean to me now because I was too passive aggressive tonight? Show dialogue.
Show dialogue.
That's
Oh,
it's a
okay.
step in the right direction.
Yep. Modern bootstrap modal dialogue.
No more 1998 style. I like that. It threw it back at me. All right, keep that. All right, so now we're gonna add the Scooby gang. This is Scooby, of course, and Shaggy, and Velma, and Fred, and
Well done. And we will not be putting Scrappy on this list.
no. Nice. All right.
There we go.
We like that. All right, let's see if it works with a reminder. Vibe code app build.
Although you can't assign it to a family member yet.
No, I was going to add that. I noticed that.
Okay.
I noticed
Yeah.
that actually. And when is it due? It's due today. All right.
Right now.
20th at 4:02 p.m. I like that. We'll do that. All right. Add reminder. Ooh. Nope. Didn't give me the dialogue for the reminder.
Nope.
All right. I'm going to have to go
But
over
it
here.
worked.
I think
made
it worked.
a
I see
call
the
behind-
we
yeah.
see the call. So all right. Can you add the same kind of dialogue for reminders also?
At some point, we should also probably get a list.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with the. I think I'm gonna add the family first because what we really want is a view for each family member. All right. Yeah, let's do that. It didn't actually do it though.
No, I don't think it did.
The code already uses modern version for reminders show dialogue, but it didn't actually do the show dialogue. Is it actually? Well, it says it's doing
Oh,
it.
there it is.
Do I need to hit reload for some reason?
Maybe? Question mark?
I don't think so, but maybe. All right, let's see. Test reminder dialogue. Does it work? Let's do it right now again. I love that actually that it oh, this calendar, like the UX is not great, but like I love that it added it.
Absolutely.
No. Something's happening.
Yep.
Something's happening. Let's go over to the more tools.
Or you could just ask
Developer
Copilot, go, hey,
tools.
it's not working. Fix this.
Reminders.for each is not a function. All right. I could say, all right, well, you want to try it? Do you want to see if we can figure it out?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, that's not, I bet it's going to get mad at me.
Be nice to it. Excuse me, kind Copilot.
I'm not even going to give it the hint. I almost gave it the hint. I was like, no, I should give it the hint, but I'm not going to give it the hint. It would be pretty sweet, actually, if Copilot could interface with the error dial or whatever, the console in the web browser.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very sweet. So if you have any product people listening, let's do that.
There are some nice integrations with the tooling inside of VS Code. So if you're somebody who actually like uses the internal testing tools inside of VS Code, you actually will have access to that. So, and I know that there is like browser capabilities inside of VS Code as well. So I could absolutely see a scenario where if you're doing everything in VS Code, that it'd be able to get it. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to undo this change. It thinks somehow like I'm casting it wrong or something. That's not right. That's not the right change, Copilot.
I guess we will give it an error.
We're going to give it. We're going to give it the hint. All right. Reminders.forEach is not a function. All right.
It's a good learning experience for the audience. Like if you know a piece of information, don't be cute. Just tell Copilot.
Is undefined.
I mean, if you're vibe coding and like doing a live stream and trying to have a little bit of fun, yeah, then absolutely. But if you're actually like trying to get work done,
yeah, don't hold back.
Yeah,
don't hold back. It feels to me like it takes differing amounts of time too. Like I don't know why that is, but like sometimes. All right. There we go. If array is array. Is that going to work? Does that work with undefined? Probably. I'm not even going to go. I'm not going to critique it. It works. It works. But saved there. So sweet. Saved.
It's interesting that it saved the value, but it wasn't able to update the date and time for you.
Oh, but it got me a nice little error message. I like that.
Oh.
Oh, but it said families.forEach. Oh, it's got the same bug in the families thing. But it didn't.
Oh, so it looks like it. Yeah,
it's getting bad request actually. Oh, that's actually interesting.
Yeah, and if you look at the families, there's actually like a little box down below. So it looks like it's actually trying to list the families there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just failing on it.
It's just it's empty.
Yeah.
Maybe no, it's not empty. It shouldn't be empty.
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure that out. But actually, now I noticed that something I didn't notice before, which is that my my Go application is throwing back a 400 on that post. So we'll go over to.
Oh, that's smart. Kevin says for web stuff, have the task runners in VS Code log back into the IDE, and then that way AI could see the results in there. Like, oh, yeah.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna see. I want to see the error, why it's throwing a 400. When a handler. We're going to improve our logging here.
Does this thing? Okay.
Oh, it wasn't. It's not JSON. Oh, it's because. Well, all right. Keep it. Well, what about it was the reminder that wasn't working, right?
So, yeah.
Let's see.
But I don't think the family is working either. But
no,
well. The reminder.
Oh, do you think it was? But it said it was added successfully.
Yeah, no, it was adding it. The post was working correctly, but it didn't look like the get was working.
Yeah. All right.
Just log all the things.
Log all the things.
Console log, print line, response write, do it all. I refuse to learn a debugger at this point.
I mean, they just don't work right, honestly. Like, they've never. I mean, we had people at one point who figured out how to like hook them up to distributed systems, and you like freeze one stack or one thread, and like all the other threads freak out, or you freeze the entire machine, and everything that's talking to it freaks out. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're just gonna try this and see if it worked.
YOLO.
YOLO. All right, let's go over here. Add reminder. Okay, got a bad request. All right. Nope, it didn't tell me why though.
Maybe refresh the page real quick and send it again.
I don't think so because it's gonna. It should go here. Let's see. Create. Gets the get. There's the create bad request. We need it right here. It's a JSON. It's having a problem parsing the JSON. But why is it having problems parsing the JSON? Is a good question.
Ask Copilot?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna just
give it another run.
When JSON decoding.
Maybe try Claude.
All right, we'll try Claude. 3.5?
Sure.
Is that what you're telling me? All right. When JSON decoding fails, please log the JSON body that got as well. Okay. Sounds good.
Good plan.
You do that.
Go.
See, that's the part where I'm like, okay, like, am I supposed to talk to you some more?
Yeah.
Or like, because pause is there for like, without any feedback. For like,
give like a spin or.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking or whatever. Okay. I think I can live with that. That looks decent. Oh, it's doing it again. It's going back for more.
One pass wasn't good enough.
One pass was not good enough. Why not 3?
2 coats of paint.
Can I say keep even when the spin? I don't think I can say keep
No.
until the spinner stops spinning.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it. Feel proud of yourself now.
Wow.
See, I'm nice to it when I like chat with it, but like the rest of the time, like
you're a little two-faced here. Behind its back.
It's not happening. All right, add a reminder. All right, over here, where do we get?
Due to invalid date format.
You know what it is? It's Go is like super persnickety about its date format. It's missing this part.
Okay.
And like Go is kind of persnickety about this stuff.
Copilot should be able to fix that.
Yeah, I think Copilot should be able to fix that. We'll go over into main.ts and we'll say, can you extend the date that you send for reminders to time zone information?
Placate to Go.
Standard date that Golang will parse successfully.
That's a great prompt example.
When can I talk to it?
There is a there had been in the past a little microphone button you could talk to it.
Yeah.
We've kind of changed focus at the moment, but maybe again in the future. So that way you can pick up your mouse and go, "Hello, computer."
Hello, computer. Yeah,
Yes.
I like that reference.
Yeah,
I like
thank
it. See, and we'll wait the 2 minutes to see. This is your quiz. Like, comment thread. Did you get that reference? Because I did.
Yep. And Kevin says, "See, this is why you use Node TypeScript on the back end too."
All right, let's try it now. All right, add reminder. Woohoo!
There we go.
All right, return 200.
Beautiful.
Let's go over here and hit reminders. Let's see. It's there. All
Love
right.
it. And now we just need to list them.
Now we just need to, well, you know what my bet is actually? My bet is it actually will list successfully. It's just that it doesn't have a refresh after I successfully submit the form. So I'm gonna ask it to add that.
A little bit of Ajax.
Yeah. After I
You know, I was really hoping this would happen. Corey says, just tuned in. Why are we writing in jQuery? Because we're writing in jQuery.
Dude, $signs. It's all about the Benjamins. Because, you know, the truth is actually, you know why we're writing in jQuery? Because I'm not even looking at the JavaScript. Like, honest to God, I'm like, yeah, I guess it is jQuery over there, but like, I am just like, I'm not even looking at it.
Yep.
Right.
We are vibe coding. We're just letting it do its thing.
We're letting it do its thing. I mean, and honestly, for JavaScript and UX development, go nuts.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think actually that's really true. I think that will probably be some of the places where things get transient, like where the code is transient, right? Where you just ignore it and it just goes earlier because it's relatively easy. It is the end product, right? So it's pretty easy to know whether it's working right or not.
Right.
Right. Like, and if the UX is working and you clicky through it and it works, like who cares what the code looks like, right? So I suspect actually that's one of those places where this stuff is going to turn into spec and test and some form of like unit test or just like interaction test.
Oh, do you think we'd even up level to that we're just going like acceptance and end-to-end tests? And
well, I mean, like, what's the point of a unit test at some level, right? Like, I guess you could say, sure, we need to have a certain amount of a unit test just to like figure out where problems are. But like at the end of the day, you need that to work when the user clickies through it, right? And so, I don't know if you're not paying like I feel like unit tests are there for the health of the code.
Right.
If you go transient and like you don't care about the code, you probably don't care about the health of the code either, right? And so maybe you don't even, it's going to be a unit test in the sense that it probably runs locally on your machine, but it's probably going to be more like a, HTML rendering kind of unit test as opposed to a, headless browser kind of unit test as opposed to a like, did I test my individual function there?
Right.
I mean, there's no, again, like going back to the compiler analogy, and Compiler doesn't write any unit tests for anything that it does. I mean, there are unit tests, but they're for the compiler somewhere in the code of whoever wrote the compiler.
Right.
Right. Not in your code. Right.
So I just define I just write my gherkin cucumber just to use that as an example.
I'm going to
just write my specs there, do all my testing then, and playwright again just to kind of pick a technology there, and then just let it. Then I just go to Copilot and I go, hey, this is what I want. As long as all these pass, then
I feel like that's where we're headed. Yeah, I think that's true. Because, and I think it is a little bit of a mind shift for people, right? Because they're like, no, but my code, like that was what I did, right? And like, I'm like, well, sorry, you're a UX designer now, right? Like, and that's probably the right thing. I mean, I actually do think that this is true in general. We've been having a lot of these conversations about how I do think that this technology is merging roles that were already overlapping, but were a little bit more disjoint. So, where you have people who are focused on UX design or product design, and people who are very focused on the writing of the code. I think now you're blurring the lines, right? Like, you don't have to be a great UX designer. I don't have to, like, look at what we just did, right? Like, I'm terrible. Like, if you asked me to do this on my own, there's no way, right? Or at least not in whatever it's been, an hour and a bit, right? There's no way it happens. I'd still be in like HTML form land with like no style sheet or anything, right? And so I can do something that's kind of like a vaguely defensible UI using Copilot. I can't do it by myself.
Right.
So I've gotten some UI skills, but similarly, that UX designer now has some coding skills, right? That person who could explain. Because I was used to go down to people and I'd be like, "Could you explain to me how CSS works?" First of all, it'd be like no one understands how CSS works, but I'll try my best, right? But like that person who really knew how the UX works, now they can write an API against an API, and they can even implement an API potentially, the backend API potentially, right?
Right.
I think there you do have to have a little bit more of a design for long-lived stuff and a little bit more of a sense. But even there, I think there's going to be a lot of API first design. It's the equivalent of the UX spec, tests against the API. Does it work? Does it not work?
Okay.
I don't know. That's.
I can see it.
All right. So now we when you submit. Okay, that's cool. I guess I should say apply. Why does it? When does it decide? When does it decide that it's going to apply or not apply?
That's weird. That it should have just automatically put it in there. That's funny that it didn't.
Maybe it heard me complaining about how it wasn't just like saying keep automatically.
Oh,
and it did it.
I think you know what I think it is. I think it's just a generic UX thing. I think it actually did put it in. You know, go back to the webpage. Let's see what happens.
All right, let's see what happens. All right.
So
Another.
Kevin says he'd love to see a vibe coding session where you take a spec, have it written in the intent, and then just have the end-to-end tests written in something like Cypress, and then vibe code against that.
No. But here, I'm telling you, if I hit refresh, I bet they're there. No, I'd be wrong.
Okay.
All right. Why did you error out?
Well, we do know the 200s work the
get actually works, right? Because we can see it here, and there's probably 2 of them now. Yeah, there's 2 of them now. So now we just need to go back and say, all right, I'm gonna say, hey, listing reminders.
Dear Copilot,
seem to be working. Right. You stay through.
And nobody got the Star Trek 4 reference.
Did they really not? I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah. I think what we've determined is just that we're old. Thanks. Love it.
Thanks. That's your next quiz. The thing that I love actually is that my daughter.
Oh my gosh. Look at the response back. I notice you're using humor here. While I can't stay through the weekend, Copilot got the reference. That's fantastic.
That's good. All right.
That is absolutely fantastic. Chris is old enough to never watch any Star Trek. That's fair.
No, it's not.
Wow.
I mean, Star Trek 4, like everybody saw Star Trek 4.
Corey didn't see Star Trek 4.
Missing out. Save the whales. All right. Let's hit reload. No reminders found, but we do actually have reminders.
We do have reminders.
So what is going on? What is going on? I don't think that worked right.
No. Maybe it has the API wrong.
Yeah.
The endpoint address wrong.
Should we look at what it's actually doing? Well, do I have to actually go and look?
Let's not go over.
I know, right? Like I don't want
crazy talk.
This is just like not what I didn't sign. I did sign up for these vibes. All right. Find get. Let's just search for get. All right, get families. That's fine. I don't really care about the families yet. Get reminders. Okay, it's making the right call. If not reminders or not.
Or if it's not an array.
Or if it's not an array.
Or it's not an object.
It is an array, but it is an array.
Yeah.
Although, does it parse? It parses it, right? If I don't return the right content type, does jQuery parse it?
It should.
I would have thought so. Let's log the reminders.
Yeah. Maybe also have it log the data type that it is. Wait, are you actually writing code?
I'm writing some code here. Yeah, I can console log with the best of them. It's all the JavaScript I know. No, but did it hear you talking? Because like it just said type of reminders.
It did.
And I did not do anything to indicate to it that it should do that. All right. Hit reload. It's a string. I bet it's because the content type. I bet it's because it's returning application text and not application JSON.
Well, you could just tell the JavaScript just to JSONify it.
I'm gonna tell the API to do it because I want it to be proper.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back over to handlers.json. We're gonna say, please return a.
I was just trying to keep you from having to rebuild the backend again.
It's fast. It's go.
Okay.
We go.
It's go.
Single
letter variables apparently.
Yeah.
I still can't get over the fact that Copilot got an Office Space reference.
No, I know, it's good.
That's the highlight of my week so far.
My high school daughter is actually totally into Office Space at this point.
I love that.
It's super cool. Like she's never even been in a cubicle, right? Like, and she still likes Office Space, so it's good. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. This is what I'm talking about. Like I'm like, we should do this for all the handlers return JSON. Sounds good, Copilot. Go for it.
Just have like a little spinning wheel.
I just want something because I don't know. Like, I mean, there's the chat, but the only thing I see is the chat window, and I'm like, do I need to tell it? And I would end up saying, I'd like thinking, okay, sounds great.
Yeah, there is the stop button on the lower right, so it sort of like indicates that it is doing, but that's really subtle. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right, we lost all our data though because it's only in memory.
Oh, right. So you'll have to go back and recreate it.
We're gonna go back and recreate it, but that's okay. We can do it. We have the technology.
Ah, there you go.
There we go.
There's another test.
Nice.
And then add in a real quick family.
Yeah, let's add a family. I bet this is not going to work. Maybe this works. What's another family? Oh, there we go. How about the...
I never watched...
Did you? Oh.
I understand.
So good. It's so good. Like, that's less forgivable in my mind than Star Trek 4.
Wow.
Like, it's so good. I can't remember the names of all of them, but people can fill it in, but I'm just going to add the family.
Okay.
So all right.
Family is working
Family's
correctly?
working okay. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. We got like, how long are we vibing to?
We've got about 15 minutes
15 minutes. Where should we go from here? Do we think we should add, because I'm digging this, we could add the referential integrity so that the reminder has to have a family member associated with it, or we could add the data storage. What do you think we should? Where do you think we should go?
I say we go ahead and like
all
connect.
Right. We connect the reminders and the families
and the families.
Right. Nice. All right, we'll go over here.
Relationship.
And we'll say, I probably want to go into reminders.
Actually, you should see if agent mode can do the whole thing.
Do the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right,
So
let's go with agent mode.
Yeah,
all right.
Give it the whole spec of like, hey, we need the back end, we need the front
I like
end.
that. I like you keeping me honest here because I am not. I'm not. I don't think I'm not thinking big enough.
You were about to write code.
No, I was not going to write code.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just going to go into the reminder thing and ask it to do the thing in the reminder. But I like the fact that we're going to actually try it from the whole thing.
Yep.
Every reminder should be linked to a specific thing. First, can you add?
I'm honestly really surprised we made it this far and nobody said anything about late mode. I guess I've been proven wrong. Verify the family member exists. There you go.
Oh, I'm just gonna say remember to add tests.
All right.
See what we get.
Big update. This will take it a minute.
I haven't committed anything. I should probably go in and commit stuff.
Meh. You also need to get ignore at some point.
Yeah, that's true too. That's definitely going to get Copilot generated. Like
100%. 100%. Honestly, like all of those little things, like, yeah, I should probably know this, but I don't. Like, just go to Copilot. Hey, can you?
I learned Rust with Copilot.
Okay.
Because the error messages are not good. Like, they're very good at being like, you did this wrong. And I'm like, great, I understand I did it wrong. How do I not do it wrong? Copilot was actually really good. And I could be like, I know there must be an idiomatic way. This is what I'm trying to do. I understand what the compiler is trying to tell me. I know there's an idiomatic way to fix this. Could you just show me the idiom that I should use here? Because like I grew up C programming, and like if you're a C programmer and you start using Rust, you're like, no, just trust me, man. Like it's gonna work out. Like I know you're worried about this, but it's okay. Like that memory is safe. And you just have to like figure out like the right way to talk to the Rust compiler so that it believes that it's safe.
Right.
And it's hard to figure those out. At least I found it hard, and Copilot was great at like teaching me idiomatic Rust. Actually, I got a lot of grief early on in the days of Kubernetes when people were like, you program Go like you're a Java programmer. I was like, well, I mean, I was a Java and C++ programmer, so guilty as charged. But I think that's also great because it means that you write idiomatic. Like Copilot is going to help you write idiomatic code sort of at the jump. You're not going to bring the baggage of like, I'm a Python programmer who happens to be writing in TypeScript. So like everything looks like the underscores and whatever, right? Like it's going to give you a starting place that pushes you in the right style direction.
Yep.
Which I think is cool.
Yeah, I agree. And that is actually, just as sort of an aside, like one of the things that people ask is, hey, can like Copilot like learn for me? Like my phone will like learn what apps it is that I'll open when I first back up. It's like you really don't necessarily want it to, because if you switch from one project to another, and I'm doing like Python all the time, and now all of a sudden I'm doing C#, like what I'm going to be doing here is going to be very, very different. I need you to like match what I've got here.
Yeah.
You know?
But I love the fact actually that it does match what you have.
Yes.
Right. Because I've found, like, especially when I'm doing light commits into other people's open source projects, it's just a massive saver because they have a particular style. It might not be my style, but if I use Copilot, Copilot uses their style.
Yeah.
Like it just looks at the rest of the source code and it's like, oh, okay, this is, you're using Pascal case, or you using whatever, right? And it fits in, and it makes it easier for that PR to get adopted and merged and all of that stuff without me, again, having to like figure it out. Like, I don't want to figure, like, because I do a lot of these like really short, like maybe I'm just going to be one commit, maybe not touch the repo again, right? You try and be a good citizen. You're using something, you find a bug, you don't just file a bug report, you file a PR. And so like, and Codespaces, by the way, is amazing for that.
Yep.
Codespaces plus dev container, like life-changing in terms of the ability to do quick, lightweight PRs. But Copilot's great for that too. Because you don't have to, and then like same thing with like unit test frameworks, because people always choose different, like mocking or whatever, and you're like, okay, like I get it, you're using whatever it is. Hey Copilot, could you, I know what you want. I know I want a mock. I don't know your mock library, but like Copilot does.
Right.
And so it's that is huge for me.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna continue. Yes.
I agree completely.
Add tests. Ooh, it's getting all TDD here because it added tests first.
Look at that.
It's running the tests to make sure that everything works. That's pretty cool. I don't know if it's going to work because I don't know that I've actually kept all the other source code, but you know, that's cool.
Yeah. We'll find out together.
You do you, Copilot.
And also just from like an open source, being a good citizen perspective, like everybody has their own like strong opinions. Like I'm very much like, if I'm writing JavaScript C#, JavaScript TypeScript, I'm a semicolon kind of boy.
Oh yeah.
But like I know the Vue community is not
really
semicolon. Yeah.
You know, the compiler's just guessing, right? Like it's like squinting at your code and being like, put it there. I think that's about right.
and again, like that's fine. I have my own strong opinions, but there's a time and place for my strong opinions to show up, and then a time and place for me to just
it's
put
good
them
to
the
fit
side.
in.
Yeah. So I love that you called that out.
Yeah. Actually, I think JavaScript as a language was vibe coded. Like I think somebody went back in time and was like, okay, we need a browser language, and they let them vibe code JavaScript, and it explains a lot, right? It explains a lot about JavaScript.
You heard it here first. JavaScript is written by a time traveler.
Time traveler with vibe coding. It's the way it is.
New conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Started right here. It's either late in the day or that tickled me.
All right. Well, we're still waiting for it to run. I think, can we cancel this running? Can I cancel a step in agent mode but keep on with the rest of agent mode?
I don't. You can stop, but I don't know that you can like. You can just like give it the next command. Yeah, I don't think this is skip.
Because I think this running test thing is stuck.
Yeah. Just go ahead and hit stop, and then.
All right, we'll stop.
Yeah. And then
I'm going to keep these changes though, because I like these changes.
Why not? YOLO.
Oh no, I mean I am all about auto keep. All right, I guess we should find out what happened.
Yeah.
Why not? Let's find out what happened. Let's add. Try and think of other...
I don't know that it updated the front end.
No, I don't think that it did, but I'm going to find that out the hard way.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember the Cosby family actually.
Yeah.
I don't know any other families.
Let's just go back to Jetsons.
All right, we'll go back to the Jetsons.
Yeah.
All right, we had Rosie.
Oh, look at that.
Autofill.
Yeah. Okay.
And let's try this, because in theory we added validation, so this shouldn't work, right? Because it's not going to include the but it did. So maybe it did. We can go over our logs and see if it returned so many
All the dialogues.
No, I don't think it. All right, so let's run the tests.
Yeah, it did actually maybe do that.
It does have a test for this invalid family ID, and it passes. So, although, yeah, I mean, it seems to pass that test. But I don't know why. Let's look at the code itself. Over to handlers. I don't know even why we're looking at code. I guess maybe they asked this.
We got about 10 minutes left. You know what? Just tell it to update the front end. Let's just see what happens.
Let's update the front end.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because eventually
can you update the front end?
Burke and James are going to come throw us out of here.
Family. A member of the family association.
It's so weird with these headphones on because like the mics of course are picking up all the background noise, and so like you're just like faintly hearing clapping and so forth in the background.
I should probably clear the mail. I don't know.
I mean,
is it slower? Like if I clear the conversation history, is it going to be faster?
I don't know whether or not it'll be faster, but it will be less likely to potentially get confused if you just like periodically like let's start a new conversation.
Like, what is their best practice there? Should I just do it like I'm going to do something different? Like we did this moment where we're like, okay, we need to add the connections between the families and the reminders. Is that a good time to clear my conversation?
Because of the fact that you're going to now update the UI and have it do the same, I would say leave it. Okay. So that way, if there were any like updates to the API, it's going to have that in its very recent memory.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, read all the files. That's good. That's good. And now let's start updating them.
By the way, also, just as in the spirit of like things that you're glad that Copilot is doing for you, I would actually never write UX code in TypeScript because figuring out how to set up all the compiler monkey whatever stuff to like make it all work right, like it's too much work. I would just write it in JavaScript because the browser knows how to load the JavaScript file, right? But I get to write it in TypeScript, which makes my life happier because like it's a nicer language for all that kind of stuff. So again, it's that low barrier. It's lowering the barrier to entry on a bunch of things for me that I find really like gets me in the right place.
Yeah.
Right. I think maybe what we're learning here is that I'm just fundamentally lazy.
Being a lazy developer is a good thing.
Well, I mean, it's probably not really a Bill Gates quote, but like there's this Bill Gates quote, which is like, I always want to find the lazy man to do something for me because he'll find the most efficient way to do it. So I always like that has always resonated.
There's truth to that. So Kevin asked a question, what is the AI doing when it says summarized conversation history there? Did it just hit a context window? So how does it do that that summary? So I'm going to like shamelessly plug, I'm actually doing a talk with Christina tomorrow morning, and it'll be streamed live on the Build website, talking about some of that behind the scenes stuff. And it really sort of just depends on how much context it has, but there is some level of just like it chunking and swapping out some of the older context that it doesn't think is relevant anymore. And there also is some summarization that goes on. So we'll look at a block, and go, okay, let me figure out what's important out of here, and now let me use that as the new context.
So I'm feeling a little bit nervous about the fact that it seems to be stuck in a little bit of a loop. Maybe we'll get out of it.
Honestly, I spend a lot of my time fixing TypeScript errors, so like, I can relate.
There you go.
I can relate.
But what I actually am curious about is I don't think it actually compiled it.
It doesn't. Yeah.
So how does it know where the TypeScript errors are?
It might be reading some of that from VS Code.
The like squiggles, the squiggles.
Yeah,
in
it does have some hooks into there. There we go.
All right, cool. It got out of its little funk there. I mean, if it truly fixed all the squiggles in main.js, like, no,
but that's okay.
But if I say no, like, is that the right thing for me to do here? Is to say no, Or I should just say keep. I'm going to say keep.
Just say keep.
Keep it all.
YOLO.
Keep it all. All right. That looks good. That, by the way, this thumbs up, thumbs down has always confused me a little bit too, because like these are actually feedback on the response. But when it asks me something like, would you like to make any adjustments to these changes? I want to be like, nope, thumbs up. It's good.
Well,
but I mean, and I could, but like, I don't know. All right. Let's go back over here.
All right.
All right. Do we have to do we reload it enough that we need to add it? All right. Let's.
Oh yeah, because you stopped the back end.
500 internal server.
Oh
No. Terminal. Why are you throwing 500s? Did I actually? Oh no, you know what? I think it's not running. Why does it throw a 500? That's funny. It's not really a 500. It's just not running.
Minor technicality.
All right, cool. So now we can say selection. Oh, nice.
Look at that. Look at that.
I like this.
And then don't forget a title and description.
I'm going to get a title. We're going to say, trying to think of a good Firefly reference, but fix the ship. It's definitely not a Mal.
Well, it is now.
All right. Well, it's because I didn't put in the mechanic. Isn't it Carrie? No, Carrie. The mechanic's name is slipping my head. Slipping my mind. All right, add a reminder. Okay.
Look at that.
And although it doesn't have the assignment in the UX, so we'll have to add that at some point. But I think actually we got time.
Yeah,
got 5 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Let's see if we can do it. I think we can do it. We're going to go back over to main.ts and we're going to say, can you add the family assigned?
What's funny is that as James was handing all this over, what he said is that usually it's really, really bumpy, yes. And then like the last 5 minutes, everything comes together. And we've been the exact proof of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming together.
So hour 45 and you can ship any feature. That's what we've learned.
That's what we've learned. Hour 45 is the sweet spot. But it says, that's for the, this is the UX display. It says it's displaying it, but it's not. I'll hit reload, but I don't think it's going to work.
No. Yeah. Maybe just be more descriptive of like, hey, this should be under the reminders.
Yeah, but it's saying assigned to, like, it thinks it's doing it.
Oh, you're right.
It thinks it's doing it. I'm just going to say like, that's not actually this. Honestly, ask is probably better than agent mode, but
I think for what you're doing now, ask would probably be better, just because like
it's
know
trying
exactly
to plan
what you
too
need
hard.
to do.
Yeah,
exactly. It's overthinking. Haven't we all been there?
No, that's for sure true. There weren't any errors, were there? Oh, I didn't look at the console. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Oh, I should take out that debug logger.
Yeah.
I see the issue now. The backend is. All right.
Oh, there we go.
Well, maybe that's like it's logging it.
Oh. Oh, I wonder if it's not doing a join. That's what it is.
Oh, because it has like the ID.
It has the ID. Yeah, because if you go back to the display, I think over on the right side.
No, see, it says no one is assigned.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Okay.
Let's take a look at the reminders and see if they're actually assigned though. Oh, so it didn't actually get assigned.
Oh, all right. That's going to take.
That's the problem. That's going to take longer than the 2 minutes that we have. So.
All right.
But I am actually impressed. I think we did good.
Yeah.
I feel like I did good. I feel like I'm going to keep doing this now because I'm excited about what I've built so far.
Yes. And
although actually
this was top on your wife's to-do list was
to
build this. So,
that's right.
Yeah. Cool. Beautiful. Brendan.
Absolutely. Thank you so
very
much. Thanks for moderating.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. This was
for sure.
This was a ton of fun, and I'm going to kick us back over to the title slide, and James will be coming back in 15? 15 minutes. All right.
We're live. We're live.
Is there a countdown or something?
No, we're live.
No, play like a bumper so that people are excited to tune in for the stream. This sucks already.
I don't have a bumper. I don't have a bumper.
Hold on, I gotta find my mouse too.
Welcome back, everybody, to Vibe Coding. We're live now. Now it's happening.
Well, okay.
Welcome back to Vibe Coding with Burke, who's a hot mess over here.
I'm not a hot mess.
Hot mess. I'm James Montemagno. I'm your back for your host. What is that? That's toothpaste.
I found my toothpaste. I never brushed my teeth in 3 days.
Burke over here. Welcome back to another edition of Let It Cook. You can find us on the VS Code YouTube on Fridays. Me, Burke, and Pierce, and guest live Vibe Code, and we are day 2. We're closing out with some TypeScript fun. I think maybe I don't know what Burke is doing. He brought this light effects bulb. You can see his bulb right here. And I think, what's your plan with this bulb?
I wanna create like an interface so that people can control the bulb, either from. That's how we say bulb in Tennessee. It's a bub. You can drop letters. It's fine. It's faster.
Yeah, you please.
It's more productive.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw Burke speaking, please. Yep.
And
you're connected to the internet. This bulb is not connected to the internet.
No, because we have to wait 15 minutes.
Yes, 15 minutes, everybody.
What a time to be alive. Hold on. Can they see my phone?
No,
I
they
hope
cannot
not.
see your phone. I'm hiding it.
Dude, that thing hasn't moved at all.
Well, no, that is the progress. There's an app for the light effects bulb. So I'll describe this while you're doing it. Get coding.
All right.
Okay, so we have this light effects bulb back here, and I believe that your goal is to make it so the chat can engage and actually like change.
How small can you make it? Will it just go away? No, that's the smallest. Let's bring it back. Now let's go back again. That's
what we do. Burke has given me his phone, and what we need to do.
It's such a terrible idea.
Wow, I just found out that Burke's name is not Burke.
It is. What are you talking about?
Not in your settings.
Why are you up in my phone settings?
Because I'm in your Wi-Fi. So we're setting up this light effects bulb. Now, what we found out is that the light effects bulb, I think it's going to work now. It is set up originally. No. Yeah, just let me finally do it. It allowed me to set it. Oh, communicating with device.
Oh, no.
What's happening? Well, look, it blinked. Okay, so we're vibe coding this. Okay. Oh my, look, there's 1,000 things happening. What
is that? Select our Wi-Fi network. It's got to be a 2.4G. So whatever one we're on has to support the 2.4.
Do I need to tether this, I guess, to it? That's interesting.
Can you do your phone as a hotspot? Let me connect.
I can see. I'm worried.
I find it hard to believe none of these networks out here support 2.4.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do that on my Mint Mobile sponsor. Mint Mobile on here. So what are you doing? Get to coding.
Oh, sorry.
What are you doing?
We're going to build a website that lets you control. Why is it so loud? Can I turn down the volume?
No.
My voice is super annoying.
No, you're not allowed to turn down it.
Can you turn it down, Ed?
No, I can't.
Are you serious?
No, I don't know how to do it.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going to survive this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a website, ideally, that lets us control this light bulb via the API, and then we're going to publish it, and then we're just going to let the chat go ham with the light bulb here at Build, and all these people here will be forced to just go with whatever you decide the color of the light bulb should be. They'll have no choice. All right, so you're working on that.
Working on it.
Let's start a new project. And to do that, I feel like I'm not a zoo exhibit. Okay? No, man. No. I'm not a freaking warthog.
I'm trying. I got to reset it up. I turned on maximum compatibility for the 2.4 gigahertz.
All right. Sounds made up. How do you hide the... My mouse doesn't work. Hold on. Bluetooth settings. Wait, no. Nope, there we go. Now it's connected. All right. So let's start a new project. Let's open the terminal. And the terminal is not found. So we're in good shape already.
Oh, that's great.
Actually, I'm going to make sure we're using node 20. All right. And then we're going to do some of this business here. Watch this. That's all there is. Does this do anything? No way. Cool. That's amazing. All right. So let's create a new project by going to how do I, what, oh no, I messed the terminal. There we go. So let's create a new project. We're going to open, so we're going to do some inline chat, and we're going to do a new Astro application. Yo, if you're a web developer and you're not using Astro,
what's Astro?
What are you doing with your life? It's a web framework for, I don't want to use Astro actually. That's not a good idea. Let's use. Okay.
What do you want to use? What's your
let's create a new Vite app. How about that? Sounds like a better
Debbie
idea.
explained what Vite was earlier. Can you explain what Vite is?
No.
Okay.
No, get her back in here because I don't know. It's like it just scaffolds out like a web project for you for doing React. We're going to do React because that's what you have to do if you want to build a website. There's no other way to do it.
There's no other way to do it.
What should we call this project? Lamp. I love lamp. All right.
That's a good name.
Yep. That's a fantastic name. I ate a big red candle.
Oh, nice. How'd it taste?
You don't get that.
Like
that's from Anchorman.
Yeah,
man.
no, it was like some rich mahogany taste.
He says, I ate a big red candle. He says, I love lamp. And he says,
lamp.
you're just saying things. Are you just saying things? Yes.
Are you just looking at something and then saying what that thing is?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I've seen the movie.
Okay. Jeez.
Jeez Louise.
All right. We're going to use, you can use all these different frameworks. I don't even know what some of this stuff is. Like, what's Marco? What's Quick? What's Lit? I've never even heard of those things.
What are you using?
What are you? I'm going to use React, and then we're going to use TypeScript because it's fun with TypeScript. And it's TypeScript plus SWC. Again, not the first freaking clue what that is. Server components, maybe? I don't know. Let's just do TypeScript. And then we just go to I love lamp, and then npm install. And then we're going to run this mug.
I'm trying hard to connect. Now I got to connect your phone to my phone.
I told you this was going to be the hardest part.
I don't know why you didn't bring like a Wi-Fi hotspot repeater.
Well, I assumed there would be Wi-Fi at the premier
There is one.
technology conference.
For some reason, it's
developers.
only 5G, I guess. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know.
Okay.
It says I'm connected, but then it's not necessarily telling me that I'm. Oh, there we go. Oh, retry.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
my goodness. I'm retrying the whole thing.
Well, you have to do that quietly, though, because I can't think
Go ahead.
with your voice. Okay. All right. So we have, so let's open this in the editor. That would be the next logical thing to do. Code Insiders. Will it complete that for me? Yeah. Bye, Caitlin. Oh, there we go.
What extension are you using? Someone was asking. Sean's asking.
What extension?
Yeah, what extension are you using?
To do like the AI stuff?
I-
To do what?
To do what, Sean? Let us know.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to wait 60 seconds. Or they got to wait 60 seconds.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's a terrible experience. Who turned that? Was it you?
That was me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's me.
Dog it all over your
I
stream.
think I need to reset.
Sorry.
it again.
See you in 60 seconds. I won't have any friends left by the time this is over. Okay. So what are we doing? We're building a website. Okay. So we have Vite installed, and now we need to npm run dev, and it should like it should just like run a website. Like we should be up and running.
Oh,
Bam!
hey, you did it. Wow.
Okay.
Did you just vibe code that?
No,
Oh.
I actually did that. Well, no, kind of. I mean, we scaffolded. I used inline chat from the terminal to just ask it to, because I can't remember the
commands.
vernacular.
The vernacular. Can you view that website inside of VS Code?
Yeah, you probably can.
Someone
You
was
could
asking,
do-
how do you host a website with VS Code? Well, we're hosting it right
yeah,
now.
what is it? So you
We're
could do
gonna
like, you should
deploy
be able to
it.
do like simple browser and then / localhost 5173, bam. Yeah, there it is.
Boom.
I don't like this though. I don't
Okay.
like this. Like we have the web for websites and we
Okay.
have VS Code for code. Get out of here.
I'm going to try to reset this again.
Okay. Now, what do we want to do, chat? We want to make an interface for you to control this lamp back here behind me. So,
If we can get it connected to the internet, that's the hardest part.
how are we going to do that? All right. So here's what we need to do. Let's start off here
Okay, I'm ready.
by going to the LIFX API.
I thought
No.
you created an MCP server for this. I guess you need an actual API for it.
We
to
need an
communicate,
API,
so you
yeah.
need an
So we're
API.
going to come to the API here,
Mhm.
and what we're going to do is we're going to grab that URL, and we're going to start creating. I'm going to create a folder here called new folder. We're going to call it .docs. And then what I'm going to say to this mug here, Copilot, this mug here, is I'm going to tell it, hey, yo, I don't want to type any of this. Hey, yo, I'm about to give you a link, and I need you to go out and fetch the contents of that link. And then on that page, there's like a bunch of API endpoints on the left-hand side. Those are all going to be different pages that we're going to need to crawl. So if you can just like make a markdown table of all those and their URLs, that would be dope sauce. Get after it. Now, I don't actually know what this is going to do because I really wanted to pass in the fetch tool. Oh, I haven't provided a link yet. Sorry.
It's
Sorry.
Smart. It's smart.
There we go.
It's smart.
So then I passed in the fetch so that it actually fetches a thing.
Someone was asking me about this the other day because they're like, oh, like, you created an MCP server to like get monkeys to do this thing. Can't your tool just get the thing? I was like, yeah, I can get the thing. But in this case, it's unauthenticated. So it's like figuring stuff out for you with fetch, which is super nice.
Right.
But
So
if you had an MCP server, you could actually like provide this in a more structured way. Like imagine LightFX had an MCP server that like did a bunch of stuff for you. Or you just had some way of getting this a little bit nicer, like
than that. Yeah, this is a little bit crude. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have these endpoints. So now what we're gonna do is I'm just be like iterate over all of these endpoints and fetch each one of these pages, and then create a markdown table that contains the API endpoint, the path, the HTTP methods, and any parameters we need to pass, and stick that in a file called LIFX API. Markdown, and there's a .docs folder that you can slap that into.
Yep. I don't even need to like communicate with you. You're just kind of going. I like this. Like,
Yeah,
even though I'm MC,
I'm talking.
But Burke is a natural MC himself. So like actually, I just get to sit here, and my whole goal is to get this light bulb connected.
That's your only job. You have one job.
That's my one job.
Is to get this light bulb.
I had to reset it, which means it is now back in HomeKit mode, which means we need 15 minutes. Because once it connected to a Wi-Fi, it was like, no, I'm good. And then it's like, retry again. It's like, no, you got to redo it all.
No, you got to be kidding me, man. What kind of
100%.
freaking experience is this?
It's a bad experience.
This is terrible.
That's not how you develop software. So.
We're going to get this thing written with no light. That's depressing.
What's it doing? Is it doing stuff? Is it creating?
Yeah, it's creating
API?
a comprehensive markdown file with the API documentation. It had to go fetch 19 web pages, which it did.
Oh, that's pretty good. So it went off. It fetched all these API docs.
It's crawling.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Because why is this so freaking small? Because when you're in here, in order to use this API, this thing needs to know about the API. It doesn't know anything about the API. And each one of these is a separate page. So I'm literally having it go through each one of these pages and pull out all the documentation.
They're like an SDK for this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm making one myself. And then here it is, right?
Boom.
And into here is all of like set states, effects.
Nice.
And so now it knows everything about the API here.
Wow.
I feel authentication via LIFX token in the authorization header. That might be enough for us to get it. We'll just go ahead and keep this.
Keep it.
Where did it put that in docs? It did, right?
Wow,
so here's
beautiful.
but it called it .markdown, which I said.
Which is what you said.
But that ain't right. Wait, is that still valid markdown? Is .markdown, chat?
Try to preview it.
Dude, chat, is .markdown valid markdown?
It might be valid markdown.
Can we try to preview it?
Preview it.
I think it's valid markdown, dude.
Boom. I bet Visual Studio Code's smart enough to be like, oh, like I can see that this is markdown. Yeah, just markdown.
But I like somebody look it up. Look up the markdown spec and tell me if .markdown is actually valid, because that's silly. If it is, it works and that's cool, but it shouldn't. All right, so let's. Oh, question: capital MD or lowercase MD?
Lowercase.
Nah, really?
Why? Yeah, why? Yeah.
I don't know, because
README all caps, MD smaller.
Yeah, but README is README all caps and then lowercase MD.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how I do
all
it.
right.
But actually, like how I make my docs is all lowercase everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I would have done.
So you would lowercase all this whole. Okay.
Yeah, I would do like LIFX lowercase and then underscore.
Underscore API.
Maybe a dash. I don't know. No, I do dash API. Yeah.
Dash API.
Yeah.
LIFX dash API.
Yeah, that's how I would do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that gels with me.
All right. So that's the API. And then now what I want to do is I want to install Tailwind CSS because we need a CSS framework. And I don't trust Copilot to know how to do this on its own because this is changing all the time. So like install Tailwind in Vite React. I'm going to go for the docs again. No, free CodeCamp. No. Like, where's the official? Are there official docs on how to do this? Oh, right there.
It's the first
it's
link.
Literally the first link. My bad.
Now, the reason you're doing this is because like Tailwind, CSS, and Vite and React, all this stuff, like changing all the time, right? So like, the model could have been made yesterday, and then it's probably updated already. Is that the problem?
Yes. So I'm gonna. Okay. And also, by the way, we're gonna keep this source control open here. We need to start this right now. So initial commit.
Do you need is there a .git ignore file? Nope, doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter. Yeah, it's already there. It's provided by the template.
That's nice.
And then we'll publish the branch, I guess. I'm sure there's already a repo called I Love Lamp build 2025.
Nice.
We'll make it public.
GitHub, Burke, Holland. I'll drop a link so you can follow along at home.
So we're pushing that. And then, so now what we want to do is what are we doing?
I think you're making a website.
Tailwind. We're installing Tailwind. So we're going to say install Tailwind. And then again, we're going to pass the link. And then I'm going to say fetch because I don't want it to try to guess what I want. I want it to just do the thing.
There we go. We got a question. Is like, didn't know that you could fetch docs like this in Copilot. Amazing. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Burke is so talented. Also, could you have it fetch
Mom? Is that you?
No. Could you have it fetch all the API endpoint info from Open API spec for a specific API? Of course. Yeah, if you had an Open API spec, you could just give it that.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to any of these questions is you can do anything. All right, so I just want to check and make sure. Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. So I feel like that's wrong. Okay, so this is interesting here. Oh, we run into this. So like, why is it doing this? So here's what I do. Watch this chat.
I'm watching.
Okay, don't threaten to put it in jail. That's not the answer. The answer is install Tailwind CSS, install Tailwind CSS in this project. And then I'm going to tell it, follow these instructions exactly. Don't deviate. We're going to put the link in. We're going to pass fetch. And we should have a little bit better luck here. Sometimes you need to tell the AI
what to do.
Yes.
Golden says .markdown is they don't think it's spec. MD is preferred, but at the end of the day, Markdown is just a text file, so they don't know.
Man, it's still trying to install auto prefixer and all of this stuff. Y'all, this is why you have to know what you're doing. So I'm actually going to do this manually now because I don't trust it. I know we're supposed to be vibing, but
sometimes you break out of the vibe.
Yeah, you gotta watch what you're doing here. Okay, so let's just do it like this.
You know what was really nice is what doc were you looking at? Oh, the MCP doc that literally like had a copy markdown button at the top or whatever.
Oh yeah, some docs do have that. That is nice.
That is nice. Pro tip for anyone creating docs: have a copy markdown button at the top so you can just jam that into the AI.
Right. Oh, look, next edit suggestions popping up. It's like, yo, you wanna include Tailwind? Yeah, I do. Bing bang, and import in our CSS. Add an import to your CSS. Where's my CSS?
Some people, Burke, were saying,
index.
Are you vibing if you're writing code? And I would say you're just vibing in a different way.
There's no wrong way to vibe.
There's
folks.
no wrong way to vibe. I appreciate you for saying that.
Yeah.
And validating me.
Also, whatever I do is the right way to do things. Never question me again.
Never do.
All right. And then it says add this to your HTML. I think this is already added somewhere. I'm gonna assume. This is a strange noise. So I changed this. All right, this looks like Tailwind. Okay. So in our file here, we have an app which I imagine is pulling in. Like, where is index being? Index CSS. Index CSS. Where is that actually being pulled in here? It's in the main file.
Ask the AI.
It's in the main file. Okay, so now what we want to do is the lamp ready?
No, I'm still waiting for the 15-minute timeout.
Is that my water?
No, this is my water.
Oh.
Golden, I mean, do you want me to I can get you a water if you want a water.
Hey, G, could you grab me some water just from over there? Thanks, dude.
G. Max is asking how to host a website using a URL on your own laptop.
We can't do it.
No, that's
we don't know how.
You gotta ask Copilot.
Yeah.
I think you just go to learn.microsoft.com and check out app service. You can go ahead and deploy it.
Thank you,
there.
Smutch.
I set up custom domains. You can also do it on GitHub Pages.
All right, we'll deploy it. Let's do something like, let's actually make something though. So let's keep this. And again, what do we do, chat? We commit.
Always be committing.
Right? Always be committing, right?
Always be committing.
How do I commit? Oh, I go and then we're just gonna hit this button and vibe a commit message. Added tailwind, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Vibes,
Yeah.
sync, boom, done.
Don't read
Ship it.
It knows.
No,
what it
nobody cares.
Is there supposed to be a extra character there on line 9? What happened there? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a trailing. I don't know. That doesn't look right at all. Let's get that out of here. Boom. Fixed. You're not allowed to do that. You have to let Copilot
Commit
get that.
Commit that.
Get that. Hold on. What will it say?
Commit
Like,
that.
what's the change?
You gotta commit it. I want to know.
Fix correct JSS
Oh, wow.
syntax in
I'm
name.
a JSX expert.
Yeah, you are. Okay.
Boom.
So now what we want to do is we want to talk a little bit about what we're going to build. And I'm going to move over to 4.1 for this. And all right, let's close this file to not add any further confusion here. And let's do this. Hey, what's up, dude? Listen, here's the sitch. We need to create a specification for a website that we're going to use to let people control a lamp that's sitting behind me. You can't see it, but it's controllable with the LIFX API, which I'm going to give you. Don't worry about any of that for now. What I'm trying to say is I need you to create sort of like a loose specification for a website that people can use to control a lamp via an API. Get at it.
Why are you creating a spec right now? After it sends, wait for it though. Oh, what? Oh, because it can hear me.
It can hear you, so it's gonna. So thanks for that. If this doesn't work, that's your fault. So it's okay. Created a spec, and it said
It knows. It was like it could hear that it was
power
me.
control. Right. I need to give it more context. So I'm gonna add in. I need to put in the. Let's put in the API, and then I'm gonna try again.
I think the light bulbs.
Yo,
ready.
generate that spec again and everything and stuff. And this time, put it in a spec.md file in the .docs folder. Thank you. Oh, also, I gave you the LIFX API markdown file. Peace.
I'm ready to try to set up this light again. How come I just can't see any other?
I told you this would be the hardest
I'm
part.
going to try to do it with MSFT Wi-Fi.
All right. It created a spec here. So let's see. What have we got here? Create a web interface that allows users to control a physical lamp. That is correct. We're going to toggle lamp on and off, brightness, color selection, status display, API integration, responsive UI. That all sounds pretty good. User flow, user visits the website. The current lamp status is displayed. User can toggle. Yeah, that's true. Front end technical notes. Yeah, this is all great. I like this a lot. Oh, and it linked. Did it link to? It didn't quite get this link. I actually want this as a link. I want this as like where is this? Where is this file actually at? Like this, y'all. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do this, and then I should be able to find it. It's in .docs. Where is that? No, too far. Too far. You got too far. .docs. Wait. What the heck's happening? Oh, it's right there. Okay. So I'm actually going to link it in. So because this works. If you link it, it will know. And so we got a spec file. Let's clear this out. Oh, we're going to keep our changes and then we're going to commit it. Our spec. We're going to do this, a little bit of this business and sync it. All right. No. Are you back to freaking resetting it again? Are you sure that's necessary?
It literally says an error has occurred setting up the Wi-Fi. Please turn it off and on and wait 15 more minutes. This is ridiculous.
Hasn't that happened to you twice now?
Yeah, this is the second time.
What are the odds
I have 2 more shots at this.
that it's going to just do the exact same thing the very next time you do it? Okay. All right. Chat. How's it going?
Chat.
I'm looking over because like I can't see the chat. I want to see you.
You know what you could do
What?
is you could probably turn a hotspot on your Mac because you're doing the wired hot. You know what I mean? You're
Am I wired in? So I could like do
in.
internet sharing.
You can do internet sharing from that, and then say do that.
So
and then I
think it's under network. I haven't done this in a long time.
Definitely
man.
not under that one.
No, it's like network connection.
Yeah.
Network connections.
We have 15 minutes to wait for us to even try again.
How do you do this? The interface is all different.
Go to your settings.
Let's go to settings. Yeah.
And then
network. It's got to be like a.
It's right there. Network.
I can't see it. Okay. So now what we want to do is if we go to the Wi-Fi, I think we want to say that we want to do internet sharing. Is it under advanced? No.
Maybe just type in like share.
Internet sharing.
There it is.
There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Internet sharing. Okay, 2 devices using
the Ethernet one.
This one here? Is this?
I don't know which one you're connected to. Oh, share your connection from. Yeah, it says 2 devices using your Wi-Fi. Yeah, 2 Wi-Fi.
2 Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
To this.
Yeah, you want to share from the Ethernet adapter.
Are you sure you want to turn on internet sharing? If your computer is connected to a network, turn it on.
Yes. I think that's correct.
But then, like, how do you connect?
Yeah, it'll tell you a password here in a second.
You sure?
Yep.
Configure internet sharing. Our network. What's the network name?
Oh, that could be fine. Just that. That's fine.
Vibes.
And then
channel.
2.4, please.
I can't. It won't let me. I can't touch it.
What about security protocol?
No security. It's wide open.
Oh, that one.
What's the password?
Vibes.
Vibes. Is that show password?
It's gotta be at least 6 characters.
What? I can't. There's no channel. Oh, it has to be at least 6 characters. How about vibes? Vibes. Okay. Dude, I don't know about this.
I don't know either. We'll find out. Okay. Well, I'll try to connect to it when we're there.
15 minutes later.
I assume that maybe you're gonna need your face. Thank you.
You feel sorry for that phone that has to look at my face all the time?
Yes.
So mean.
So the question
Chat,
is,
don't let him talk to me like that.
The question is, did it actually share from your Wi-Fi? You know what I mean? Like, I actually don't see
I have
it
no
yet.
clue. Does it not show?
No. Try it again. It should like show up on here.
There's the LIFX.
Yeah.
What do we call it? We called it vibes.
Vibes. Maybe we shared it from the wrong thing. So go
Didn't
back.
we?
Go back to your network
settings, network sharing, internet sharing, internet.
Well, so your Wi-Fi is off, so it should show it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not.
So I bet
Internet sharing allows other computers connected to the share your connection from Ethernet adapter to devices using Wi-Fi. That's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that is a Wi-Fi. But then your Wi-Fi is off.
Oh, maybe we just turn the Wi-Fi on?
I think so.
The Wi-Fi?
The Wi-Fi? I think it would just show up, right?
No, now it's connected to ShowNet, which is the internet.
That's not correct.
This is a whole lot of baloney.
Now, so go back to Wi-Fi settings. It's not correct.
Oh, I wonder if it got messed up. Let's turn it off. Turn it back on. Turn it on. Now the Wi-Fi is on.
Right?
But it doesn't actually let us.
Oh wait, no, now it's doing it. Look, there's a little. There's like.
Oh, it is there.
Now it's there. Okay,
there,
now I see
okay.
vibes. Now I see vibes.
You got it. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna try to set up this bulb again. Okay.
All right, get after the bub. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to say, let's build this site, and we're gonna pass in. Oh, excuse me. Our files here. So we have lamp control spec. Yeah, that's it. That's our spec file. And I think I'm going to use Claude here because we're asking it to do quite a lot. And honestly, Claude seems to like to do a lot. 4.1 likes to do. It's very.
See, I'm a 3.5 user as well because it's not. When I use 3.7, it just kind of keeps going.
Yeah, it will.
Doing stuff.
It will. So it wants to install Axios,
Of course
emotion styled Mantine core, Mantine hooks, man. What is that?
Oh, hit cancel, and then you know what you should tell it? You should tell it in the things, use minimal
Dependencies.
Yeah.
Build a site.
Use minimal dependencies.
Use minimal dependencies.
Like, in fact, use 0 NPM modules.
Take it easy, bro.
So Max, we're building right now. This is a React and Vite application, and it's going to be controlling this light bulb back here. If we can get it set up, that's the goal.
All right. So it wants to install Axios. I'll allow.
Okay, I'll allow that. I'll
Yeah.
allow that. Yeah, that was a lot nicer. Yeah. Also, it was going to do like 1,000 things.
It was. It wanted to install a
You're-
bunch of stuff I've never heard
Yeah,
of.
you're in control of how many NPM node dependencies.
You know, it's like if you want to learn about new node packages, apparently just ask.
Tell
ancient
me
nodes
what
to do
all these packages do.
Yeah.
please. I'm still waiting 15 minutes. So
Great. Let's create a simple and clean interface. I'll update the app.tsx with our LAMP control interface. Is it seriously going to just monolith this thing?
good.
I guess that's kind of what we want.
Yeah.
I want to refactor our way into a workable state.
It's not going to put it all in one file.
I don't know, man.
2 files? A minimum 2 files.
Let's add some basic styling. Let's see what it's doing.
Oh,
that is awful.
Beautiful. Well, you know, we said
It's got a
minimal-
color
it's got-
picker. We said minimal
Oh, wait,
dependencies,
what's
not
happening? We got
minimal
We
UI.
got to turn on, turn off, but no, it's still implementing.
Oh, it's fixing errors.
Of course, it's fixing lint errors. Come on.
I love LAMP. Turn on.
It's created, but functional UI. It has done
It
that.
is functional, so it's like going to call the API endpoints.
Oh, yeah.
Add the LIFX integration. Make any adjustments to the current UI. So before
Make
you
it more
add,
modern. Make it
yeah,
more modern.
yo,
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell you this, but this UI looks like I built it, and that is not what I called you for. Please make this more spiffy, more modern, more exceptionally nice for my eyeballs. All right.
It's going to go to work.
Golly, man.
You didn't even see it.
Super disappointing. I hear you.
Oh,
The freaking gaslighting of it's like
earlier,
my bad.
earlier, Pierce was talking to it, and he was like, "Why didn't you implement this thing?" And it's like, because you told me in your spec not to implement it yet until step 6, and we're only on step 4.
Whoa, man.
Spicy.
It should apologize. It should be like, you know what, you're right. You told me not to, but I should have known that you wanted that. I'm sorry that I didn't do it.
Yeah. Read my mind, Copilot.
Let's make this UI more visually appealing while keeping it minimal. I said minimal dependencies. Okay, so it's really latched onto that word, and
It really has.
yeah,
It's
I don't like that. We're gonna have to.
Oh, it did add 160 lines of CSS though.
Did it?
Yeah.
Just 160 lines? No, we're using Tailwind. No,
You forgot to tell it you're using Tailwind.
it's in the freaking spec, bro. We have Tailwind. What on earth? What on earth, man?
It's fixing accessibility issues, which is positive. Although we're about to rewrite the entire UI here in a second.
Yeah.
Basham was asking, why not 3.7? I'm a 3.5 person. I think it's faster, and then also
I don't think it's better. In my experience, it's just not better. No, and it aggressively deletes code.
I've been really lucky with 4.1 recently too, one shot. But I like to switch between models. That's pretty good. This is actually like a lot. It's 1,000 times better than what it was. Just put a few rounded corners.
Is
on
this the light
I'm
working?
still no.
Dude,
I'm still
I'm
waiting for the 15
scared to
minutes.
death that we're not going to get this working.
I'm trying really hard.
Okay.
Did you do vibes, lowercase?
Yeah, all lowercase. Vibes,
Cool.
vibes.
I will try to connect.
Vibes.
I'm trying really hard.
It's vibes 2x.
Vibes 2x.
Wow.
It did a whole bunch of things. It did 10 things.
Did it said I make the interface more premium? Oh, it is more premium. Has a more it used the word premium.
Modern feel. Still
well,
being
I don't
minimal.
agree with that.
Tell it don't be minimal. Don't be minimal. Don't be minimal.
And stop being minimal, man. Stop being minimal.
Oh no. Do it.
Use vibes.
It's just gonna put the word vibes.
Dude, I mean, look, it's got like freaking WebKit slider thumb hovers. Like, what are you doing?
Look at this. Oh,
My
bad.
bad.
My bad.
Dude, is it talking to me back the way that I'm talking to it?
It is. It totally is. It's like, oh, I see you. I see you, Burke.
It's like
it just deleted
cool like
250 lines of code.
Good.
Get out of here.
I hated all of that. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what we're after.
Less modern. Less modern.
Did it be great if it got to a point where the AI just like irritated with you and was like, fine?
Does it get irritated with you?
No, it never does. No.
It can't. We don't allow it.
No, it doesn't know what irritation is.
Oh, that's a valid point.
Mm.
It does know that the vibes are off.
But I promise you that I do.
Yeah.
What is Chad doing?
Chad, Max is just loving the CSS that you're generating.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And there's lots of laughter in the chat, so I appreciate that.
All right, keyframes, glow, float. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what
Whoa! Now we're talking.
With a big on-off button. Make your space glow. Is this like moving up and down?
It definitely is moving up and down.
Whoa.
Wow.
All right.
You know what I like to tell at this point? Do a bunch of...
All right, bro. All right, bro. That's kind of dope.
This is what I've been telling everyone to do, is have it do...
Does it understand like Gen Z speak?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, bro. That's kind of dope. No
You
cap,
can have it do
no cap.
floating emojis that are themed, that float in and out on the Z axis. And
Thanks.
Ooh.
The Cyberpunk Glass UI is hitting different for real? What in the world? Do you want me to add some particle effects to the background?
Yes. Yes. Do that.
Bet. I said bet.
I don't even know what that means.
It's like, yeah, definitely. Like if I say like, yo, you want to
say for real, I would have no idea what FR was.
It knows. It understands freaking. It understands brain rot. Bet. Let me add more particle effects to make this background even more fire.
For this vibe. The vibes are high.
Bro.
Keep it going. Didn't you say earlier just lean into the design?
Yeah, you just do whatever the
in.
thing is doing, you just keep doing that thing.
Someone did say that's premium. Now that's premium.
That's premium.
Accessibility, not so good in that one.
I'll use the TS particles library. It's lightweight and perfect for this type. Oh, it's waiting on me. All right.
Yeah. No, that's okay. It is like, I like that it's lightweight though. Still waiting 50.
A lot of freaking warnings there.
Well, you know, if you install an npm package, there's about 1,000.
Now let's update the app.tsx to add some sick particles. Okay. Now it's just like a little bit much. Like, rein it in, bro. Try to be professional. I'm thinking that my next chat message will be like, hey, man, why don't you act like a pro?
You're a pro engineer.
That's not how pro engineers talk. But actually, maybe it is. What am I?
It could be.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Let me fix that lint error.
Oh, fix those lint errors.
Fine. Why did you introduce them to begin with?
That's very good. Yep. Oh, there they are. It's going to go away. Where are the particles? I see the particles.
Where?
Whoa, dope. Wow.
But there's no particles. What are you talking about?
Look at it. Can't you see them? They're up on the screen. They're not they're visible enough, but look, there's like constellations happening. Do you see that?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's dope.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's really cool. I don't know if you can see it on the chat. It's hard to see.
What is it doing?
I don't know.
How did it do that?
I don't know. Magic. Tell it to make it more visible. It's hard to see.
Yeah, no. It's perfect, dude. It's like just subtle. Like you can see it up there really, really well. Chat, can you see it?
I think they can kind of see it.
Let the chat call it. Chat, like more particles, less particles.
Someone said they liked the UI before it added vibes. Oh, yes, they are. Bashan says, cool. Vibes. Okay. Yeah. We should probably have it implement the API. I'm actually going to get this done.
All right. Okay, so let's keep this. We're committing. Bam. Vibes.
That's good UI.
Add lamp brightness controls, features, color adjustments, whatever. No one cares. Get out of here. Okay. New chat. See, because I don't care. And then I'll just include that file again. Lamp control spec. Okay, baby. All right. Sup? Listen.
Communicating with device.
Why am I typing? I've given you the lamp control spec, which has the LIFX API in it, and this application is already dope. You made it. It's dope. I love you for what you've done so far. And now I need you to actually implement the API endpoints so that this thing does something. I found that talking to Copilot, I used to not do it because I was like, I didn't become a software engineer to talk to people.
No, I love talking to people. That's
no.
That's my best.
I got into this field to be left alone. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because
it's better to code together.
I want to be like, no, Chad, tell me, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Don't you just want people to leave me alone?
I want everyone. That's why.
Will you make an office
offline part when you have no Wi-Fi? Well, the light bulb doesn't work when you don't have light. When you don't have it's connecting to Vibes.
Come on.
So I need to go. It says go connect to. I think it's going to work because it actually showed up in the list. So I'm feeling positive. I need.
You hadn't got that far before?
No.
Vibes.
So what happens is you need to first tell it what Wi-Fi to connect to, and then you need to connect to that Wi-Fi, and then go back. It's like connect to the device, tell it what to connect to, then connect to the Wi-Fi, and then
return to the LIFX app.
And I'm back in the app.
Okay, so we have it. It says
setup is success.
Did it work?
Yeah. Where do I need to put it? A new location?
Yeah. So you can do any location. Doesn't matter. Wait, existing locations, home, office. Yeah, do new location. Do build. Yeah. Toads my goats. And then And then it doesn't need a group. Wait, does it? It does need a group.
5 codes.
Yeah.
Vibes.
Oh, give it. Yeah, and then give it a name. Vibes.
Vibes in Vibes.
Yeah. And then now, okay, so now you can try to. No, we don't want any of that. Just keep going. Just like congratulate. Whoa.
Groups.
Because we have to claim it. So first of all, just check and make sure this actually works. Okay, it does work. Perfect.
Light settings?
No. It's like you've never done this before. Hold on.
I don't own this.
Look, it's just like this, and you're like,
that's much better. Can you turn it down a little? Does it hurt my eyeballs?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we could turn the brightness down like this, like that. Hold on.
Oh, thank goodness.
No, wait, like this.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's too low.
Oh.
No one can see it now in the chat.
Sorry. It's like I can't make you happy.
No, I think that one. There it is. Okay, that's
just leave it.
Just
okay,
leave it. Don't touch it.
So now what we need to do is we need to actually go out to the LIFX site and claim this mug.
Do you need me to hide your? Do you need to log in?
Not yet. So we're gonna go to the LIFX API, remote control, and we are going to go to authentication and our account settings. And you may need to hide my screen here.
Right.
Hiding it. Yours is working hard.
Hold on. Wait for it. Don't do it yet. All right.
Now, let's create a new token here, which we're calling Vibes.
There you go. Burke is working hard to get it.
And
did it come up? Did it happen?
Yeah, and then I'm going to come back and I need to add. Don't show it yet because I got to put it in my env file, which it's already got. It's got a spot in there for it already. Beautiful. Okay, so now that's out. So wait, don't put me back on yet because I need to test and see if this actually worked. And we do that by coming here to list lights and then
putting in that auth token there.
Got to put the auth token in. Hi.
It's not on there.
Okay, good. And then try it. So, sorry. Selector should be all, I think.
Oh, that took more time. There it is.
There we go.
Vibes.
Okay, so now, it's there. Vibes. The label is Vibes. Okay. Now,
we're good.
Now we need to let it know the label for this light is Vibes.
Can I put your computer back? Can I put your computer back?
Yeah. Sorry. Put it back.
Okay, we're coming in. We're coming in hot. Bam. There we go.
The label for this light is Vibes. Now, I'll update the API service to use Vibes label as the selector instead of all. This will ensure we're only controlling that specific light. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Nice.
state that bright. So we got an error here. Oh, it's possibly. Oh, so it's TypeScript. Bologna. Bolognese. Is it bologna or is it Bologna?
Bologna.
Bologna. That's not even.
Bologna.
It's bologna.
I'm a bologna.
Is it really bologna?
I'm
Like
from
how do you?
Ohio.
But what isn't that like a region in France or something? Bologna, Bolognese, Bologna, Bologna.
Bologna? I don't know, chat. You tell us.
I don't think bologna is the right pronunciation.
Bologna.
No,
It's definitely
that's an
bologna.
American.
That is bologna.
That's
How
just
you say
us
this.
just destroying.
Bologna.
Okay,
You're full of bologna.
that's bologna. That's a bunch of bologna.
I used to eat a lot of bologna growing up as a kid. Actually.
Dude, I still eat bologna.
Do you really?
Yeah, dude, you cannot beat like a white bread and bologna
I'm
sandwich.
pretty sure you can.
No, dude, with mustard, 2 pieces of bologna,
See, yeah.
one piece of chemical,
here-
one piece of cheese food, chemical cheese.
You know what I used to eat as a kid?
What?
2 pieces of white bread, butter in the middle. Slap that together.
Butter
Boom,
sandwich.
butter
Yeah.
sandwich.
Oh, dude,
Look at
so
that.
good.
Oh,
So
yes.
good.
See, way better than bologna. Butter sandwich.
Better than a bologna sandwich?
Butter-
Doubt. Can y'all turn the light to see a color a little bit better? Yeah. What do you want? Like
Maybe
a hot pink or
make it pink.
something?
Turn it pink.
Wait a minute. We have a site for this.
Let's
Let's
We're
see.
gonna do it live, chat.
Added a default selector. Okay.
So people that are here live, we just connected this light to the internet. It took 60 minutes to do that. This is now connected
don't
to
explain
the
to them. If they're not here, they don't get to find
Yeah.
out. Okay.
So he's building a website. We can control this. You soon be able to control this from your device. That's what's happening here. This is 100% vibe coded. It took me longer to get this light bulb connected to the internet. Whoa, you're connecting to your lamp? Is that actually happening?
No.
Oh!
Whoa. Hold on.
What? Did it really do that?
Hold on.
No, it didn't. Well, look at the vibes. You see the vibes like pulsating. Oh! Amazing. Wow.
Wait. No way.
Wow. That's good. Cyber blue.
Electric purple.
Wow, nice.
Sunset orange.
That's cool. Wow.
All right. Now, but it doesn't have any effects.
Did you see the pulsating the green? Did you see it? Go back to your website. Did you see the
Why does it say
Did you
connecting?
see
I don't
the
like
green? Do you see this?
that. Right up
It's
here.
like pulsating. You
I
see
don't
it
know. That feels unnecessary.
It is super unnecessary.
So let's go back and commit. Keep commit .env file.
Oh
No,
do
why-
not
how-
don't show that.
Where
Don't
is
show
my
it.
git config? That's crazy, man. That should be part of.
That should definitely be in there.
Wow, that was a
Dude,
almost a huge boo boo.
That was a whoa.
All right,
Make those
let's
change,
fix
man.
that.
Wow.
Right, listen, y'all. When you're vibing,
You got it.
pay a little bit.
You know,
Pay a little bit of attention.
Pierce has this custom instruction, which is always commit after
Oh yeah,
completing. That's
that's not
danger
going to
zone.
bite you.
That's
All
danger
right.
zone, Pierce.
Yeah. So stop
thought
looking
it-
at my env file.
I thought that was good, but that's danger zone. Pierce.
I wonder if it would stop. It should stop you and be like,
It should. Well, that's a GitHub Advanced Security.
So let's commit this. Let's sync it. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to take this up a notch and say, yeah, cool. Why am I doing this? Let's show you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'd say it's pretty cool. But however, the light bulb does support some effects, not all the effects in it, not all the effects in the API. But I know for a fact that it does support the breathe effect. So if you could add that one, let's start there.
That seems legit.
And I didn't really tell it. I didn't tell it anything about how to adjust the UI to do that. So it'll be curious, like how it works effects into this UI, which is very, very basic.
Do you see there's also, if you can look at it, it's also like the background, the purple background. No, go back to the website.
Oh.
You see the purple background is actually like, it's sort of like a ray of light, like actually like.
Is the light moving?
See it? The light is moving.
Yeah, it's like it's underwater. Like the light's like cast down from the corner.
That is crazy. How does it even do that?
I don't know.
And it brought
not
in
the first clip.
minimal. It's got to do the UI. It's in
So
very.
let's add a button to trigger the breathe effect in the UI, and I'll add it to the color control section. Okay, so it's gonna
Okay.
add it here.
Ooh,
breathe.
It had a sparkle emoji.
Yeah, but how do I control, bro? There's different options you can pass to breathe.
Tell it to API about.
Well, let's see what it does first. So it function that triggers a nice breathe animation starts from black off, breathes to the currently selected color, takes 2 seconds, repeats 3 times. I'll be the judge of that.
Did it click it?
It definitely works. Is it coming back? It comes back on.
To currently select your
So
color.
okay, so that works, but the problem is like I need more control.
Do you think that it's?
I need more control.
Did it create its own? No, stop. Do you think it created its own breathe, or is it calling the breathe effect?
Oh, it's too late. Now I need more control when in.
Not to hit stop.
No, it's calling breathe effect right here because it's TypeScript, so it's created all of the types for this, like in the project here.
Add more detail.
What? What does it say?
Yeah, I guess you should be able to tweak what you want it
Yeah,
to do, right?
that's exactly what I wanted. I'll
Yeah.
add more detailed control. I really have to go to the bathroom.
Well, you don't get to go to the bathroom. Also, can you have it add RGB into it? Max wants you to do that too. An RGB slider, just like the thing.
An RGB slider?
Yeah, just an RGB picker slider.
But we already have a slider.
No.
no,
I
no.
guess you can just tap on that, and that does it. Does it bring it up?
Yeah,
Oh,
it brings
there
up
you
the
go.
color.
Perfect.
There's
There
a
you go.
color picker. Yeah, native color
perfect.
picker.
Yeah, native.
Is that Max? Is that not good enough for you?
That's not good enough for me. That's what it's a little subpar.
Bam. Does Cyber Blue work? Bam. Electric Purple.
It's a little slow. But,
Bam. Sunset Orange.
oh, it's good.
Eh.
That's pretty cool.
All right, so it's supposed to be giving us more
Options.
more control. I hate this button so much too. I'm gonna tell it that. If it leaves that button up there, it's about to find out how much I hate that button. Target color picker. Okay, it doesn't look like it's done any of that. So if I hit breathe,
that's what it did. That's what it did. I knew
Okay.
it was gonna do it.
so
Start
target
effect,
color. Let's start with blue.
That's pretty good.
Oh, the target color is blue. Start color is red. Period over 7 seconds. Cycles 5. Peak. What is peak? Peak final
brightness?
color. Start
Peak
the
brightness.
effect. Here it goes.
That's pretty good.
Now, here's the thing. We're about to deploy this and make it live to everybody. So we got to turn off the breathe effect. Otherwise, we won't be able to know who's doing what.
Doing what?
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do here is
Disabling the production?
yeah, add a flag. Yeah, let's see.
variable.
Add a flag to disable in prod. Disable breathe effect in prod. And then we'll deploy this thing. So whoever asked, how do you deploy a website?
We're gonna find
You're
out.
about to find out.
Boom. Now, Vite means you have a server, which means your keys are then going to be on the server, and so that way you don't have to worry about it being in the browser.
Correct.
Yeah,
We're going to pass those. Well, wait a minute. That's a problem because they have to be pulled in from somewhere, and we don't have an API. So we have to deploy essentially the key. We need an API.
No, you'd make it a React environment variable. React _ app _ and then
Yes, but those get compiled into when you do npm run build. They get compiled into the application.
Yeah, but it's a server app, so it's running on the server.
No, it's a front end app only. That has no API.
The Vite app is.
Mm-hmm. All in the browser. We need an API.
You need an API. .NET API.
All right. So this is a bit of a wrench in the system here.
I guess you could create an Express one really quick.
We could. I think there's actually a better way. So first of all, let's commit all this. It says commit.
It did do an env.example. I'm a little worried what's in that file.
Yeah, I don't like. What is this? Enable breathe effect equals true. Okay. So that's how we turn it off and on. That's the feature flag. So enable. So hold on. Take me off screen.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Good.
Okay.
Good.
So I don't remember what the setting was. It's Vite enable. And actually, this doesn't matter because we're about to check. We're about to change all this. So let's take all this out. So, okay. So what we need to do here is.
You're good again?
Yeah, you can pull it back up. So what we want to do here is we're going to use, man, we are really winging it here. So let's keep all this. I'm going to regret every bit of this. So if we go to, let's see. Okay. Where's our extensions? Where am I? How do I? There it is. Extensions. Azure Static Web Apps is where we're going to put this. So I'm going to install this extension here. And then
You're going to create a functions backend.
Yes. Azure Static Web Apps.
Create HTTP function.
And it should just do this, right? Like it should just be like, cool. You don't have it. Oh, you must have the Azure Functions extension. Oh, okay. So let's install this extension. Boom. Okay, dope. Now let's run that command again.
And this should be really simple because it already knows. You can just
TypeScript. Yeah. And we're going to call this vibe.
Triggers. Vibe triggers.
Vibe triggers.
I always put triggers at the end. I don't know why. It's because there are triggers. Yeah.
All right. So it's creating a new function for us. So this is gonna be super interesting. So now what we have here is an API folder, and this got this function. What we need to do now though is explain what's changed here. Let's try this. Huge apology, slight change of plans. We're going to deploy this as an Azure Static Web App, so we're going to need the API to actually be an Azure Static Web App. It's an Azure function. I provided the empty function for you. So what I need you to do, dog, is this. Move the API into the Azure function so that we can securely have the key so that chat doesn't get our key and do whatever chat does when they do get keys, right? Just like move all the API stuff to the Azure function on the back end and make sure that everything still works. It's going to be running on localhost 7071, the backend API will. All right. Now, one of the things that I always tell people, like when you work with Copilot, is that it's really pretty good to just verbally vomit
all the things,
everything that's in your head. It doesn't have to be structured. You don't have to tell it the right way. You don't have to articulate yourself cleanly. It can figure all that out. And so it's going to do the thing here.
I'm excited.
So let's see. I'll help you move it. Let me gather some context. And then I see the current implementation. Let me also check the front-end component that uses this service. I'm going to update the back end.
That's exactly what you wanted it to do.
Yes, that is what we asked for. And then move the API key to the function's environment variables. Now, this is going to be interesting because there are no environment variables in the function.
At all?
No. I don't know how it's going to do that.
Oh, no, there are.
No, there are, but like that file doesn't exist yet, I don't believe.
It'll create one.
Well, we'll find out.
Maybe.
Because that file, like this is one of those things where Azure Static Web Apps has its own way of loading environment variables with a local.settings.json file.
Oh, but the function is going to be a function that's deployed, right?
It is, but we need to test it locally before we...
Yeah, but it'd be in the function.
Throw the smoke up there.
I bet in the functions app, there's like when I create a C# function, like there's one there. It'll know.
All right.
Yeah.
And then we can use the Static Web Apps CLI to like test this thing locally. First, now we need to set up environment variables. Oh, it does. It knows. It knows.
Yeah, don't click on it.
No. I wonder if it's moved my stuff over there. Perfect. I made all the necessary changes. Here's what I did.
Okay, I'm going to all right, 3, 2.
Yeah, you can bring it back. You can bring it back.
Go and check your stuff to see if your environment variables are there or not.
Oh.
To see if your
let me so
your local settings JSON.
Yeah, where's that file?
I don't know, click on it.
What in the heck?
Where is it?
I don't know. That's right there.
Did it move it over?
It did not. It left it blank.
Okay,
so I need to. It's not going to do that. That's probably part of our responsible AI service. That's like, nope, we're not messing with this guy's keys right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
Close that.
Breathe effect and breathe effect is true. And it enabled cores for us, which is important because we have to have that to test locally. So I'm going to keep all this because that's how you vibe.
All right.
I'm going to close that file. Yeah.
Okay.
Bring me back.
We're coming back.
I'm starting to get a little hype. So now what we want to do is do we have the Static Web App CLI installed? Let me see.
Install it. Winget.
Install Static Web Apps CLI. No, I'm on a Mac.
No, there you go.
That's it.
Run. Oh, that's the new. Is that new? That it just says run. I guess.
No, it's been there.
In the
CLI.
This is cool because this is Copilot chat inside of it, right?
Yeah, that's chat
cool.
inside the terminal. Okay,
fast.
so now we should be able to do swa start HTTP localhost 51 73, and the backend will will run. Well, let's just start here. So it's gonna. It's looking for. So started. We need to run the back end though. So the front end's running there. The emulator's running there. Let's run the back end. CD API. npm install. Func start. Don't tell me Funk's not in.
No, Funk's there. You installed it. It installed it with the thing.
It better have.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have problems.
No,
What are real problems?
You would have real
chat.
problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of problems.
Azure Functions Core Tools.
Some people also, yeah, we're going to be able to use this. That's why we're deploying. We're creating a backend so we don't have like API, even though you can just delete the API key after the stream. But what fun is that? We're using 3.5 just because that's our vibe. Yeah. A lot of people ask about 3.5.
0 files found matching the supplied. Uh-oh. Now we got problems. No job functions found.
Uh-oh.
Why does this happen? I feel like I know why this happens. I don't know why it happens. The Azure storage connection string is either empty or invalid. Okay, gotcha. Take me off.
Okay, hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. In 3. Go ahead.
Okay, so Azure Functions, Azure Web Job Storage. Let's see. Static Web Apps. We need an ad. We need a.
Oh, there it is. Can't just be null.
No, it can't for some reason.
No, try to run it again. I think it'd be empty, just not null. You know what I mean? Like I think it was. Like I think it's allowed to be empty.
No, see, it can't find it. No.
That's just a warning, though, right?
Worker was able to load on. I know what it is. I know what it is.
Here's your API key.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, bring it back. I know what it is. Yes. So because we're using TypeScript, there's probably an npm for watch. Yeah, npm run watch. So there's nothing for it to run. We never built the TypeScript.
Oh, oops.
I don't think I'm gonna make it through this without
using the bathroom.
Using the restroom right here.
Do you want me to try to vibe? I'll come in. I'm coming in.
Well, hold on.
I'm coming into vibe. We're swapping over.
I have control issues. So that's still running. So let's get a fourth terminal up. Why not? Func API, Func start. Come on. I gave it to you low and slow. There it is.
There it is.
Okay.
Wow.
So now we need to go back here. Is this, it's not picking up our
running.
Yeah, but it's like herm. So let's go out here. And the problem is that it doesn't know. So like it's making a request to where? No, wait.
It did do it, I think.
It connected.
Did it?
There's no shot that worked.
That definitely worked.
Is it calling the right?
I think so.
I don't think it is, man.
Look, it is. It's literally telling you what it's. Well, I don't know. Look at your
executed vibe triggers. Yes.
Yeah, it did it.
It's calling it.
It's calling it.
How does it? How does it know? How did it do that?
It did.
I mean, I told it to do it.
Well,
I understand that.
In light effects service, click on that. It knows how to do it. It's calling it. You told it. It's
fetch API base, and what's the API base? Localhost 7071. Okay, but in production, it's not going to be. No, it's like slash API. You know what? I need to.
It needs to be an environment variable.
Yeah, the API base needs to be an environment variable. And in production, it is slash API.
Is it just slash API?
It is just slash API. And actually, we can test this locally. Let's see here.
Does that work?
Slash API. All right.
There you go. Oh yeah.
So that's what it's going to do. It's just kind of hard coding it in here, which is fine. I do kind of want to run this thing with the emulator though, which the emulator emulates production exactly like we're going to have it.
Oh really?
Yes.
Wow.
So here, what we want to do is we want to say swa start, and I need some help because I don't remember the flags. So let's see. Swa start, front end configuration. This is what I need right here.
Wow.
Not output folder, but swa start -- API - location. So I think we can actually just kill this, kill the headlights, and put it in neutral. That's still running. That's fine. That's fine. So we can do swa start HTTP. Actually, we should already have this. Nope. Okay, fine. I'll do it the hard way. And then -- API - location. And then it was, I think it's just .API. I think it's just like this. Now, so it's waiting. So yeah, it's firing up. Yeah, it's firing everything up for us.
Whoa.
Okay, now this is important because we're testing this and we actually don't need this anymore. Like API base is just /API /5 triggers, right?
Oh.
Like
Always.
yeah, it's not. We don't care about this
because this is how you're gonna run it. So it always like runs.
Right. It's always the same.
It's always the same.
So now let's go back here, connecting to the lamp.
Yeah. Oh, it did work. It connected.
Purple. All right. Now we're ready to deploy because now we've tested it exactly the way that it's going to run in production. So let's control something out of all that. Let's go back. Let's commit.
Wow,
Bam.
Lots of stuff. Make sure local settings is not.
Thank you. env.examples in there. We can probably pull that one.
I think it's good. Yeah, that looks correct. Yeah.
And then let's get rid of this. We don't need this. Get out of my life. Sync changes. Now we need to deploy this to Azure. How do we do that? Static web apps. Deploy. Create new static web app. I'm actually going to do advanced here too.
Ooh.
Am I logged in?
We'll find out.
Yeah, I am. Oh, dude, you know what? I need to change my Azure login.
Personal.
Azure log, yeah. Azure log out?
Yeah.
How do you log out?
Easy log out.
Easy log out?
No, I think you just need to do them in the terminal.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. No, hold on.
Right? Oh, you don't have the Azure
extension installed, the Azure core. I tell you what, let's try it from the terminal. Can you pull me off here for a second so I can run through this?
Yeah. Off the stream.
So AZ log out.
And we're transitioning. There you go.
And hopefully you're right about this.
Should we just AZ log out, AZ log in? And then it should use that.
It just freaking aired out.
Really?
Yeah.
What you could do is you could go to the Azure portal, create a new Azure static web app, and then do deploy center to deploy it.
That is true. That might be
done
easier.
that. It works a lot. It works pretty solid. You just need to log into your portal and then.
Yeah, it's just kind of busted. Let's do this.
Yeah.
No, why does Python need to find local devices? Okay, here we go. Use another account. This one, that's the one. And hopefully, yeah.
You're still hidden, don't worry.
Okay. Good.
Good.
You have logged into Microsoft Azure. Great.
Oh, it did log in.
It did. Yeah. So yeah, the John Galloway directory. That's where I deploy everything is to John Galloway's personal subscription. So now static web apps create static web app.
Do I need to put you back on now?
Yeah, pull me back up because I think we got the right sub. Nope, we're still in the wrong subs. Select subscriptions.
Oh yeah, you need to select. Yep.
No, it's not using the CLI. It's using something else.
Oh, are you logged in on your settings?
Azure.
Your Azure account. There you go.
Like, how do I log out?
Triple dot.
Accounts and tenants.
Accounts and tenants.
There we go. So this one, this is the one we don't want. We want to add one.
Add a new one.
Allow. Sign in with a different account. There we go.
Oh, that's pretty slick.
There we go.
No one can see this, but it's working fairly well.
That's actually a pretty nice flow. I'm not mad about that.
I'm not mad about it.
So let's come back. So now here, I don't want any of this stuff.
John Galloway account.
Should we deploy it to John Galloway's account?
Are you allowed to?
Apparently.
What does it say now?
Wants to sign in. No. No, let's do this one down here.
Yeah.
Not this one, this one.
Yeah, you're just there you go.
So now I think we should be able to select subscriptions.
We're back again? No, not yet.
Yeah, you can put me. I'm back. No, what is this? No, that didn't quite work.
Oh, it's not selected. Yeah.
Yeah, allow. Yes.
Allow. Log in.
Oh, enter a passcode. Did it give me a passcode? The email. This was sent by email, text message, or generated in the Authenticator app. What?
Now we're just trying to log into Azure, everyone, in case everyone's curious here. Where's your auth app?
I do have an auth app.
And then you need to go probably like the token when you. Yeah, there you go. What is
this one up at the top? That right there?
That's your token. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really strange.
That is strange. I could have said, "Don't ask me again." Okay, that did work.
That did oddly work. User did not consent to log. Okay, no, now you're good.
Yeah,
now you're green. Yeah, now you're green. Okay.
Am I green?
You're green.
All right. So now select subscriptions. It should show the right ones, please.
It's going to show all of them.
But should the Thomas Holland one be in there? Thomas.
Wow, what is it?
Where is it?
Wow.
What if I just can I sign out of this one?
Mm-hmm.
How?
I do not know. Settings?
Configure sovereign cloud. Oh no.
Oh no, get out of there.
It was it said something about the government.
You can't right click. Oh no, hover over it, and then one up one. And then there's drop it down. And then go down. So there's like a little log out button. See that on the right hand side?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I gotta log out of all these? No, this is sign in.
Oh, I don't want that.
I'm not signed in. You know what I'm gonna do? Watch this.
No one's watching, so it's okay. Because we're hiding your keys still.
Accounts and tenants. Select subscriptions.
Oh,
if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna do it from the portal. Yeah, I think it's cached.
Hey,
there we go. So now we want out of this one. Okay.
Selected. Okay.
So now you can put me back. Are you throwing me back up?
I can throw you back up. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah, go. So a little bit of a blip there. So now we're gonna create a static web app. Advanced. This is my personal sub. No, it's fine. It should just pick it. All right. So let's create a new resource group. Vibes, baby, all day. I love LAMP. Yes. Free. Free sounds good.
That sounds good.
Let's do that one.
Like free.
East US. Where are we? We're on the west.
West.
And then it's a React app. It's actually a Vite app. I don't know that matters. I don't know. Let's pick React and see what it says. Enter the location of your application code, which I believe is just the root, right? That is correct.
That's correct.
The build directory. I don't actually know here. Let's try. It should just be build. Dist. I'm glad I asked. All right. All right. It's creating our static web app.
Does it know about the API?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, because it's in an API folder.
Yeah. So then it's going to deploy with a GitHub action. And in the meantime, we need to go out here to this thing.
Did it create the GitHub action?
Yeah, it's already there. It's deploying it right now.
Oh, that's incredible.
So let's go to Azure.
It should give you the URL at the end of the day, right?
You would think so. No, you can get there by going here.
Resources.
Static web apps.
Did it created the static web app as well?
It did. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's what was it? What do we call it?
I love
LAMP.
Is that the one you use?
Yeah, I see. Obviously, I've done this before. Yeah. Browse site. Wait, no. Open in portal is what I want. That's what I actually want.
Logging in, 2-factor auth for the 18th time.
I'm in it now. I was all jokes at the beginning, but now this is getting serious business. Yeah. My reputation is on the line. All right, here it is. Vibes all day, baby. And I just need to throw in my, actually, I think I can just upload my local settings directly from here.
What's the URL?
Local settings, upload look. Yeah, I can just upload my local settings.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So let's upload it to I Love Lamp, and that should just like throw our key up there.
Ooh,
Production.
nice,
yeah. And it says it's all successful. Like this works.
It's still,
this works.
I'm on. It's still building and deploying.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it just
no, it's there. It's live. It's live.
What's the URL?
But it said failed to load light state. Connecting to your lamp. Because it takes the function a minute to fire up.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Come on. It's working.
Lively
All right.
smoke.
Yeah, hold on. Let's create a short URL for people. Like, how do you create a short URL?
I'm just going to type in lively smoke dash.
No, hold on. Wait. It was like Bitly or something. Bitly?
No, now you need an account with Bitly. It's a
you
whole
do?
thing. Don't do it.
No,
just
man.
Go back to your
Look,
website.
I can paste the long link here. Get my link for free.
All right. bit.ly.
Oh, no, it wants me to sign in.
I told you. Why didn't you just, I could have been done typing it already.
All right, wait, hold on. Take my screen down. I'll create an AKA for it.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, you don't want to just expose aka.ms. All right, hold on. Wait for it and go for it. Oh, you have to be on the VPN now.
Oh no, we can't do any of this.
No.
So how do we?
Let me just type in the URL. I'm going to put it in the chat.
All right, I have to go pee.
Okay, okay, hold on.
All right, I'm coming right back, Chad.
Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to type this into the thing. All right. So now he's on localhost. That's not even helpful. Oh my goodness, why is he on localhost? All right, hold on. Let me go over here. He ran really far away into the wrong area too. It's like not even where you want to go. Is it this one? There we go. Okay, cool. This is the. I don't know if that actually connected or not. Did it connect? Okay, let me see if I can. Did it actually? I don't know if it actually connected or not. Oh, it's connecting in line. Okay. I don't know. He probably broke it. Let's see. I'm gonna try to. Did it connect? It might have connected. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna try to type it in here and see if this works. So it's lively smoke 08 F80ED1E dot 6 dot Azure static apps.net. That work? Oh, that did work. Okay, cool. Boom. Does it actually work? Let's see if this works. How did you know that works? I'm seeing if it actually works. Electric purple? Oh, it did turn off. Someone turned it off. Can I turn it back on? There are things actively changing often on this now. Okay, this is actually changing. Thank you, chat, for doing this. This is actually happening in general. We can see it update apparently in real time behind me over here. People are changing it and things are happening. Of course, you need to like turn it on and off and back on. I don't know if it's like actually refreshing the UI. The UI is obviously getting the state, but it's probably not refreshing the state all that often. So I think if you were to like, change it, failed to change color. No. Never breathe. Oh, breathe is still on in production. Oops. But things are changing. I don't actually know if it's actually loading or not. It does seem very upset at me though. That is for sure. It did change. I am sure at this point it is highly upset at whatever we did. And I probably need to kick the function, I bet, to actually do. My assumption is it didn't do it because it takes like a few seconds to actually change the light. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Failed to power the top. Is it off? Is it on? Oh, it is back on. Okay. Does this work? Let's see if this works. Does this work? Failed to power the top. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see if I can get into his Azure portal here. If so, this is the case. Oh, my thing is all twisted. All right. It did change color. All right. Let's see if we can do over here. Let's do history. I love lamp. We probably need to kick the function I bet. Because it looks like the function. Here he's coming back.
Is it working? Is it working?
It did work. It did work. No, it has been working. The function you can swap back. The chat has done it. Look, it's off. It's off.
Do it. Chat, do the thing. Do the freaking thing.
The function's been like very upset at like what it's doing.
Why?
I don't know. I think like the latency and there's so many people clicking it to do stuff.
Is that?
Oh no, it's back on.
Chat, stop turning the light off. Just change the color.
There, now it's red.
Hey,
Yeah.
chat's doing it. Chat. Dude, we did it.
Oh, there
we
you go.
did it. Holy crap.
Now you need to implement Signal R.
Stop turning the bulb off. That's y'all. I'm gonna pull the on off button. This is why you don't get the breathe effect.
Oh,
you can't chat. You can't.
And it's still there. The breathe effect is there.
It is. Oh, because we didn't set the flag to turn it off.
Set the flag. That's great. This is good. This is good. I'm gonna put the.
Did you put the GitHub link in there for folks?
I put the GitHub link. It's in there. Boom.
Dang, man. Now let's do.
It.
Did it create? It created some components, but not really. Like really, everything is in. Whoa.
It's in one huge file. It's beautiful though. That's
yeah, but you could be like refactored to components. Make some components, brah. But I gotta go. I gotta go.
It's the end of the stream. We did it. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
I can't believe it. Chat. We love you.
We did
Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go and drink some sparkling water. I'm gonna treat myself.
Where's my mouse?
I'm gonna have a LaCroix. Not the off brand, not like the Kroger brand, but like an actual LaCroix.
An actual LaCroix.
Yeah.
I like a LaCroix.
Like a $9 can of water.
That's that's like a Spindrift.
Oh, I'm gonna have one of those.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna go to Target.
Let's get one Spindrift
and buy an overpriced can of water.
11% tax. You got this.
11? Is that what it is?
No, it's really high.
Sales tax is 11% here?
Yeah.
I'm never buying anything ever again.
Yeah, there's no income tax in Washington.
Yeah, there's no income tax in Tennessee either, and it's not 11. No.
Oh.
Well, no. We don't play that. But our income tax is like 10%, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I appreciate it. A lot of people commenting in. Love it. Guy loves it. Chris is loving it. Fun to watch. I'm glad we got it working.
Yeah, bro.
And people are changing light colors, and they're happening in real time. I can't believe we got this connected to the internet.
That was a freaking task, man.
We tried a bunch
of jumped through some hoops.
I'm glad that I remember that you can do internet sharing from your Windows or Mac machine, which is amazing. Bastion, I hope you enjoyed it. Max, hope you enjoyed it as well. Thanks. We have hundreds of people watching on multiple channels and thousands watching live right in front of us. You can't see it because the camera's pointed at us, but behind us are thousands of people.
Yeah, there's literally a sea of humanity.
A sea of humanity coming in and watching this.
Who has gone to dinner. We are literally the only people still here. So here's the thing, though. We do this on Fridays.
Let it cook.
Yeah, so if you could tolerate
this,
if you got through this and you want to do it again.
VS Code, YouTube, like, subscribe. Ring the notification bell, and you get up to date every time we put out a video right on the VS Code channel.
That's right.
You're gonna love it. We do all sorts of good stuff. We're gonna have some amazing
tell
guests
your friends.
But we're gonna be back tomorrow. We have a full-fledged day of.
It's not gonna be as good as this, though. There's not gonna be. Should we just leave the lamp here? I would just leave it and like leave it on, but
then you'd have to leave your
my
computer
laptop
here and then tether and the whole thing.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. The rest of these streams.
They turned off the TV for it. Oh, because your thing went to sleep. That's funny. So we'll do that. All right. That's going to do it. That's going to do it, folks, for this one. We'll catch you tomorrow, bright and early,
6 a.m. 4:30 a.m. We'll get started.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye-bye.